Good afternoon and welcome to continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series here at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu. A little bit of wet weather outside, but things are nice and toasty inside as the buy-ins are going up. A 200K taking place just moments from now. We're going to bring you coverage of that, Randy. But of course, yesterday you brought us home in a very exciting conclusion to the 60K No Limit. 32 players coming back for day two of that one. Familiar face atop the chip counts in Jason Koon, and you guys suspected that he might be able to take it wire to wire, did you not?
Of course, it's Jason Koon. You know, he's making our deep run, and he was applying so much pressure, just really in the element, in his zone, and making a lot of great plays that, you know, were correct for a lot of blinds from time to time. In the end, he did take out Rodrigo for that title.
Yeah, very much so. Spoiler alert, perhaps, as we're going to take the video. It's okay. No big deal whatsoever. Jason ran incredibly well. This is how that event shook out. Let's look back. Seven-handed. Start the final table with 8. Alex Kulev would take King 3 of diamonds up against Matthias Eibinger, who had ace queen of spades and was looking great on the flop and the turn. Kulev, unable to connect on the river, would be the first player eliminated, earning $209,000. Did pick up a flush draw on the turn, which didn't come in, and that would become a bit of a theme, as on deck was Espen Jorstad. Ace 10 against ace 8, dominated by Saliba. Dominating Saliba, rather, forgive me, who then would turn the flush draw. Saliba, the player, by the way, who had Jorstad covered, and then the improbable path to victory as he binked the side card in the form of the 8 of clubs and sent the World Series of Poker main event champ out in 7th. $277,000 going Jorstad's way. And then, of course, every final table that features the greatness that is Phil Ivey attracts attention far and wide, as so many were streaming and rooting that man on. Ace King of clubs looked like he was in a good way against Dan Smith, who had the Jack 10 of spades until the Jack high board, but then on the turn, yet again, a flush draw coming to fruition, one that was not completed as Ivey wasn't able to down the Jack 10 of Smith. 6th place finish, $363,000 would go his way. And then it was the turn of Matthias Eibinger. Jack 5, dominated by Saliba's King 5 on a King high board. Justin obviously left Matthias reaching for his belongings, and then a sweat on the turn. Got shot straight draw was picked up, but unfortunately Eibinger unable to find the queen, and instead found the exit in 5th, $460,000 going his way. And from this point forward, it really was the Jason Koon show, as he did his own bidding. Pocket 10s here. Dan Smith jammed with ace 7 of clubs from the small blind. Koon waking up with the 10s, making the call, looking good on the flop, but flush draws the theme. Dan needed an ace, needed a club. The turn didn't deliver. And on the river, the Jack of Hearts would end up sealing his fate as the 4th place finisher, picking up a tidy $571,000 for the effort. So Koon absorbing that mighty stack of Smith, had over 10 million coming into this one, where Justin Saliba was dominated. King 9 against King 8 suited. Jack 7-6, King 9 still played for 5.6, and then there's the flush draw showing up again. Saliba picking up a wealth of outs, but not connecting on any of them on the river, as the King 9 pipped the King 8, and Saliba notches his first Triton cash, breaking the dry spell, $690,000. Heads up between the States and Brazil, as Jason Koon would take ace king up against Jack 6, not all in pre. Rodrigo Salawan, first ever Triton Series. Second pair, but a lack of time banks perhaps coming into play, as Koon had him in a bad way on the flop, in a worse way on the turn. Made aces and kings, barreled once more into 2.5 million. And without time to maybe deliberate further, Rodrigo, pressure on him, made the call on the river, an undercard to the 6, and then a jam from Jason, and Rodrigo, left bluff catching, called for his tournament life, and on this occasion was wrong. As the graphic showering down behind Jason Koon with his record 8th Triton title. Rodrigo Salowan, a 7-figure payout, $1.06 million. Obviously a wonderful way to announce your arrival on the Triton Super High Roller Series, but Jason Koon, Mr. Triton, Randy, I think it's official at this point, $1.57 million richer. And the deck definitely did hit him. There's no shame in it. He ran very well, but he made the most of every opportunity, including those where he didn't have a wonderful starting hand.
Yeah, he was playing optimally throughout this whole final table. I felt like this was one of his best performances. You know, there were spots where he felt it was really, maybe it was close on whether his opponent was bluffing, but he always wanted to kind of press on his opponent and attack. For me, what's impressive is that, you know, there was a time when him and Mikita Badziakouski each had 4 Triton trophies, but it seems that the amount of time it's taken for him to win the additional 4 to get number 8 is just been so narrow.
We blinked and we could have missed it. At the beginning of Vietnam, that was our storyline. Who's going to be the first player to reach 5 titles? As Jason and Mikita both had 4 apiece. Koon eked one out toward the back half of that festival in the form of a turbo, picked up 2 in Cyprus in that amazing performance, which rendered him the Ivan Leal Player of the Year, overtaking Stephen Chidwick. There he was at 7, coming into this one, and just 6 events in, and binking with a lot of festival left, and we know he plays all of it.
Yeah, of course he plays all of it. And, you know, what's also even more impressive for me is that the fields obviously are getting bigger. So all of the best players coming out, and he has just been playing the best he's ever played. And, you know, you hear it over and over from the winners' interviews. He's humble, but, you know, he's hungry and just comes out like pretty much exclusively for these Triton stops.
Interesting thing that I think you can maybe speak on, Randy, is somebody who's played a tremendous amount online and notched a big reputation for many years in that arena, was during that winners' interview where Jason talked about, well, I don't know that I'm the best. I think I'm one of the best live players. And maybe suggesting that online there are some people that we haven't seen come out and visit us at Triton that could very well make a mark that he considers tremendous players.
There was a time when some of these online players would be kind of disrespecting the live aspect, didn't realize that there's actually more to it. And we've seen at these Triton Super High Roller Series all the best players coming out, and, you know, they're doing quite well. But Jason is one of those players that prides himself on live reads. You know, he aware of the situation of when maybe some frequency you're not getting dealt the hands, but still making the best of each. And, you know, really he is one of the best tournament players of all time. We know this, but specifically in the live format, he has shown from his records alone 8 titles. No one else even close.
I mean, double what Mikita Badziakouski has at this point in time. And obviously we know Mikita, such a competitor, is going to want to narrow that gap if given the opportunity. One last point, by the way, the fact that he is now got himself in contention for Player of the Series, courtesy of this title, plays all of the events. Maybe we start seeing him regging on time, right? Looking for the bonus points available for the on-time registrations as he hunts the Ivan Leal Player of the Year award one more time. One last storyline, by the way, in terms of the final table, was that of Phil Ivey and Espen Jorstad making their 2nd straight final table. They had been heads up in the event just prior to this one. Obviously, keep an eye on those two. Ivey really in top form.
Ivey's definitely in top form, you know, like he missed our last stop, and I believe the one before that as well. But here, been playing great, no limit hold'em. You know, he did go heads up, almost shipped that tournament just the other day. But, you know, making another final table in, just 6 events or so that's gone by is rather impressive. And he was on pace to make another deep run here, although he couldn't hold with the ace-king against Dan Smith's Jack 10.
Yeah, obviously anybody who was sitting in that spot would have found their chips into the middle and would have found themselves showered again. Not any reflection on Ivey or any of the decisions he made in that particular pot. Okay, let us turn our attention then to a day that's going to feature not 1, but 2 Triton champions, Randy, as we've got both the 200K that is going to be taking place behind us, the 30K one-day turbo also going to be going down, and of course, we've got the draw party for the Luxon Pay Invitational, which I'm going to be stepping out to conduct off-site. A little bit of a fun time somewhere in London. I'm not even sure where it is. Producer James, do you have word on where exactly we're We probably shouldn't even say anything. We don't on any. Brixton is definitely not where it's taking place, James. Okay, 62 entries on day one of this 200K, and then a whopping 19 max late regging. Randy, are you surprised by that? Is it an EV play?
It's a high variance play, of course, because you get so little few big blinds. But there is a mathematics to it where the tournament players have realized that your chips are worth more as more players eliminated. So yes, you get a short stack, but the amount of the chip value of each chip is worth more just because there's that dead money in there.
Yeah, I mean, but let's not assume that everybody who buys into day one is going to allow themselves to get showered if the registration period is open. Chances are they may be ponying back up another 200K. 81 players in total now. 46 will be taking to the felt to start today's action with 13 paid. Min cash, $325,000 up top. 4.3 million, Randy, and massive payouts, 7 in total, which are five in total, rather, that are 7-figure payouts in the millions. And a bit surprising, perhaps, considering that the 250K is where we expect the massive payouts to really start to take place. But the appetite for these big buy-ins, truly there.
This is one hell of a warm-up. You know, it's a 200K warm-up into the 250K. We didn't have these 200Ks right before, but these guys are hungry. They want to play big poker and play for big amount of money. 4.3 million is nothing to snooze at.
No,
you know?
no, not at all. Do you think it's a function of the fact that we're here in London and just the convenience and obviously a lot of the wealth that we're surrounded by, some of these players ponying up local?
London is one of those spots where a lot of the poker players do want to come out, even the recreational VIPs that do come. It's just a nice hub right in the center. It's a beautiful venue, great surrounding restaurants, etc. It's just the ideal spot, I think, for our Triton tournament.
Yeah, we did lunch at one of those surrounding restaurants today, but I don't know. I wasn't all that impressed. I don't want to name any names, Locanda Locatelli. And, it was okay. It was all right. James skipped it, but, I wouldn't go back. Din Tai Fung tomorrow, right?
Yes, the real stuff.
Love that. Okay, so Nacho, the year of the Nacho, perhaps it's a real thing. Perhaps it continues. He's coming into this one with a good stack.
Nacho's had some impressive runs already thus far at the stop. Hasn't been able to kind of get deep, at the very end, but has put himself in a situation. Big stack, he likes to talk. That's his main game. It maybe for fun, but maybe he can get some extra reads from his opponents. But making friends with whoever's on his left is always ideal.
Well, listen, it seems like he's making friends. Not everybody enjoys the banter and the speech play, but it's very much on brand for him, and he likes to keep it light out there, maybe distract people's attention from the matter at hand, that being the poker. $2.2 million in career earnings already for Nacho Barbero, who sits atop the chip counts. That can be seen in the Triton Poker Plus app here, 1.4 million in front of him. Mikita Badziakouski at his table with 1.2 million. That is going to be the second largest stack in the series. With a win here, Mikita could surpass $20 million in career Triton earnings. Do you feel like now the fire is lit in his belly, even more so seeing Jason pick up the 8th?
100%. He was very hungry when Jason got his 5th, his 6th, his 7th, and with the 8th, now it's a big statement because he's got 2x the number of trophies that he has. It's been a bit quiet for him at this stop and the previous stops as well. We know that he's definitely a top player who can contend with the likes of Jason Koon and all these other great players, but maybe today's his time as he does sit currently in second place.
Well, you want to talk about contending and maybe doing so in a far more surprising manner. The non-pro Jean-Noel Torel, he has really given us some memorable moments out there, finds himself third in chips. Randy, a really high variance approach to the game. We know that he's willing to dig in and do things that others won't. There you see him, 1.13 million and change in front of him. He is featured over on that red table along with the likes of Brian Kim. Be interesting to see how things shake up over there. Danny Tang also, as I zoom in on that table, Randy, a guy who said he wants to make his mark, has already made some waves over here, some cash, but hasn't really made that super deep run. Could this be the time?
It could be, but it looks like he did late register, has a fresh 200K stack, and, J&T's at his table of 1.1 million, who plays an unorthodox style, rather crafty. I'm not sure if this is event given how short he is, but you never know. It's a spin up as possible.
Not to backtrack, but Ole Shimian, who already has a title under his belt, one of the names that we overlooked over at that feature table. There you see him front and center, the German, 18 big blinds in front of him, so he obviously is going to be looking to make his mark, but the massive stacks of Barbero and Badziakuski going to be standing in his way potentially. So then we are just moments away from getting ourselves down there to action of this 200K 8 Max, an event that normally would be the marquee on a docket, but here with a 250K Luxon Pay Invitational still lurking, doesn't have those honors. Nevertheless, 5 7-figure payouts, all of which will be distributed right here today during our coverage as you get a look at that Max Late Reg desk. There we see Steve O'Dwyer, Leon Sturm, I believe, Jason Kuhn there. Luca Vivaldi and company getting set for the festivities. There's Squiddy, Ben Heath and Soiza, Chidwick. Oh, there's Orpin.
I see a meaningful conversation happening here between Heath and Soiza.
Are there any other types to be had between those two guys?
Well, seem to be enjoying themselves. Can we take a look at some food plates, possibly?
Maybe the lunches have already been downed. Santosh Suvarna, something tells me he was playing till the wee hours. Maybe Tan Xuan as well. Sean Winter, Patrick Antonius at that table. There's Henrik Hecklin, DeVoris, Sexton, Adams, Petrangelo, Jan, Gottlieb, Ivy. How about that for a table of death? I might ask for a redraw if I ended up at that one.
You just keep redrawing? And
It's out of bounds.
I want to unregister from the tournament.
Well, famously, during the summer, Randy, Jason Kuhn was actually registered in the 250K.
Yeah.
And what happened?
He, his wife was in labor?
Was delivering his second child.
Yeah, and he got a refund.
He was ahead in chips, asked the staff if it was okay, if he forfeited his stack and got the refund and headed over. I think that says a lot about his character, by the way.
Yeah, for sure.
And I would imagine everybody in the tournament was like, Jason, come on, man. It's your second child. You don't want to miss this. You really should get down to the hospital.
Yeah.
I know you've doubled your stack already.
They're probably like, you're at my table. You really got to go.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't feel right because I know you're distracted. You know, send us pics, but also shower yourself. There's Boss, chatting it up with Chris Brewer. Panakov's on his right. Danny Tang, Espen Jorstad, Brian Kim, Jean-Noel Torel, JNT as we like to call him, who's got...
He's warm.
He packed for the weather, didn't he?
He did.
Got the Montclair puffy on. Is that a police hat?
He's going to play police today.
Detective Inspector Torel?
Interpol, is that what we call it here?
That would be a great nickname for him today, wouldn't it be? As the Frenchman is at the red secondary feature table, and there is the primary feature table, where Barbero and Badziakuski, somewhat unfortunate to be at one another's tables, Randy, as that kind of crowds the big stack lane.
Yeah, fortunate for him, though, they are sitting roughly across from each other, so shouldn't be too much collision still.
Overall tournament short stack right now is Ben Heath, Brian Kim, and Chris Brewer. Both one big blind ahead of him. Ole Shimian, 18 bigs. Kerry Katz, 19. Obviously, all those max late reggers are sitting with 20 bigs. So the cluster of stacks in that range is represented by Henrik Hecklin with 21 big blinds all the way on down to Ben Heath.
It's quite absurd how many late registrations there are. I mean, this is 200K a pop.
I mean, you would think that if we're spending that much on a buy-in, we want to sit and play deep and have some poker on our hands, but
Maybe
not
they
so.
did.
That's true. Maybe they just landed on 20 big blinds after an original starting stack. TBD. Unclear. Blinds will be at 5 and 10,000 with the 10K big blind ante. All that intel brought to you by betacr.eu. Bit of an extended remix here to start the day. Not sure what the delay is to getting us underway. Overlooked entirely, by the way, throughout the course of the pregame and our focus on the blue table, and never one to be overlooked. Emphasis on look is the Swissman, Linus Lolliger, 75 big blinds. He didn't max late, Reg.
He was there from the get-go when there was just a single table running. Like, he kind of intimidated players. Like, do I really want to play this deep against them? But for now, cards underway, my friend. 200K, I'm excited. 4.3
yes, sir.
up top.
Here we go. Looks like Garignani and Shemian getting their day started. Look to be a fruit plate for Shemian, if I read that right.
How are you?
A nice swing around and Linus Cam.
What do we have? Is that a Kirby? No, it's a
I think
Pokemon.
it looks like a Pokemon or a Kirby.
It's a Clefairy.
Sleeping okay.
You actually know your Pokemon, Randy?
I caught all 151, my mate.
In Pokemon Go? Or just...
You know there was a Pokemon before Go, right?
Yeah,
Red
but
and blue.
I wasn't all about it.
You
know that
hear
a lot
Super
of people got
Mario.
hit by cars when Pokemon Go was a thing because they were so focused on their phones as they walked around.
His age, right? Or
I got honked at a
Playing
lot.
AR. You got honked at a lot?
Yeah.
I'm not so. I'm the second oldest person at the table.
Linus Love might get honked at a lot. He starts walking around where a lot of single women are.
You know, there's
Tell you
actually
that.
a story with this Clefairy with him. I'm not sure if you're aware.
No,
They
I'm
used
listening.
to play online.
Okay.
Pokemons have evolved forms, right? The baby one, the medium, the strong, whatever.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, wait till you.
he started with
wait till
the
you-
lowest form, the base one. Then he started to win. Then he upgraded his avatar to the level 2 one. And then he got to the third one. I don't know the 3 names of the Clefairy, but that was his thing.
So the name changes as it grows in strength as well?
Yes, true. It's kind of like
1K?
shave
Pikachu,
your face?
Pichu,
I mean, I'm just
Pokechoo,
shaving
I don't
myself,
know, whatever
Yeah,
the names
yeah.
are.
For it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna do it, get a Baobu to do it. Get the hot, the straight razor with
I'm
the.
pretty sure he looks 16. I'm not lying. You can see it, right? It's insane.
Fedor Holtz
I wish I had that.
will get us underway under the gun +1 King 10 min raise open. Bad's big blind defense to the shades he goes.
Like my sides, and I put a hat. It looks
No pair anywhere.
because you can't see my gray
King
hair.
high still in front.
The problem is when you can see it on my.
Fedor, of course, winning
Why
one
don't
of
you
the
dye your
titles
hair?
earlier this week.
Why don't you cut
One of the fresh stacks.
Nachito on fire today, huh?
14.
You gotta keep it while you got it. That's my advice.
That's what I'm trying to do actually, because the genes are like against me. Like,
Really? How is your family? Has,
40K C bet from Fedor.
Yeah, quite a large
No
C
hair.
bet, actually. It should deter the 6X and 4X from continue, I believe, with this
on the pandemic, I
larger
did-
sizing
I
off of
knew
this stack.
coming. So I say this is the time. I was losing. I had to do the surgery. Ah, in Argentina, it's pretty good.
almost, huh?
$1,500 for like the best place in Argentina. Sick. Yeah, you're gonna get it in like 7 years.
No, I think it's more like 1 or 2.
Yeah. But the thing is that you can't do it that many times in your life. But there is, you know why? It's
Queen high.
My partner said,
Easy
you know,
fold
I
for
gotta check
Bads.
it out. There's something called like ferritin or something. That's why we're losing the pair. Because we don't have that much of that. Great. Nikita, you have very thin hair, right? You have very thin, right?
I guess not paying attention.
You don't care, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if I were as rich as you, I wouldn't care either. I just can buy all the hair from Belarus.
Leon Sturm,
You sold the? Did you sell the?
441,000 already earned here at this festival,
I mean,
courtesy
I'm
of
fine.
cashes in the 50 and 60K of 6th and 10th place respectively. Flops himself
There's
top
just
pair
no need at the
after
moment.
opening and picking up Greenwood.
Also one of
You
those
didn't
fresh
have any problem
stacks,
to come here, right?
200K.
You can come here.
Yeah. Got my visa.
Oh, thank you.
Was it tough?
And
I mean, I was waiting
Iceland.
for over a month.
Thanks.
So I guess, yeah. Arthur
C
still
bet and
couldn't
take
get
it for Sturm.
Ah, okay.
Arthur couldn't come.
Crazy.
Yeah.
How many of the
He's not
19
I mean,
Max Late Regs, Randy, do you think are on their first
from
bullet?
Georgia?
Because it's not a given.
He's,
Can't you maybe have like
from
busted
Russia.
late day and then decided I don't want to
Georgia,
re-reg
yeah.
tonight and I can
Living
come
in
back and
Georgia?
max
He's just now
late
playing
re-reg?
from Georgia.
Is there a
He applied
time
for
limit,
visas there.
like an hour or something like that you have to re-register?
No, I believe that's only during the 250K where
Okay.
you have to, once you bust, you got to rebuy within
Okay.
X amount of
So
time.
you could shower your first bullet early
And be like, I'm
get
not
cooler
feeling it
and say,
until-
come back tomorrow with 20 bigs?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
But of how many of those 19, that's really hard to say. But some people, they might have like a certain budget of what they want to spend at a stop. And therefore, if they want to play, they just kind of want to do it the last second. Because if you register at the beginning, you get showered, you're just too tempted to kind of continue again.
Right.
If I had to guess, just the first bullet, maybe 6?
entró antes o
You think that
entró,
only
like,
6 of the Max Late Regs are on
Like,
bullet
okay,
number 1?
You,
I
you-
would take
you got
the
me
over.
questioning myself like that fish earlier today.
Oh,
Maybe.
Well, we'll get into Randy going with the Seabream, ill-advised at lunch. Could have told him. But then I felt bad because I didn't want to be responsible if you ordered something else and you didn't like it. And it turns out your boy knows his food. Seabream, not going to get ordered again.
Okay, so what do you think it is out of 19? 10?
Yeah, I like 10.
10.
I think 10's a good line, and I'd probably take the over. As a
Why?
couple of
I don't side bet.
A7s colliding. You talked about budget also, Randy, because, you know, at 200K, that's a fair number of buy-ins that you can dedicate toward other events or bullets. If you max late reg, you're not going to get another chance to plunk another 200,000 in there,
pasa siempre.
which kind of keeps yourself disciplined.
I mentioned that because I've heard players that, like, they might have, like, a 3-bullet maximum or, like, a 2-bullet maximum, and they bust a couple, but in the last one, they make sure it's the very last second registration just to kind of, you know, contain their bankroll. And there's nothing wrong, like I mentioned earlier in the pre-shows, that your tournament chips are just worth more. Obviously, higher variance given that you're short. We got a delivery to Nachos, like 3 drinks. I hope they all not going to him.
It looks like orange juice. A Perrier, perhaps.
That's a Perrier, guaranteed.
Okay.
And
Tea or coffee?
that's the one. That's the concoction you made with the iced
The
coffee.
mystery. Yeah, he's a fan of the iced coffees, by the way.
He is. He was complaining about the other day, like, why can't they make a nice coffee here or
It
something?
is one of the great mysteries of the JW Marriott Grosvenor House, how it is that we can have both ice and coffee on premises, but we cannot have iced coffee. So a bit of
you
a
didn't meet your
DIY
breakfast
situation. Shemian. Ripping it in.
It must be
Yeah, and
really
the
strong
hijack.
packed, you know, if you always wake up at 7 a.m.
200 p.m. That like there are aspirins, but they have some.
Queen Jack suited. Gonna get through.
But now we have the winning formula, I guess.
Yeah, I don't like also like going. I don't like having breakfast. I never do, so it's like kind of weird. Like, blooded the whole day, you know, like kind of heavy.
Yeah, I threw it in. 100% it rolled over.
This is yours? It's what
I
got him
tried to
here.
throw in my ante and it took a slight left turn.
Nacho Pocket
so.
Kings. He's
Don't
rocking a
believe me,
different
then
Amiri
I don't
hoodie
know.
today. Usually it was the pink one.
Yeah, you're gonna.
It's a lot of
I feel like
cameras.
he's got
People
2
won't
patches though. Isn't that kind of odd? The same patch but different direction.
Well, it's not the same exact patch.
But you
We
know
have
what I'm, you know
horizontal
where I'm
and
coming
vertical
from?
placement.
Imagine
yeah.
me of like 2 Triton patches like left chest, right chest.
That'd be awkward.
It's the same thing.
Jack 10 suited hijack facing the min raise open.
Deep stacks.
Yeah.
Actually, really deep stacks. More than 100 blinds apiece.
In fact, the two biggest coming into the day. Not max late Redgers, those two.
Yeah, 6-5 suited in the muck for Linus. Definitely a hand he could have considered. It is the type of board texture where we can easily see Makita continue with this little gutty backdoor hearts. Nacho is a pre-flop raiser. But with the deep stacks, from time to time you actually will see the kings play passive, which he does in this spot.
Queen 8-3. Gut shot, straight draw, backdoor hearts for bads. And the passiveness isn't just the trappy line. It's also mindful of the fact that Makita is that second biggest stack that can put big dents in us. So we want to...
It's also because the undergun open's got a finite range that needs to play rather weak on this board texture. Like 2 broadways that aren't the queen, just absolutely whiff. 16K bet, which is rather small. He might actually check raise.
Indeed he does. So there goes some of that pot control notion.
With Jack 10 of hearts, of course you don't like to see the check raise, but you still have position to the clean nuts. You still have the backdoor hearts working. You have 1 million chips to play for. And you have, most importantly, the position to see what your opponent does on the turn first. Let's call.
Very nice. Deuce of clubs on the turn as Bads hunted the backdoor equity. Calling
A lot of millions.
the extra 49,000.
1
And
million is a lot of millions.
Bads obviously very aware how deep Barbaro is. The lone stack in the entire tournament that has him covered and sits right here at his table. And with the betting lead, pre-flop raiser and post-flop check raiser.
Yeah, not the card that Makita was looking for. At this point, once he check raises the 2 kings, is looking to extract value from the queen X's, the gutties, the diamonds. Imagine this hand is over now, having not turned that added equity for the Jack 10.
$90K turn bet, as suspected. Does draw the curtain on that affair. So a nice start for Nachito.
Nachito. Okay.
You just add ito to the end of everything in Spanish, Randy, and it makes it
Thank you.
a little version of that same thing.
Alito.
Randito, obviously, is your new name.
Alito. Yours doesn't sound too good.
Mine's weird because
Yeah.
I already end in an I. That's going to work now as an opener as opposed to a caller. Under the gun +2, pocket eights, ace-10 for Greenwood. Hijack. Thinking about it.
Yeah, it's a uncomfortable hand to play, actually. Sometimes you 3-bet, sometimes you just flat, sometimes you just
48.
outright fold. It looks like he will just 3-bet this one. It's a type of hand where it's not really strong enough to flat, but it seems too weak to just outright fold. And then, of course, if you do get called by 3-bets, you can look to kind of pot control bit if you hit the ace. The 10 is nice, though, in case we know players like to play Jack 10 suited and stuff out of position, even or in position. 2 8s, good price. Lots of stack to play for.
That's not great. I was already not happy seeing that I drew the
Ace,
TV table.
10, 9, all diamonds, and this certainly is not what Bads had in mind, as we see him checking.
Yeah, absolutely great flop here for Sam Greenwood. Sure, it's monotone, but we are in a 3-bet pot, so offsuit hands out of position, unlikely. For example, you don't expect Makita to be calling a 3-bet out of position of like Queen Jack offsuit, King Queen, King Jack. So you don't have to worry about the flush draw that much, unless it's like Ace Queen. Even Ace Jack offsuit doesn't really like to defend out of position. You usually also see smaller bets on these types of monotone textures, especially with Ace out there.
You know, after 20 hours, you start to get fucking real. It's amazing for what it is.
But actually
Greenwood.
checks it back. That's pretty interesting to me.
And look
And
at this
disaster,
turn.
my friend.
How is this possible? Not only the 4th diamond, which makes aces and 10s uncomfortable, but the reality that it is a diamond giving Badziakuski the best hand in the surprising form of a set. But of course, Makita might be a bit worried about some diamond combos in Greenwood's hand as well, not given that he's going to barrel through.
Yes, of course, Sam Greenwood still has a lot of diamonds in his hands. You know, all of the pocket pairs loaded in ace, above the 10. 2 8s. I believe you often just check this and just see what happens. But you would most certainly never fold. You'd expect like black cards to kind of bluff at you in case you are up against a diamond. Of course, you can boat up. I suppose as played, if you're going to check the flop with ace 10, you might as well continue to check the turn.
Yep. So an action killer, and
It's
even
worse.
more so on the river as a 4-liner shows up.
Yeah, it's just what a terrible board. Even Makita is not loving this, of course, you know, like his opponent could have like in the pocket queens, ace queen, a diamond. Do you just check and hope your opponent checks back?
25.
Bit of a blocker bet. The way this hand's played out, man, I'm just trying to think of hands that's ace 10 beats. It is 2 pair and a good price, but it's a 4-liner, a 4 flush. Can't really name a worse board for this ace 10.
25K bet.
Is this ever like a worse 2 pair?
Boy, it would seem so unlikely, wouldn't it, Randy?
Is this ever like black 6s, I suppose? There's very few hands that really just bluffs away here. Like, what if Makita had ace 5? Would he still bet 25K? Would he just check?
All of that is on Sam Greenwood's mind here. Is an incredibly awkward spot to find himself in part, the simple product of not having C-bet the flop, where one would imagine Badziakuski could have found a fold. So he calls 25K and gets shown the set.
You see the look on Greenwood's face. Yeah,
Look at the
just
look on Ole's face, by the way. He's looking at the board and then looking at these set of 8s and wondering what happened here.
Yeah, Greenwood just shaking his head. He's like, I let him get there, and I paid off on that terrible board.
Well, another spot where ace is up on the flop is up against the lower pair, but in this one, Alex Panakovs is the man betting after Brian Kim raised it up pre-flop, the min to 20,000. Panakovs called. And with Brian ceding the betting to him and now going from top 2 to queen's full, Alex took his shot. 15K bet call.
Hopefully.
Yeah, you've been seeing lately these undergun openers just play passively, despite hitting the board rather well, understanding that position is important, so the player in position may stab a bit. Obviously a great turn card with the ace-queen. Ponnikov should be pretty fearful, though, on this turn. Queen X often plays this way, pre-flop. Oh, I mean on the flop. Check through.
I haven't seen it. Oh, yeah, I have.
Every day. I didn't see you.
I haven't been there every day.
I didn't see you every day.
With the check through on the flop,
Okay, nice.
I mean, sorry, on the turn, Brian Kim must believe that his opponent isn't going to try to represent a queen anymore. He might want to just bet out himself to not let some ace X's get away.
Or doing cardio?
That's exactly what he thinks is the best way to approach this matter. 25 into 95.
If Ponnikov wants to pick off this bet on the river with just 2 sevens, he's basically thinking that his opponent would do this with Jack 10, King Jack, King 10 exclusively. If he is going to attack, pick those hands off, 2 sevens is nice that he doesn't block those hands.
125.
But actually, he's done the 125. What a heroic representation of the queen here. It's obviously not going to work, though.
Yeah. This is a tragic hero. As sevens are not going to be saving the day.
This is for all his chips, I assume. Not sure if Brian Kim realizes that he has been put all in.
Yeah, of course. Ready to call always with queens full is Kim.
What are you waiting for, Brad?
I thought I had more.
You see
And I
Paul
thought
giving
I
him
had
a
too.
little earful there. Says, what are you waiting for, Ryan?
Unintentional slow roll. He thought he had like another 50K or so to make it look like he's contemplating a move.
You and Ponnikov?
Oh, and Fedor Holtz hits the flush with his top 2 pair.
Well, let's bring you up to speed on this one. Back at the feature table where Fedor, min-raise open, Leon Sturm flatted the button, 7-6 deuce 2 club flop. Action went check, check. Same story on the turn after the king rolled off, and Fedor just had too much hand, I suppose. He felt. Couldn't get Sturm to bet post-flop. Now, here we are at the river. Top 2 in the flush draw, turns into the flush.
And just given how much of the board he has, all of the pairs, all of the flushes, he knows that his opponent probably can't have too much. Hence why he's opting for a small bet, even with this monstrous hand he's holding here. The Germans, though, they know how each other plays.
Yeah, there is a little bit of familiarity, one would imagine.
Pays it off.
Yeah, Sturm gets milked with the ace-jack. You see a little smirk there. And I think he's okay with it.
Reeled him in. You got a little fish out of him.
Nice hand, Fedor.
Thank you.
All of it.
I,
Low hand.
what can you have?
I was going to shove the river and then I talked myself out of it.
I think I won the maximum.
You think it would have worked?
It was a good. I would have taken my chances with the set of 8s.
Maybe you had a pair.
I don't
Ace
think
10.
I had a pair.
You think so?
I think ace 10, ace jack.
20?
I think he bets pair on the flop.
Wow, Nacho just zeroing right in on the ace-jack. You see
160.
Greenwood zeroing in under the gun on ace-deuce suited. Min raising and Linus Love. Who looks like he's put a dent in several European jewelry stores throughout his travels. Flatting the king-jack suited and running into Barbero with aces. Nice little setup here for Nacho. Of course, if he plays back, one looks at it and says, could be a squeeze, could be the whole button thing. But then conversely, this is an under-the-gun opener that we would be 3-betting.
Yeah,
Could also feel like big stack things.
Exactly. Everything you just said. Nacho. Wonder if he loses Linus with this sizing of 130.
Service?
You know though, Ollie,
Talk
I
to
did
me.
real research. That Pokemon is named Chansey. He might take a little Chansey here.
Chansey feels like the right kind of name for a Linus
Actually,
Love
no need for now.
Pokemon, doesn't
I'm
it?
It does.
You smell a 4-bet?
I don't know about 4-bet.
Call.
Okay, never mind. Sorry, Ollie. He is just got in there. Took a
I
chance.
thought we were playing 20K blind.
Well, this is where you dive
We are playing 20k blinds, no?
into a pool that has no water in it,
10k.
I need to click on the
as Linus Love.
Yeah, I know.
No splash, and it's all going down.
I misclicked the size.
Yeah,
I do one misclick
I
at
just didn't see.
tournament.
Almost 1.5 million chip pot
see.
I saw he opened to 40.
as he took his
4
chances.
chips.
I saw he opened to 40.
One diamond on the flop.
I tried to make it one.
Looking bad.
Then I look again, he made 20.
You're so balanced, Nacho.
What?
You're so balanced.
And on the turn,
I had the winner.
King Jack
I mean, it worked out.
drawing
That's what I
dead
like.
as
The H2
registration
out.
is closed, and
They
so
just
is
stuck
the
it in.
door on Linus Love's hopes
Zero.
of
20K
making the
big
money
blind.
here in event
If
7.
it's 20K big blind, I go all in under the gun and I win.
What?
I understand that, bro. Like, I do one misclick. I mean, it's a small 200K anyway. Who cares?
Nacho with the troll.
It's standard fare for him, trolling.
Oh, yeah. But it's a product of the fact that he plays in one of the
I should go for the
trolliest
bigger
games in
sizes.
Las
I
Vegas,
know.
the 300-600 mix at
It actually
Resorts
works?
World,
Actually,
where
it
you've
It's a
got some
needling
real...
game?
Oh, it's... Honestly, it's one of the sharpest, needliest
Yeah, there was 200 out
lineups
there.
that you can hope for.
Wanted to have it.
The more you put, the better price for him to actually try to steal it.
You got to be an armadillo to get through that game unscathed.
Do people come out weeping at
Charlie, guys,
times?
it's okay.
I mean,
Charlie, good
They try
morning.
not to cry at the table, but
Here it is, good
I got a
morning.
couple friends who I've had to
Console a bit.
tell them it'll all be okay after some rough nights.
The other day I misclicked in Vietnam. It's funny, under the gun open, I had 40 blinds anyway. Maybe I would have folded, but I tried to open and I had 4s. And I flop a set. And I won a huge pot. That maybe I would have folded pre.
Seems to work out sometimes.
Yeah, it seemed to work out. So he made it 20, I tried to make
How
it.
was it in Bahamas?
Yeah, I'm over that one.
Is it still hurts? The one from Bahamas?
Yes.
I just tried to do a notch, I think, you, and
I had
throw an
double
extra
second,
chip.
like, I mean,
With the min-raise, you
I
shove, I
was very,
call.
like, obviously.
I got
super,
to get a
like,
misclick in here somehow.
I was very tilted,
Change out broken.
but I regained posture and I gained all the chips back and I had double second like 2 hours after. And then I got bad beated but if I would have gone from that point to out, I would have been like for the rest of my life. I would have been tilted.
Yeah,
But I still had after that, like I went down to 12 millions, then I went back up to 24 millions. I had them 2 times the second again, and I still lost. So it wasn't meant to be, like I just
What
But
was
if it
it?
would have been the other way, it would have had me my race of my life.
He
It
was
doesn't
raised.
hurt me because I lost, playing. I had 2 times a second and I still lost.
He raised under the gun and you pushed 5 million, right? That's what it was. But so I'm curious, how would he play like if he didn't have kings? He had something strong, jacks.
Yeah, jacks.
Jacks. Yeah, like if he had just like king queen or something. I mean, he likely to fold, right?
Even if I say all in, he has to fold. But I will never say all in. He might realize and still call. But
It was kind of top heavy though, right? The payouts on
what?
PSPC? They were kind of top
very
heavy, right?
yeah.
Staying
King
out of the way
Queen
of the
versus a
table
small
talk
hand,
here.
Open jamming range, kind of close.
No, I mean it's obviously a favorite. Like king queen, you're supposed to put it in there. But the
Yeah,
question is,
it's obvious that it's a favorite, but I think it's
But then again, is he that sure?
yeah, like what if it's a trick?
Yeah.
What if it's like ace
Yeah.
king? Or
What's
something?
if it's the biggest trick?
I mean that's the.
I mean, you don't see it, but also you don't see misclicks like this, so
Yeah.
it's tough.
yeah. He probably wouldn't call with king queen, no. But like ace jack, probably would.
He was one guy with 10 blinds. He's not calling with any of those hands. I think he even has to fold jacks.
So Fedor
I mean,
min race
not
under
if
the
he
gun.
knows,
Greenwood
isn't it?
defended.
Oh, no, not if I
Hearts
know,
were
but if, let's say,
smothered.
he
Both
opens
players
and I say
flopping
all in,
open
trying to put
enders
the big
on
blind
the
all in.
turn.
What do you
As it
call
goes
with
check,
that?
check. On the flop,
Do
Greenwood
you call with
leads out.
what? What do you call
You mean in the exact spot as it happened?
that spot that you open under the gun and you see somebody, but you think it's a misclick?
That the pairs just all have to go in, right? Because they just phone well to well, way to well.
Yeah, I think jacks plus, queens plus, you call.
You go way wider. It's a really unique spot. It's not gonna happen again, but I think you go way wider.
Way lighter?
Way wider. Yeah, I mean,
Really?
it has to be.
Many people say that he should have even fold jacks there.
30K bet call
Oh, not. It's
on
like
that turn.
How many blinds
Greenwood
did
waves the
six on
flag
Ten
on the
blinds.
river. Backdoor diamonds
There's
showing up.
no way.
So yeah, you have.
Fedor's
like,
actually
over
thinking
half
about
of the deck.
representing those backdoor diamonds.
Yeah.
Although he does have the
His
best
equity
hand.
is pretty good versus 50% range.
And not only that, you also take out aces and
When?
some other stuff, perhaps.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. Yeah, I think, well, it is what it is.
You finished what, third?
Fourth.
How much
Chip
did that
leader,
pay?
chip leader from fourth to fourth.
Oh,
1.5.
that never feels clean.
I never feels good, yeah. Feels really bad after, but
I mean,
1.5 million out of 25K.
yeah,
one bullet.
seems alright.
I was one bullet.
Yeah, but it's
anyway.
not that simple, though, is it?
I don't know.
I mean, if
you
you-
cannot just be satisfied when
He's
you win,
the
right?
biggest scorer in my life, so I mean, I was super happy. So
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You were really short too.
he saw it.
I saw all of it.
Yeah, we were together. This guy, bro, like, is insane. The hand. He saw the hand. He opens under the gun. I 3-bet like big. He calls with queen 10 off. Ask him. I had how many blinds I had, Fedor? Like 20? Whatever. Please.
Barbero. Putting a pause on story time real quick as
Beats me in a huge spot that leaves me with 10 blinds.
he recounts a pretty epic misclick from back at the
Both were
PCA in the
zero.
You always
Bahamas.
forget to
Ace
tell the
8
partner
opens the
the next
hijack.
flowers, you just win every
Badziakowski,
hand
who
you play.
Yeah, for
was
sure,
really
for
interested
sure.
in the conversation. Flats
was-
from the
you saw
button.
that
For
was
those that
really
aren't
But that was well deserved.
up to speed on that hand, Randy,
Right.
what happened to
Ask Fedor, that
Barbero?
was
Yeah, this was
very,
like
very ugly.
very deep in the the final table, I believe it was,
Yeah.
the 25K PSPC, I believe, and then a player opened pocket jacks under gun, and Barbero thought I'd folded to him in the small blind, made it 5 million to put the big blind all in with 9-3 of
That's the
diamonds.
secret.
Unaware the pot had
Keep
been
complaining,
opened.
keep
Yeah, and the
complaining.
original guy shoved
winning.
in for 12 million total. He made a huge misclick, which
works
is
for
calculated
some
to be like $1 million chip wrong
I'm not the
decision, $1 million
complainer
wrong
anymore.
decision there.
In terms of
Found himself.
equity lost.
Used to be quite a bit of a complainer as
It
well.
seems like he's doing okay now.
But it's
Yeah.
quite some time ago.
But there are certain hands and pots that haunt
I mean, I
us
just found it
for a long time, and I think the fact that that one was on such a grand stage, obviously.
Do you
Bit of
think the
embarrassment.
9-3 of diamonds is considered the Barbero now? Is that a thing? You know, there's the Robbie and, you know, all
Yeah,
these
right,
other
right,
types.
the
The
Jack
dirty
4.
diaper.
Not sure. 6-3 of diamonds for Fedor. Gut shot straight draw on the all heart flop here as he checked it.
Yeah, I think it's actually important to note that Makita flatting the 2 jacks in position just because of how deep they are.
Oh yeah, Barbero nut flush draw now with a pair of 8s for dessert. Is Bad's the only caller
What's up,
of the
Soiza?
25K C bet.
When you turn the pair of 8s like this, you tend to play a bit more defensive, knowing that the King X is very real for your opponent to have. Betting it, you're never expecting a King X to fold, so betting it's not really the line you tend to take in this spot. So it's going to play passive and looking to check call usually. 2 jacks is a little bit of an interesting decision here. It does have the heart in hand, which is helpful. Doesn't need to kind of protect it in case one of those hearts do drop off. Probably a lot of checking back here of 2 jacks.
Indeed, and then the heart does roll off as Barbero.
Trouble.
Surprised to see him not barrel at the turn with 8s with your second pair and that nut flush draw as well?
No, I'm not. Just because he's got the showdown value with his hand, and he doesn't want to blow up the pot against the King X's that will never fold. So as played, everything seems pretty standard. Unfortunate though for Makita, as the Jack of Hearts is rather strong on this 4 flush. But obviously one of the big problems of not 3-betting pre-flop is you leave these ace-8 offsuits in there. 60K though, it's a pretty fair price. Not expensive one given the strength of the hand he's got. I would think that he's never folding this 2 jacks for this price of 60K. But he doesn't seem happy. You notice he said I played cautious? Maybe he was contemplating even raising that river.
Yeah.
Good job.
Well served not to have done so, obviously, as the 2 big stacks tread lightly against one another. And on this occasion, Barbero, the beneficiary.
Do you believe in like the butterfly effect? Is that what it's called? Because maybe had he not made that misclick, all this year of the nacho crap wouldn't exist.
Well,
that data point certainly wasn't
The final day was so they gave me tilted.
one of
They
the
tried to bring me up the final
high
day of the
ones in the year of the Nacho
Oh, the misclick.
marketing
Because I
campaign.
misclick, and I stuck Linus because I misclick. That's so funny.
You might have stacked him anyway.
Yeah, I know.
And they
I
just,
don't think so.
I don't think so.
He calls, and then
I'm just
He wins.
talking. I don't know.
I think it's very important to clarify he would not have stacked him otherwise. Not even close.
Now, if we didn't have this table talk this hand, then nobody would stack me. No, but
Steve, how much did you sell with?
And Linus would have won tournament.
Fedor, yeah?
186.
To make clear.
Very
100?
86 behind.
Looks like the butterfly effect is something the players are also into, Randy.
They're listening.
I know
now
oftentimes
I learned something.
What is it?
viewers
You
at
gotta put a
home
lot of money on the flop.
so keen to
You gotta
ensure
put a
that
lot
we
of
don't
money.
clip
When you think you're gonna three bet to something, put some more money in.
Put extra.
table talk.
Exactly. If you're gonna go 4x,
Make
just
it
do
5x.
six.
There's not going to be any shortage, it would seem, at this table.
Or
So
7.
Yeah.
Randy and I are
Something
indeed
weird.
here, but
Something weird like they haven't studied the spot.
Yeah, yeah.
Because if you put
You were bobbing
like
and
your
weaving
yeah,
numbers,
trying to
rather
allow
well.
everyone.
When it's hard, when Nacho keeps
No,
talking.
pre-flop no. Just a 3-bet pot.
Got to be on your toes. As the pair and open ender for Stephen
You
Chidwick.
think this guy studied the like raise, call, and squeeze 8x.
Defended as big.
Never studied. He has no idea what to do. He's gonna be lost.
But this bigger open raising thing, a lot of Brazilians actually do that online.
Yeah, 3x. They start 3xing?
Everything, bro. It's like from 3.8x to anything in between, essentially.
3 point what?
3.8x was just the highest I could remember someone do.
3.8?
I mean, they're pretty random, right? But to some extent, I also think it's a game tree that people don't know because there's not that many ranges for that out there.
I would guesstimate a range, just go tighter, isn't it? On defense, what is it specific? I don't know. I guess.
But against the min race, everyone's quite detailed, right? And then
Fedor fired with air, and then suddenly the club rolls off, and it's a delightful one insofar as it's put a 4-liner out there. While Chidwick, check calling the 10K C-bet, has made queens up here, Randy. Ace X and maybe even a little 9X certainly lurk.
It's actually a really good card for Fedor because Ace X is so unlikely for Chidwick to ever have. Chidwick start the hand with, what, 8 to 10 blinds or so? Those hands are auto-jamming pre-flop after the limp. So this is why Fedor is continuing to fire, knowing that his opponent should be rather weak. And even the small bet will just kick out like a lot of the random 10X, Jack X, King X. It's a limp pot, mind you, so it could be like those hands coupled with like a 2, 3, 4, etc.
Now look at this, very milky looking 13 into 50. Chidwick will draw live against a straight, but it would be just 4 outs.
It's important that he does have the redraw to beat those hands in case he's behind. That's why he will continue. Maybe the 1 pair, no redraw wouldn't call.
Another 26K into the middle as Fedor whiffs in this blind versus blind limp pot.
Fedor might feel that the strongest hand his opponent can have here is the 9, which is very possible. You know, King 9, Jack 9, 10 9. Does he think those hands would call a shove right now? It's kind of one of the questions he's asking. How often is he getting called by just a single pair? Gives up. Gotta feel good for Chidwick.
Surprised that Fedor doesn't barrel again, or you think he's under the impression?
I'm not surprised, Ali, and the reason is I believe the hands he wanted to fold on turn, he expected to fold and wouldn't be here on the river that he can just still bet against. So he feels that it's strongly weighted to 9X that would never fold, knowing that the ranges are capped for Chidwick.
Really, if all of a sudden Fedor just asked for all 63,000 on the river here, you think the 9X hangs tough?
I think so. I don't know for certainty, of course. I'm not them. But I think the way Chidwick reads it is that my range is capped. I can't fold the top of my range, otherwise I'm too exploitable. But, you know, I could easily be wrong, Ali. I'll say this. It wouldn't be an easy decision if he was put to the test.
No, I really don't think it would have been either. And obviously Fedor knows that 6-high is never good at showdown, but his check certainly suggests that his line of thought was like yours, Randy, and that is that Chidwick was not going to be going away
It's the old prince.
in the face of a bet if he's willing to make that call on the turn.
Old prince. Yeah, that's what they call him
I
now.
think the fact
Not
that
young
Fedor
prince,
also
old prince.
blocked clubs
Used to be
himself
older
can
and he was
remove
more
some of
the
that
young prince,
flush draw kit.
His new nickname? Is it? I don't know.
Yeah, no, actually, that's a pretty good point. Like
Wise
the
Prince, maybe.
1 pair backdoor
Sounds better.
clubs don't really exist as much when you're holding 2 clubs yourself. The lead that Nacho has right now is it's quite insane. He's got 2x the stack of J&T in second.
Yeah, Bads has slipped to third behind J&T.
Mullen.
Ace-king for Barbero, the opener under the gun. Ola Shemian with an ace-king of his own. Jams it.
I
and
haven't
a
seen this.
third ace-king.
When is the last time you've seen this, Ali?
I can't remember. I don't know that I've ever.
179.
Yeah, possibly never.
During yesterday's broadcast, I suggested I'd never seen pocket aces show up as many times as they did from the final table on, or even the final 2 tables on, but Just seemed like every time we saw a collision, there were aces.
I feel like no one in the chat has ever seen 3 ace kings all in. That's my read.
Well, we still haven't. Now we have.
Sorry, guys.
Yes, Chidwick
This will be funny.
gets in there. Barbero says, "Good luck, guys."
Very good.
Side pot
Exciting.
will be between Nacho and Ole for
Hey, good game,
I'm
guys.
modest
thinking the
amount.
same, but you have to have seen this before, right? But
I had it.
I was thinking the same. It has to be so rare.
Last year I lost
Should've just-
queens to 3 times ace king.
I should have just called
Wow, that's it.
called 6-3 off
You got
here with
orange
my
shoes
8
on,
big
nice.
blind.
Lost queens
year?
against 3 ace kings?
Or this year, I think last year.
That's insane.
Online.
So many hands played and yeah, so rarely.
So it'll be a
Queen,
chop.
And then there's 3
And
guys
it's the
with ace
rainbow
king.
flop
You lost.
texture.
Yeah, fucking hell.
Will not
What
produce
was it?
I saw the
any
diamond on
flushes.
the window and I'm like, Nachito's gonna do it. No. It was five of diamonds.
Yeah, that's too much to ask.
Yeah. I mean, obviously.
That's what we like. You need to. You gotta make sure everyone kept track of the suits. You know.
190. Okay. Oxyman is good to refuse. Oxyman is
Nice
can
spot
offer
for Chris Burr,
140
pocket
million
jacks
gold.
with the
The Napoli guy,
overpaired.
Napoli striker.
little bit of a out
You have
pip.
covered. I have 300. Yeah, you have me covered. Maybe not 300. 300.
Orpin, pocket tens, under the gun open, covered by Brewer, who will jam the jacks.
Never feels good to snap off and be behind.
Not at all. As Kisachoglu's hopes wane with 40 players left of our original 81 entries. 8-7, working with the 10s for the time being. No longer the case, though. 2 outs once and a 400K pot for the Turk. Can he hit?
Again.
No. That'll be that. No shame in it whatsoever, Randy. Just one of those spots.
Cooler. Wrong hat choice.
Did it say hero?
It says hero. Should have picked up the Savage for this one.
Cooler. That's the hat.
Break
It would have been
I think
apropos of the
everyone
spot.
would think break.
Okay. What do we got going on here, Ollie?
Chidwick, after they carved up the ace-king, looked down at king-queen, and on the button he's jammed in 146. Fedor with ace-10 was the original raiser to 22,000. Gonna give him a spin, and that spin is fruitless on the 7-5 deuce board where he hunts paint and finds it. Queen of diamonds, binking Chidwick. And no ace on the river. Means the mighty Stevie will double through the German.
Yeah, of course, with these 20 big blind registrations, we got to consolidate these stacks at some point. Someone's got to go down. This one, no elimination on this one.
Thank you, sir.
Lines up, my friend.
6 and 12,000, bad news for the short stacks. And obviously with 19 max late regs, there were so many 20 big blind stacks to start today's action.
Little
Presently, Nick Petrangelo, 9 bigs, is the shortest stack in the room. O'Dwyer also short. Actually, a quick update now, and suddenly in the app we find Fedor, the shortest stack, with 13 bigs. Ivy, 14 bigs. Espen and boss Paul Poix, 15 bigs. As we turn our attention here to Brewer's ace-queen.
Yeah, a bit of a mystery flat here by Chris Burr. Brian Kim playing off of less than 20 blinds with this open UTG. Very dry texture.
Yeah, 2 4s and a jack. Still uncertain what Brewer has. The lone caller of the 27K Open from Brian.
And like I mentioned in some previous hands, is that the undergun players have been playing more passive against flats in position. Doesn't necessarily mean he's looking to just check fold ace queen outright. Brewer will be attacking as you see him reach for chips and push them in. A small bet, 22K. If you feel like your opponent in position is flatting a lot of pocket pairs, then you're not really looking to even continue for this price.
Yeah, well, that's what he was saying. Yeah. I think it is a good idea.
To get more VIP, having a taste of the idea.
Yeah. That's
So as Brewer tried his luck for 22,000, we invite you to try your luck at GG Poker, the only place where you can get involved in the GG Millions, a premier high rollers tournament going to even greater heights in 2023 with all new features and benefits, and of course where the WSOP Online 2023 and Triton satellites happen exclusively. Will you be joining us at our next Triton Super High Roller Series Festival? Perhaps for very modest buy-ins as the satellites and qualifiers.
Yeah, I think he's
available only
Yeah.
at GG Poker, the most
Is that a
prestigious
yoga
online
festival,
poker
I think,
site
or
and
something?
world's biggest poker room.
I'm not kidding.
I really thought some of these like American guys are going to come over after having such a good year, like Ren, Chance.
I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised. Chance didn't come. He was like talking about trying to get a VIP, but I don't know.
As a VIP?
Get a VIP.
No. About trying to find one, not about getting in.
Yeah, good luck Chance Corneth being a
Vin, I'm
VIP
surprised at,
in the 250K.
Vin Lin, Tony Lim. Yeah.
He's a GG ambassador, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I'm surprised he didn't come. And then Fox and Neville
Raise
comes.
and take it for Ponikov's King Jack.
Yeah, but I think that's.
As Chris Brewer mentions the name of Alex Foxen, who had come to some Triton events, London 2019, and a stop before that I believe was at Montenegro.
Well, I know the place to find it.
One other festival, and it was before my tenure at Triton, which is why I was unaware that he had kind of joined the party.
Alexander Foxen.
Dude,
Let's
he
take a
does
look.
cash.
Montenegro
He
2019,
didn't cash
a second place finish actually for 2.2 million Hong Kong. Played 4 events there,
Dude,
and in 2019
didn't
London he
cash
played 3 events.
25K, and I was talking
That's
to him,
it.
and he was like, "Yeah, it's full 25K. I haven't cashed all year." I was like, "What?" He just every 25K, he just at 100% cash rate. He's like 12 or 13 cashing in them. Vinland.
Lady Gaga.
Yeah. You know Lady Gaga.
Talks a lot on the table.
Lady Gaga. Here we go.
Yeah, I think that was the only
Ren Lin?
25K he didn't cash.
No,
Danny
Ren Tang.
Tang?
Yeah.
And that one in bubble.
In sync.
He's incredible.
JJNT.
Failed Elias joking. He's gotten sacked by Reddit. He's like,
This
nothing
is
like
trouble.
getting knocked out of a tall Reddit. The guy is just screaming you Lady Gaga at you the whole time.
JNT, of course, has Danny well covered. The 3-bet to 87,000 does light a fuse.
No, he's great.
Let's see if Danny's ready to go.
I go through waves with him. I started off thinking he was funny, and then I got annoyed of the same jokes, and I thought they were funny again.
Even when you watch it, you feel that way.
Yeah.
Sometimes you feel annoyed, sometimes you feel funny.
Jams it, and JNT snap calls. Anxious moments for the 2 queens, and all that anxiety will be put to rest once the 2 jacks get brandished by JNT.
Gotta keep him honest.
Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga, indeed.
Ooh.
Lady Gaga.
There she is.
Yeah, top set
He's got way more outs than
for Danny. But on the all-hard board, it's not great news.
Black,
He could fill up
Black.
and leave JNT drawing dead as he roots for a black card here.
Jack. Hey. Yeah.
Black. Oh my God, the double
As it goes red, red, spooky.
Touch to red.
50-50. 45% on the red run out.
Can we find a roulette table and bet on black next? I'm feeling black.
One, two. Yes. Okay.就面夫唔打呢只我就哦，咁樣個環境仲唔打，你唔知咩咪啊？贏咗嘛，90幾萬。
Nice double there.
Yeah.
不是俾你 tap up。
Yeah.
For Danny as he fades the hearts. Career Triton earnings of 7.1 million plus for Danny Ting. 19 cashes, 3 titles, 2 cashes already here in London. 21st in the 25K GG Millions Live, 9th in the 50K 8 Max. And Randy, what I love most about Danny, never mind his affable personality and his just kind of fun-loving ways, but the fact that he'll also go out, support his buddy Michael Soiza, who is an investor in the APT, in like a 1K buy-in sort of deal, 2K buy-in. Here he is in a 200K.
Okay.
Truly loves the game and is there for the competitive, spirit and passion. And kind of a rarity, perhaps, for some of our high rollers to see them willing to reach down into those more approachable buy-ins. Because not long ago, that was his stomping grounds.
That was his stomping ground. I remember playing with him all the time in the Asia tour. And, those are like 2 to 5K buy-ins, some 10Ks here and there. He knows his roots, and he was very humble there and just said, I want to be one of the best. I want to play with the best. He's done it here at Triton, doing great things.
Espen Jorstad all in with the suited connector getting through.
Hey, thank you.
J&T at the top, 971K.
Indeed, 81 big blinds in front of him.
We see a bunch of short stack at the bottom, 3 of them to be exact. Brian Kim, Paul Paul, Espen Jorstad, 13 blinds. They're going to consolidate eventually.
Probably.
That's non-invite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, non-invite only.
Yeah. Yeah, like I was saying, the Vegas 250 was
And it's pounds as well,
69
so-
total players, I believe. Well, 69 entries.
Yeah.
No, this is dollars. It's not pounds.
200K dollar.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was 150. They round pound. They round it up to 200K.
Espen's getting short.
By right, it's like
Jack 10 suited. He ripped in the 10-9 suited moments ago, Randy.
the real exchange rate 1.25.
Wouldn't surprise me if he comes along with Jack 10 suited in the form of a jam.
Moment.
Yep. 145,000.
2 FTs already. 1 win.
Super
Ace-Jack.
Mario looking for a mushroom.
He definitely needs a mushroom. Maybe a star
Adrian Mateos
to
is
beat
not
the
here.
Ace
A
Jack.
star would be a
coming
little
for the-
bit more useful in this
No, he's
spot.
coming for the invite.
He's going for the invite.
He said, I guess he had.
Dominated by Brian Kim, but is Ace Jack
I
offsuit?
mean, it is old. Like,
1 seat away.
That's so unlike him,
Enough. He says yes.
KO doesn't play anymore.
yeah, he has sleep issues when he travels.
Just riding into the
Big call for Brian, by the way. He does have your stat covered, but not by that much. And this is not a great spot for Espen.
邊個十隻？
世界冠軍。 A guy that I've never seen before, actually. Never seen.
Got
before.
shot straight draw.
Yeah.
Jorstad.
For the
I think
fans.
it's American.
He'll take it with 320,000 in the middle. 37 runners left. Both players binking the jack. 10 or a queen as he picks up outs, and there is the queen. Gutter comes on in for Espen Jorstad, sparing him elimination here in the 200K.
Star power. The time was about to run out, but you know he got that last Goomba on the way out.
But I got to sing it faster, right?
Yeah, yeah. The time's running out.
Star power leading to a mushroom as your stat
But he's a mixed
doubles.
game. I don't think it's like.
It's fair.
I think it's totally fine. Like
Yep.
he's not gonna be some.
Fair enough.
But like, yeah, he is a mixed game pro, and he's also
Now,
like.
Brian Kim
He'll hustle some.
left with a Goomba's worth of chips.
But I was saying,
The Goombas are so dust.
Play no limit tournaments. Like I don't.
Not
think
the most fearsome adversary in
jump,
the game.
right?
They can't do anything. You just have to run into them to die. That's it.
Bingo.
Anyone that has no idea what we're talking about, by the way,
They know.
I regret to inform you that your parents didn't love you.
Gosh, they did not know that.
Yeah, he invited.
Yeah.
I like the music.
Or they would have bought you some form of Nintendo gaming device at some point in your life. Or maybe they loved you so much that they kept you outside playing, doing real life things instead of in front of a screen. Maybe that's what it was.
How have you behind?
Just thinking about
Again,
my
1
childhood
BP.
now.
No Nintendo is for poor people. No. All right, come on. I'm done. Pocket threes as
Jeez.
poor Brian Kim is left with just 12,000. But looking to take down an ace-jack like his own was taken down moments ago, and this hardly feels fair as Chris Brewer was obviously already in from top pair to top 2 pair, still on the hunt for a 3 is Brian Kim, and might it be a quick exit? The answer is yes, as the 1-2 punch showering Kim.
Tough.
Super tough. Tough player, but obviously
Need a
tough little stretch there. And that'll leave him amongst the casualties
Oh, having a pretty good day, anyways. But
on the day.
His week's not over, Ollie. Signed up for
Oh,
the 250K.
No
so
stretch whatsoever.
we'll get him.
We're going to be hearing
Maybe
from
that
Brian
keep
Kim, my friend.
yeah, it would have been like all in.
Yeah.
I would have called and won. Boy, oh.
Still 2 pairs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Tough to.
Chilly today, right?
I like it. But yeah, it's really weird. They either just don't put the AC on or they just crank it.
Mm.
Guys, 24. Pause. Pause.
$24,000 to go, says Ponikovs from the cutoff. Tang. Big blind ace-7. Has Alex covered.
He's actually thinking about putting in like a small 3-bet or even a big one. There we go.
And that thought proves fruitful.
This is good, double up though.
Jason Shipley.
I mean, he got 400K, must have double up.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I saw it.
This guy. How he double up? He's running good or playing good?
He jammed ace-8 off, pulled like 12 blinds and beat 7s or something.
That means running good lah.
Yeah. Yeah. He made the correct jam and ran good against the hand he got called by.
Ponikovs making it 24K with King 9 suited. Back at it, this time from the hijack off of a leaner stack, courtesy of the Danny Tang 3-bet. Danny, Queen 10 off
What do you
suit.
think? 700 or
Not enough, and now
I mean,
ace-7
other
for
pro
your
obviously
stat in the
700
big blind.
benefits.
Might he have similar
Bigger
designs
players,
here?
A lot.
It's pretty similar positions here.
It protects the VIP.
Do you ever wonder, though, right away after a guy raises late, gets 3-bet from the big blind and mucks, whether or not he isn't coming with
fade
more
also
heat
threw out
the
the
very
thing,
next
like,
hand when he
700
opens, the
remix
kind
that
that
I
maybe
pushed off
isn't going to buckle to the
well,
3-bet?
It crosses my mind for sure. It looks like he's opted for the more
yeah, and I'm
passive
like,
line of just call.
It takes 2 minutes for someone to move.
I think that people that
2 clubs, 2 4s, and a 6. No interactions.
Yeah, for sure.
I agree.
I think so.
Yeah.
同埋
Dry
Fedor 同埋
texture.
Christoph
But
就
the
話覺得
A7
7-handed
not too
嘅比賽好
bad
似
with
好
the
啲。
backdoor
即係我就
straight
同
draw
佢喺張台
potential.
度，即係唔係嘈啦，我哋話，我覺得其
Let's
實
see
對
if
於
King
VIP
Nine
嚟講
suited
，8個人
continuation
肯定
bets
嘛
with
一定
backdoor
慢啲
hearts.
嘛，好即係冇咁辛苦嘛打得。你哋 Pro 嘅識
You
打
do
咁梗
like
係
to
梗係要3、4個咯。
see bet a little bit more against the shallow
但係啲
stacks
凳
who
嘅問
don't
題
mess
，I'm
around
like
as much.
shifting your chairs like
Just in
a
general.
second thing, you know.
We had during a meeting we did discuss this before, and then because they see Poker Go doing 700, all of them, all the events 700, right? Poker Go.
Only final table. The 8-handed tournaments.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fine. They just if they do the stream, they only
14K
stream
C-bet.
7-handed or less because it looks better. Yeah. They just don't do 8-handed final table streams. They don't
Because
think.
the angles.
Yeah, they think the angles are bad, but it's 8-handed tournament.
Oh, I see a lot of 700.
Yeah. The final
Even when
table.
it's even when it's 8-handed, it's
No, I mean
actually
from the start 700. No.
no.
but even if it's an 8-handed tournament, actually it's effectively 7-handed a lot of the time
Yeah,
because you have an
'cause the
open
balance
seat.
is
So
Your
if we do 7-handed, it'll become 6-man.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Flatting and picking up a gutter.
That's right.
Because I've been a VIP before, I know. I've been super VIP when we are first playing tournament
Yeah.
in 2012. Aussie Million. Yeah, I think you would like to play 800, even 900 you can win.
Yeah. You just
The
want
backdoor
consist-
hearts obviously is a nice spot to
yeah,
consider.
right. 800 becomes
Multi-barrel.
7, sometimes 6.
I think
Yeah,
about-
Espen's
I think about
contemplating a
guys
lead
too,
himself,
like,
actually.
As silly as it is, like when they have like queens,
Picking
kings,
up that
aces,
equity.
they want to get action, and they get action more often at an 8-handed table than they do at a 6-handed table.
Right.
They don't care if they have to play title; they just want action when they have a good hand.
Right.
Yeah.
16K.
Yeah, and it's a weird time for him to do so because now Panakov's having picked up the hearts, isn't going to be going away. And these lines,
Also,
you know,
8-handed
sometimes
is
just on the
four-handed
surface
battle
feel like they
conversation.
might be a bit
Like, when you're
weak.
at, like a 5-handed
Randy,
table, it's like
or
all
just
that much
predicated on the
conversation
idea
going on, 'cause,
that
like, someone's always playing
Espen
hand.
can check call, and when the board runs in this direction, it feels like he's got the range advantage as the big blind defend.
So the reason the lead is
You don't
here
know
is
how,
because
like,
of that
squid is a big thing in
card
poker, right?
range advantage.
Stand-up game.
Supposed to
Yeah.
improve
Can you
him
imagine,
more.
like, a
You know,
tournament?
like the little
I think it'd
gutties
be
pick
fun.
up a
Like, it'd be
pair.
crazy.
If you did it, like I think.
This
it'd be
does
fun to
open
do
the
like
door
that.
for
20K
Panakov's
also
to
do
potentially
bounty,
make a
but,
move,
like,
feeling
I
like
think just
a really
have,
big
like,
hand, let's
have
just
them
say
go
a
until,
full
like,
house, strip
registration
fours, or
closed,
straight,
like, a level after
might actually
registration. Like, I
still
think it'd be
check
kinda
the
silly if we
turn.
played, like, the final table.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Like have it.
He's
have
pushed it
in
up.
Pre-reg.
Yeah, but it'd still be insanely fun. People would love it.
Panakov's potentially found a way
But do it
to
for a small
win the
stake.
spot
yeah,
on a
25.
showdown.
Yeah, just make.
Yeah, Monte Carlo we try.
25K mid. It'll be the
Oh.
first.
Raised to
10K.
55,000.
10K.
I think 7 deuce is way easier to do than stand up.
Yeah,
game.
be the
Extremely
first.
weird spot,
What do you do stand-up game if
unorthodox.
someone gets
Stand-up
added to the
tournament.
table?
Actually,
Someone gets
I,
He's
added
got
to
a
the table
gutty.
is
He
not
does
in.
have ace high.
And the ace of hearts,
prefer we can
which
do more
maybe
three-day
leaves him feeling as though this isn't one of
But
these
then-
nut flush draws activating.
expensive.
Obviously, we block that.
And it affects the
We
next
provide
one.
one more day of free rooms,
Yeah.
and then one more day of the venue and all expenses.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And it affects your next tournament runners
Yes,
as well.
yes.
If you
River
if you
doesn't
do, like, a
help.
stand-up game
Espen is-
tournament, what are you gonna do if someone
He
gets
hung
like,
tight
changed tables
for the
or someone
extra
gets at,
39 and
buys
has
in?
the best
Like
hand.
7 deuce at bounty, I think would be
Is
super easy.
Panakov's going to shut it down?
But like,
Yeah, chain
The
level
way
is a
Espen's
Yeah.
played the hand
street.
yeah, you'd
with
have to
the
have some
lead
system
call
for
on the
that.
turn does
Like,
kind
but
of
it's
scream
just
that
maybe
he's
you
got
just
some
in that round, you
strength
just got
in
lucky.
terms of the pair of
That's fine,
eights or
just failed
sixes a
everyone,
lot.
but-
Does Panikov thinks any of these pairs would ever fold?
Be a funny way to
Or
lose
does
the
he
stand-up
target
game. It's you and
I'm
someone
the
else standing,
busted
the
draw
guy gets
hands
moved.
themselves,
Like,
like
hard,
the
like, let's say
A7s,
the
the
guy
Ace
busts.
5s, two clubs.
What happens?
I have no clue. I think
Of course, the
stand-up's
King
really
High
hard to do. I
beats
think
some
7
of those
deuce would be
busted
very
club
easy.
draws.
Even
Just
7
7
deuce,
deuce, but
let's
you-
say one guy busts, you don't get anything from him anymore.
Yeah, sure, but whatever. That means you stacked the guy in the hand, so you're probably not gonna KO.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can just make it like you just get two big blinds from everyone or something.
Right.
It's like super simple to do. I also think you could do the same thing in short deck with the Jack 6
He's
if
done.
you really wanted to create a funny
Yeah.
tournament.
I think people genuinely like the mystery bounty.
People love a mystery round.
I'm curious what happens there if
I think-
Panakov's comes with
Yeah.
some sort of milky sizing.
Is it your idea?
Sort of, I think.
Does the ace
I
high
don't-
stay
I think having
curious,
exactly one of them is
Randy?
great, though. I don't want more than one.
I don't
never
think
know.
so, but you know, fortunate for Espen, he doesn't want to know either. That's a tough one.
So then, back over at the feature where we find Ole Shimeon, ace-8 suited, an opener under the gun, piquing the interest of Badziakuski's king-jack suited. Flat calling the 24,000.
Fedor is just down to 22,000 in chips. There's a raise and a call in front of him. Gonna lay his hand down, look for a better opportunity.
Seems that way.
Looks like we'll have a confrontation here from Ole Shimeon.
Maybe you on 4 on
UTG ace-8 suited against the king-jack +1.
That's very good for you.
Unless Soiza wants to join the party of 7-5 offsuit, he does.
I doubt it. Obviously.
His cards are live.
It's gonna be the first one.
I mean, they're still going to fit the whole amount on the handed mark, right? So who cares where the money goes?
Yeah. I know, it's true.
Unintrusive, but not meaningfully connected to the 9-10 jack board is Soiza. Bad end of a gut shot. Pretty good flop for Shimeon in terms of the nut flush draw and an open ender.
Yeah, a lot of firepower here with this ace-8 suited. Of course, the open-ended he's got not ideal. Queen of diamond, not queen, but a queen that's not a diamond drops. King would have him beat.
Top pair and a gutter for Badziakuski as he waits for Ole's post-flop decision.
A lot of interference between each other's hands, though, in this spot. Might even think about just open ripping it occasionally. Maybe he can get like a 10x type hand to fold.
Could see it.
Also, kind of makes it tough for the guy in the middle, as there's the big blind that's still remaining. But looks like he'll just put in a normal c-bet, 31K. Jam some turns.
Especially if it turns out to be that it's profit for the player rather than digital.
I would be insane.
Bad's holding top pair.
Clients is not that much.
31K into 90. Just about a third pot sizing, and Bads will flat. Soiza out of the way. Heads up to the turn in 152K exchange, where the nuts shows up for Ole Shimeon.
With so many players.
Nothing to worry about from here forward.
When your opponent calls you on the flop, they often have kind of like a pair straight draw type holding. Occasionally two pairs. I love this trap here. You're so shallow, 118 behind, that you can still get the chips in on the river anyways.
Yeah, but it was massive. Like I think the 2K got like 6,000 runners or something, like 4 to 6,000, like some crazy amount.
Yeah.
And then
it was the biggest main ever, right?
I think so. I don't know. The hustlers outside the casino are gone, which is nice. The guys who try to steal your watches and
Can understand why Ole would look to extend a little bit of rope
outside the casino.
on the turn,
I think Barcelona,
as well as why Bads would be content to check back and play some pot control as the board pairs, and that's not great. Not sure how much two-pair he thinks Bads would ever be checking on the turn, as the coordinated 3-diamond board leaves hands like that very vulnerable. And if we don't think our opponent is checking back two-pair, let alone a set, as played.
Yeah, he's going to feel really good about this nut flush.
Yeah.
He actually probably really likes this 10x, as his opponent could easily be holding the 10 himself and would never fold, given how much is remaining.
Agreed.
Can't imagine Shimeon wanting to check this card for a trap. It's just better to extract, so you also can get some value out of Jack X from time to time. Little smile from Mikita Badziakuski.
Today is a fun day.
Looks looks like he's in fold mode as he holds these cards in air.
What's up, buddy?
Conversations that I've had about Ole Shemian's playing style, though, Randy, and we've observed some of it, is that he's got a reputation for being pretty aggressive, so it's not to say that he's nutted in a spot like this where he's jamming. Could just be pouncing on what he perceives to be weak range on the turn, given the check
I
back.
like to use the word blaster from time to time, but control.
Important to have the controlled aspect there.
Just not Nikita.
And it would appear that we are going to be breaking a table as we are down to 32 players here in event number 7, the 200K, blinds 6 and 12. With the 12K ante, you see Nacho Barbero knocking on the door of 200 big blinds, far and away the overall chip leader at present. The Argentine with just shy of 200 big blinds. Mikita Badziakuski just behind him, obviously lost that one to Ole Shemian right there, so a little blip or a blemish, if you will. And then the presence of a new name as we welcome you back to the desk. Not the names that I'm about to mention, yours truly, Ali Nishat and Randy Liu, but rather the Spaniard Juan Pardo, who has joined the top of the leaderboard, third currently with just over 1 million in chips in front of him. The only 3 7-figure stacks in the room. JNT still up there toward the top, 971, then a drop-off down to Sean Winter. Guys just getting their feet wet still out there, Randy?
Yeah, they're getting their feet wet, and these 20 big blind stacks that late registered, the 19 of them, some of them have gone, some of them have stacked other players and trying to turn into a 30, 40 big blind stack. And for now, though, we are still trying to eliminate those players and see who's going to be able to hang around. And for now, though, it's Nacho just massively smashing the leaderboard. It's 2.3 million versus the 1.1 of Mikita Badziakuski.
Yeah, Barbero is certainly going to be a threat to punch a ticket to the final table as it stands, but you and I have both seen fortunes can change rather quickly. I want to return to something that we visited during the pregame show, as it's very surprising to me personally, and I would imagine some people at home to think that a pro, a pro's pro, a super pro, if you will, would elect to max late reg, given that we assume if we are top tier, upper crust, that the more play that we have an opportunity to engage in, the more of an advantage we have, more decisions, more, trials against the opposition to build up a big stack. But on the flip side, they're always looking for a little bit of edge. And so, as you mentioned, max late regging, even though we're just 20 big blinds deep, that stack has a lot more value. Where do you fall, and can you make the pro and con arguments for us in terms of why somebody would elect to just reg right away on time and why they would come in for the max late?
So one of the also big factors is where you're strongest, your part of the game. So we know at the Triton Super High Roller Series, we get cash game players that come out, we get tournament players. The tournament players thrive on these kind of shorter 20, 30 big blind scenarios with high ICM pressure, whereas the cash game players like Linus Love, Marcus Lykonen, they will come out, they want to play as deep as possible where they have the perceived biggest edge. So you'll always see them join right away at the get-go and willing to splash, and they can create a big stack or maybe put in multiple binds. But these tournament players tend to kind of know the value of their chips, how they worth relative to ICM, and do that late registration.
Didn't see Jason Kuhn's name as I scrolled all the way through until I was down to 21. There he is, front and center. 26 bigs, 317,000 for him, and obviously regging on time. In terms of player of the series and the points associated with that, which go toward the overall Ivan Leal Player of the Year award here at the first ever stop, an award that comes with a cash overlay. That's maybe something factoring into those that know they're going to be playing a lot of events as well.
Oh yeah, and we know Jason is like you mentioned earlier in the pre-shows, that he's going to try to register on time. But the Ivan Lau player is still early. It's just the first stop of this season.
But always nice to get the wind at your back and maybe give yourself a kickstart, especially when it's a free roll. Reg on time, get the extra points. And with the table break completed, we are about to send you back down to the featured table, which is exactly as we left it. Fedor Holz, 2 bigs, Randy, the shortest stack in the room, and it isn't close. 32 runners left. Second shortest stack, Alex Ponikov's 10 big blinds. Shared with Boss Paul Hua and Ike Haxton, 31st, 30th, and 29th, respectively.
The bigger big blind once.
Didn't he spend 5 time banks at the final table?
okay,
The one you
we'll
were
talk
on, like 100k
Not in this
Cyprus,
one, but after.
Triton?
Yeah.
I felt bit pissed off.
Butterfly effect, you know, it's meant to be.
Like
For what?
2.5 minutes on the clock, everybody falls, and still 2.5 minutes gone, you know? What the fuck's
I mean,
going on?
Stevie had a really tough spot with 5-6 seated at that final table, I remember.
Okay, so there's actually flip flop now.
So the fast action system's in play. I see the red chips in front of Ole Shemion there. Must feel that players are playing too slow.
Can it be invoked randomly by the tournament staff?
It is invoked not randomly, but whenever the tournament director deems it's necessary. And that's why, you know, some of the discussion that's happening between the players is about taking time in previous tournaments. So it definitely has been put into play.
All in.
Come again, sorry? The small blind limps?
Give me a count, please.
255.
They precise for any call as well.
Oh, as in if I limp and I didn't see the raise, you mean?
Ole Shemion's 2-10s out of the big blind, jamming over the top of Makita.
20.
As these guys lock up. Second occasion.
If this was the offsuit variety for the ace-jack, definitely would have hit the muck by now. It is undergun versus big blind, which is rather strong for a 3-bet jam. Given the hands we see, Ole, of course, would want this ace-jack suited to hit the muck.
You think Makita approaches this situation differently if the jam comes from someone other than Ole? How much of this is going to feel like this is that blaster, as you like to call it, which is not a slight. It's just a guy who is willing to take a higher variance approach in certain spots.
Yeah, definitely. There's some players where you know, oh, this is hitting straight the muck, and there's others who you know will attack with more than just pocket pairs. We've seen them many times throughout the tour.
I just noticed I had too many time banks, so I had to use one.
It's a great reason, Makita. Let's just burn them time banks.
His hand actually performed fairly well against the 2-10s, was behind, obviously, and did have Ole covered, but...
Yeah, if you slide the positions over a bit, like maybe he didn't open under gun, he would be putting those chips in with ace-jack suited.
Sam, you're not
No
big
doubt.
6. The 12.
12.
Pleasant surprise.
12 and 12.
That makes more sense, too. I thought you use the time bank after the World Show. Mom was fine, right? I was allowed to feel it, but
10 seconds to act pre-flop unopened. As you can see there in front of Fedor.
Impressive, huh?
Now that the pot has been opened, normal time will be allotted and normal time banks will be utilized by Soiza if needed. On the button, doesn't need it as he comes in, announcing the re-raise.
This is not standard at all, Ali. Ace-9 offsuit's rather aggressive against the early position raise. Shemian. King-Queen offsuit. Pitches it, as does the Queen-Jack and King-10. Nice pickup.
Very much so.
Yes, Mom, yes. I'm playing with Stevie and Fedor. Can you believe it?
You can check.
Thank you.
Cheers.
What, Mom doesn't want to know you're playing with Soiza?
Hi.
And Shemian and Makita. The disrespect.
Yeah. I mean, take your pick. This is Certainly a table where Barbero's got his hands full. Of course, he is the man with the boss stack, though. Not that long ago, I would imagine he would have looked around at a lineup like this and thought, what am I doing here? But he has very much earned a reputation in the early going on the Triton Tour as somebody who belongs. 2.2 million plus in earnings. 3 straight cashes in the 40K, 50K, and 60K, and not light ones. Randy, 16th, 7th, and 9th respectively.
Sam,
Picked up a title back in Vietnam. His first ever cash came in the 15K 8 max.
And I feel like he almost won a second title while in Vietnam, if I'm not mistaken. King Queen offsuit. Finally finds a hand. Ace Jack seems to be the hand of the hour. Clicky. Ooh. Nacho picks up 2 5s and asking if Leon Sturm's raise is allowed, which it is.
What did he?
11 more than the big blind.
You raise by 11. You're allowed to raise allowed.
I don't think you can raise that. You can clarify with the floor, but I think it has to be 1 big blind more.
Floor on 3, please.
Okay, some clarification coming.
I don't know.
So 34.
Unclear to me what it should be.
I think it's
Same,
36.
yeah. I think 1 big blind as well.
Is that a good raise?
It's all in on, I'm sorry, 23.
12?
12.
Big blind is 12. I'm all in for 23. So, and he raised the minimum basically. What's the minimum raise?
No, the minimum is you have to add the difference. Sorry, 20. So you're 1,000 less. I'm sorry, you are 10
Yes.
to 23, so 1,000 less.
11 more.
So what's happening here, Randy?
No, that can't be right.
No, it's still the big blind on top. That's what I'm saying.
So we need to
Blind
do
on top.
12 on top.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
The minimum raise has to be 1 big blind. Leon Storm tried to make it less by 11,000, but he needs to make it 12,000 minimum. So 12,000 plus 23 is 35.
But
On 30, on 23, 34, 11.
he will still be allowed to put in the full re-raise, right?
He tried to raise smaller, and they forced him by rounding up to the 1 big blind.
Right.
Yes.
No, it's still, you still have to put the difference on top.
Had he declared a lower number,
Must be by.
If he said like
Raise must be by 1
27,000, which
minimum.
is less than,
then it would be a flat.
then it would be a flat.
And the key is less than half of the required amount for the re-raise, the required minimum.
Live player, why don't you tell me?
I believe that's how it works, is you have to declare at least half or more of
Right,
the
yes.
required amount for the re-raise.
I'm
and
getting
if
some
you-
memories now of it.
Yeah. If you do that, then you're in good shape.
So they did figure it out. 2 5s does make the call here. Side pot is 24K, so a little bit of something. 2 blinds in
All the
there.
rest.
Ace Jack looking good.
Yep, got shot straight draw, blocked by Leon Sturm as the modest 3-bet sizing. Does land Fedor all in. And Sturm and Barbero playing for a side pot of 24,000, one in which Sturm will check over to the 5s. Just keeping a watchful eye on Barbero's willingness to participate.
The 2 5s also has to beat Fedor at Showdown. On his Ace 10-7 board, Fedor usually is the favorite with the range against his 2 5s, so does check. Leon Sturm still got the best hand, but not too happy to see this 10 show up, as Nacho could be holding some 10x combos.
Sure.
The way the hand's playing out, I think Nacho's going to want to try to just show this down. Good one for Ace Jack.
Yeah,
A
top 2.
Good one for who, though? Look
King,
up.
Queen, obviously, for the lion's share in the main. Keeping Fedor alive with the nut straight.
I'd like to see Leon actually try to extract value.
Ooh, stick.
That makes a lot of sense.
You made.
I saw the turn. I was like, something's wrong here.
Oh yeah, Queen Jack for some reason.
So Stern firing the
Oh,
80K,
all
collecting
makes
the
sense.
side pot
Student?
uncontested. Fives
I was pretty sure that
quickly
was in,
finding
yeah,
the muck,
that's
and
on-
Fedor with a
Fedor.
triple,
I'm the only loser.
staying alive.
patience pays off.
Patience is key.
Patience is key.
Nacho knows all about it.
All right, Sam, it's time. One of us has
Ollie.
to go.
Patience is key.
Can't let Nikita bully us.
Send both of you.
Do I strike you as an impatient person, Randy?
I don't know. Sometimes I see you just mashing some buttons.
You know,
the
listen.
green, red buttons.
Sometimes wild things happen out there
Like
in the
4 more
trading
streets.
game.
One more city with checking.
Therefore,
Yeah,
wild
at
mashing of
least-
buttons
At least 2 or 3 more streets.
needs to take place.
He
Is
tried, you know, he tried.
Chidwick going to try his luck with King Queen, not for all of it,
Dry
but rather 30 of his
You're not
250-ish.
gonna pay with pocket 8s or 9s, where are you?
Slight north raise, 2.5x.
Give me a
Shemian,
little
ace,
freak
queen.
I couldn't resist myself from calling with 3 blinds. Until my mom, I busted Fedor Halls.
It's a huge bounty, I agree.
Shemian jamming over the top from the cutoff. Ace Queen's got Chidwick in a way.
Huge bounty. Imagine I tell her
And
she
King
would be
Queen.
she would be really proud.
Not enough.
She has some like preferences for Stevie, Fedor.
My mom-in-law's favorite player is Mikita.
Sorry?
My mother-in-law's favorite player is you.
Wow. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
My girlfriend, she likes it.
Who?
Mother of my girlfriend. I watch television on
Really?
That's why I said she likes you a lot.
Oh, thank you. That,
Wanted to tell you.
Sure.
I'm running good. Is she hot?
She has good genes, right?
Oh, Nacho, the resident playboy on tour. Just got to shoot your shot, I guess.
Oh, it's a bit out of line.
Yeah, I would say so. Soyson looks deeply uncomfortable with it.
Say race. I say race. 100%.
I didn't know.
Take the camera. That's the.
I've heard it. I confirm.
All right, all right, all right.
The good about this age is that you can go all the ages. Because like some very young girls, they say, oh, he looks like my dad. And they have something, you know, like, how you call it, Edipo or something, Edipo in English or something?
Oedipus?
Oedipus, yeah. Finally somebody that gets me very fast. So that, and also you can go with like the range 30 to 40, and then you can go, I mean, I don't go, but like.
But thanks for clarifying that you don't.
But you understood, right? It's like works for all the ranges. Pre-flop ranges are very wide here with this air.
Defend the whole market.
Nacho walking us through his pre-first date ranges in terms of age. Bit of a silver fox.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies' man.
I'm gonna take a look.
No, it is open, but you can take it.
I still think maybe it's
No, yeah, it was
off
just-
limits to ask for Soiza's mother-in-law's deets. Two red nines, not off limits.
So he's laying a trap here looking to limp jam. Has the chip deficit, which would bring the big blind to attack a little bit more with some raggedy type hands. And A7 might just announce all in, looking to play the raw equity of the ace X, blocking hands that could continue.
Especially when we know we've got Chidwick covered, so the all-in does happen. You see Stevie quickly showing his hand before putting the chips forward as an etiquette matter. No slow roll whatsoever. Always knew what he was doing if it came down in this manner.
Who has which hand?
Stevie has 9s.
Now then, King Jack 10, all hearts. Chidwick, despite the presence of 3 overcards, is still in the lead here for an over 400,000 chip pot.
Is that what I think it is?
A straight flush on the turn, drawing to a chop if the ace of hearts rolls off, is Sturm.
Good for TV.
Ooh, it was no side.
And
it was, yeah, no side.
Not there. On the river as Sturm is going to be left with just 52,000 in chips after that exchange, Randy.
Oh my God. Oh, your mom.
Straight flushes are rare.
Very rare. And I would say against the jamming range of Sturm there, boards that have King Jack 10 on them, it's rare to be in front with the 2 9s, but he was.
Pocket 9s are hot this trip.
And the right queen came off on the turn.
I think I've had them once.
Sturm left with just
But that
Broadway.
must be a lie.
Paling in comparison to the strength of Stevie's King High
That's what I'm
Straight
thinking.
Flush.
Probably it
31
has to
runners
have
left.
happened, but, I mean, no, it doesn't. That doesn't need to have happened, but
It's likely that it has happened.
yeah.
Just counting, like not like counting each combo individually, like we'll call pocket nines, and like king queen offsuit. How many hands do you think you're short of like getting dealt all of them this trip, or do you think
All of them.
How many of them didn't you have?
There must be some, yeah. There must be some I haven't have had, like I haven't had.
But it's like in a single digits, right? For sure.
I don't know.
Maybe not.
I mean,
Interesting
I haven't
question.
Had ace king off. Wait.
You didn't?
No, I have. I think I must have. The joke was I was going to shove and then be like, I haven't had ace king off, but I got, I didn't have ace king off.
Mucked around to Chidwick's new 402. King 6 suited on the button. Up we go. See what awaits him in the blind.
That is a
6
sad
deuce,
break.
not going to be the one for Sturm's 46K, which is still roughly 4 bigs back.
Hmm? I'm gonna study
See
some
players standing up.
topic plans.
We know what it means. Break time. There's no takers for Chidwick's Open. Heading to the break on a high note. Currently third in chips here at the feature table with 29 big blinds, 432 in total. When they come back from that break, a pretty healthy jump up to 10 and 15K with the 15K big blind ante, as each orbit will cost 40K. And a little bit of dilution to that boss stack of Nacho Barbero down to just 154 big blinds worth. When we come back, 2.3 million still puts him at the top of the leaderboard. 31 runners remaining here in event 7, the 200Ks. So many max late regs leaving the leaderboard with some very lean stacks and leaving us with a kind of action, Randy, that we might not expect at this phase of the tournament. 13 are going to be paid. We've still got a lot of runway between now and then, and yet a lot of that jam call kind of stuff is starting to materialize. I expect this more toward the bubble.
The main reason that we mentioned is because of the 19 late registrations. You know, they have 20 big blinds. They got to go somewhere and get it in. But as soon as we kind of eliminate more of these players, we're going to have a lot of play with these 31 remaining, you know, 3 bets, flat calls, etc. So, but, you know, for now, it has been kind of the Nacho talking show.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's one that entertains us, hopefully those of you at home as well, as we will part ways, albeit briefly. Stay close, come back and see us. 200K event number 7 action comes your way just after the break.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all of GTO traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
One of my favorite ways to understand GTO strategies is to look at the expected value of different plays. Whenever you see a spot to GTO Wizard, you can hit this dropdown and select Strategy plus EV. For example, opening Ace-10 offsuit from under the gun is worth about 9 big blinds per 100, but opening Ace-9 offsuit loses about 5 big blinds per 100. Ace-8 loses about 14, and this is why it's important to understand the bottom of your range and think about which plays actually make money and which plays are pretty close to break even. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton Series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Smaller bets on these types of monotone textures, especially with ace out there.
You know, after 20 hours, you start to get fucking real. It's amazing for everybody.
But actually checks it back. That's pretty interesting to me.
And look
And
at this
disaster,
turn.
my friend.
How is this possible? Not only the fourth diamond, which makes aces and tens uncomfortable, but the reality that it is a diamond giving Badziukuski the best hand in the surprising form of a set. But of course, Mikita might be a bit worried about some diamond combos in Greenwood's hand as well, not given that he's going to barrel through.
Yes, of course, Sam Greenwood still has a lot of diamonds in his hands. You know, all of the pocket pairs loaded in ace, above the 10. 2 8s. I believe you often just check this and just see what happens. But you would most certainly never fold. You'd expect like black cards to kind of bluff at you in case you are up against a diamond. Of course, you can boat up. I suppose as played, if you're going to check the flop with ace-10, you might as well continue to check the turn.
Yep. So an action killer, and
It's
even more
worse.
so on the river as a four-liner shows up.
Yeah, it's just what a terrible board. Even Makita is not loving this, of course, you know, like his opponent could have like in the pocket queens, ace queen, a diamond. Do you just check and hope your opponent checks back?
25.
Bit of a blocker bet. The way this hand's played out, man, I'm just trying to think of hands that's ace-10 beats. It is two pair and a good price, but it's a four-liner, a four flush. Can't really name a worse board for this ace-10.
25K bet.
Is this ever like a worse two pair?
Boy, it would seem so unlikely, wouldn't it, Randy?
Is this ever like black sixes, I suppose? There's very few hands that really just bluffs away here. Like, what if Makita had ace-5? Would he still bet 25K? Would he just check?
All of that is on Sam Greenwood's mind here. Is an incredibly awkward spot to find himself in. In part, the simple product of not having c-bet the flop, where one would imagine Badziakuski could have found a fold. So he calls 25K and gets shown the set.
You see it?
Maybe he had a pair.
I don't think he had a pair.
You think so? Ooh.
I think ace 10 ace jack.
20.
I think he bets pair on the flop.
Wow, Nacho just zeroing right in on the ace-jack. You see Greenwood zeroing in under the gun on ace-deuce suited. Min raising and Linus Love. Who looks like he's put a dent in several European jewelry stores throughout his travels, flatting the king-jack suited and running into Barbero with aces. Nice little setup here for Nacho. Of course, if he plays back, one looks at it and says, could be a squeeze, could be the whole button thing. But then conversely, this is an under-the-gun opener that we would be three-betting.
Yeah,
Could
exactly.
also feel like big stack things.
Exactly. Everything you just said. Nacho. Wonder if he loses Linus with this sizing of 130.
Service?
You know though, Ollie, I did real little research. That Pokemon is named Chansey. He might take a little Chansey here.
Chansey feels like the right kind of name for a Linus Love Pokemon, doesn't it?
It does.
You smell a 4-bet?
I don't know about 4-bet. Okay, never mind. Sorry, Ollie. He is just got in there. Took a chance.
Well, this is where you dive
We are playing 20K blinds, no?
into a pool that has no water in it.
10K.
As Linus Love. No splash, and it's all going down.
I misclicked the size.
Yeah,
I do one misclick
I
at
just did see.
Oh, Almost 1.5 million chip pot
I thought he opened to 40.
as he took his chances.
4 chips.
I thought he opened to
One
40.
diamond on the flop.
I tried to make it one.
Looking bad.
Then I look again, he made 20.
You're so balanced, Nacho.
What?
You're so balanced.
And on the turn,
I had the
King
winner.
Jack
I mean, it worked out.
drawing
That's what I
dead
like.
as
The H2
registration
outs.
is closed, and
Just
so is
stack
the
it in.
door on Linus Love's hopes of
The
making
20K
the
big
money.
blind.
Here in event 7.
If it's 20K big blind, I go all in under the gun.
In my life, so I mean, I have to. I mean, I was super happy. So I mean, like.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You were really short too.
He saw it.
I saw all of it.
Yeah, we were together. This guy, bro, like, is insane. The hand. He saw the hand. He opens under the gun. I three bet like big. He calls with queen 10 off. Ask him. We like. I had how many blinds? I had Fedor like 20. Whatever. Please.
Barbero. Putting a pause on story time real quick as
Beats me in a huge spot. That leaves me with 10 blinds.
he recounts a pretty epic misclick from back at the PCA in the Bahamas. Ace-8 opens the hijack. Badziakuski, who was really interested in the conversation. Flats from the button. For those that aren't
But that was well deserved.
up to speed on that hand, Randy, what happened to Barbero?
Yeah, this was like very deep in the the final table, I believe it was,
Yeah.
the 25K PSPC, I believe. And then a player opened pocket jacks under gun, and Barbero thought I'd folded to him in the small blind, made it 5 million to put the big blind all in with 9-3 of diamonds.
Unaware the pot had been opened.
Yeah, and the original guy shoved in for 12 million total. He made a huge misclick, which is calculated to be about like $1 million chip wrong decision, $1 million wrong decision there.
In terms
Found
of equity lost.
Used to be quite a bit of a complainer as well.
It seems like he's doing okay now.
But it's
Yeah.
quite some time ago.
But there are certain hands and pots that haunt
I mean, I
us
just found it
for a
not very
long
helpful.
time, and I think the fact that that one was on such a grand stage, obviously.
Do you
bit of
think the
embarrassment.
9-3 of diamonds is considered the Barbero now? Is that a thing? You know, there's the Robbie and, you know, all these other types,
the
the
Jack
dirty
4.
diaper.
Not sure. 6-3 of diamonds for Fate. And welcome back to continuing coverage of event number 7, the 200K from here at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane in London. Ali Najad, Randy Liu back with you. And 31 players back from the original crew that assembled, lopping away at the field right now, Randy. 13 of these players will find their way into the money. Money, by the way, which is quite handsome in terms of 5 7-figure payouts. Up at the top, 4.3 million available. Taking a peek at the Triton Poker Plus app, I can see 1.247, the leanest among them. That's good for 5th. And 600,000, 9th, 453,000. Obviously to be expected, Randy, when we're in a 200K situation. And earlier we talked about how many of the max late registrants, those 200K buy-ins that start day 2 with just 20 big blinds, were on their first bullet. You set the line at 10. Well, originally you said 6.
But then I realized 10 is probably a better number.
10, and I would take the over on 10. I'm curious, for those of you who are out there streaming our coverage, preferably on YouTube, where we'd love a like or a subscribe, weigh in and let us know what your feelings are on whether or not someone would be willing to pony up their one and only bullet 20 big blinds deep at the start of day 2 in a 200K. I think over 10. Maybe you out there disagree. We'll find out what the court of public opinion has to say about things. Blinds are going to be 10 and 15,000 with the 15K big blind ante. When we get back to action momentarily, it's the Nacho Show so far in more ways than one as he wields the 2.3 million chip stack. Seth Davies, though, has entered the fray up toward the top of the leaderboard. 1.3 million in chips in front of him. The bulk of that was picked up in a pot against David Malka. He held 2 9s against a 5-6 suited. And top set turned into a full house on a 9-8-7 board after the money got in. So Davies hoping to do a little bit better here today, as on this stop here in London thus far, he has no cashes, 0 for 5. So we'll keep an eye on him as we find him at the featured table now. 87 big blinds deep, 1.3 as mentioned. Juan Pardo, over $1 million for the Spaniards, 67 big blinds. Going to be at the secondary feature, and then on the outer table, Nacho holding court with Badziakuski. Squiddy. in the Emirates shirt. That feels like if Arsenal's washing machine broke down and they literally had nothing else to wear for a match, that's the one they go with. What was that? Was that Neon Tiger stripe?
35.
What? Red Aces for Davies. I'd love to focus on something other than that Arsenal jersey. Oh,
How about
no.
this?
Now, you'll remember yesterday, Kuhn showered Davies in the 60K in a collision where if they were sitting in different seats, it would have played out the exact same way. Here, Davies perhaps going to end up reciprocating, regrettably, as the 35K Open jammed over the top of, nothing brewing behind.
Every time we play together.
So sick.
Every time.
Why do I feel like Kuhn's the favorite here?
I'm not sure.
One live suit.
Mr. Katz,
I didn't get that second.
do you smell a
Seth
queen?
and his average hands play together on streams like 2. We always bust each other. Like it's insane.
Yeah, it seems like you always bust him.
Yeah. Well, I can't do that this time.
Here we go. 10-5 Trey, a queenless flop, and a bleak future for Jason Kuhn, who picked up the title just last night, his 8th. The bid for number 9 could be coming to a close here in short order. Bar a queen on the river in a 550K plus pot. Is it there? No.
GG. Have fun, Doc. Good luck.
The
Later, man.
GGs
Bye-bye.
are sent
Jason's gonna bust. He definitely wants to bust this stuff.
Mr. Triton's way.
Sure, you always know exactly what to say, right? I would prefer not to bust.
Yeah. I said him.
Yeah,
That's
right. You're right. Would anybody like a fresh pot of hot green tea?
Ooh, right here.
This should be the
Value.
rule. If you bust someone, you get to
mind
split
if-
their possession.
I don't
You know?
Randy, you always know exactly what to say. So showers for Jason Kuhn as he delivers a fresh pot of green tea. Bit of a relegation there. As we take a moment to remind you that PokerStake is the official staking partner of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Why is that? Well, how about no rake, no transaction fees, all purchases are free, and all winnings guaranteed by PokerStake. Where else would you turn? It is the go-to platform for anybody looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victories. Check them out at PokerStake.com today. So, Seth Davies with the chip infusion, absorbing the remains of Jason Kuhn's stack, goes to work once more under the gun +1 queen jack offsuit. Lord Vogel, ace 10 suited.
All right, so Vogel saying is going to flat call ace 10 suited here in position.
Sitting 641K deep is Vogel. 45 bigs. Currently 8th overall. Queen, queen, 3 board, giving trips to Davies.
Curious to see if he comes in for continuation bet, or does he just check being out of position, try to get the hijack to fire away? Keep it small. No backdoor heart for Vogel saying. Also against a +1 open, which is A little bit tighter, of course.
Yeah, maybe with the Queen of Hearts out there, he's a little bit more interested in this downside c-bet.
Yeah, one heart he for sure comes in. Later position, maybe he comes in as well. Here, it's just not feeling too great.
Yeah, even that over 4-1, almost 5-1.
Heater.
Heater.
Guys on fire.
Staying away from the murky waters. It's Davies.
You think this is a 1, Kerry?
What?
Rushing.
This is a 1 for me?
I'm happy to chop it with you when we get heads up.
All right. I'll give you 3 million even for a second.
Elton saying to Davies' right. Currently sitting on 19 bigs. Feels as though perhaps he was among the 19 that Max late regged, Randy?
Most likely. Some of these guys who are willing to play deep stack also play some cash games on the side, so they just take their last shot at these tournaments. It's just 200K.
Heater. Let me go. Thank you.
That was
Yeah,
interesting. Did you see it? Was an elbow high five.
Yeah.
One hand was up.
Prefer not to see that again.
You tricked me.
Okay.
As O'Dwyer with the mystery side card, but a minimum of an ace of diamonds, has chosen to move all in over the top of the King 10 open from Vogel, saying, which will be very unlikely to stay interested at that price. Another 330K to go.
Set. That's a 9. Set.
Into the bin it goes.
That's a back rat.
It's the one you need to see flops with.
O'Dwyer, very much a no-nonsense type of player. The resident shaman, it should be said, on the Triton Super High Roller Series Tour.
That's right.
Never
Goes by-
far from a specific little tchotchke at each and every stop that players can request from Steve in the interests of, at this particular stop, either good fortune or good luck, as he had spent some time in Japan at a temple outside Tokyo. He had been given multiple figurines, and I don't know how to tell you this, Randy, but I too decided that it was time to try my hand at the Steve O'Dwyer Run Good. But unfortunately, all he had left was the Buddha of Good Luck, which I hold here in my hand now.
May I see?
Yes, of
Basically,
course.
They're going to do
So,
something along the lines of this.
How are the
We
green and
already
red
did
candles going ever
one in
since you
Monte
received
Carlo.
this? You've been winning every day, haven't you?
Oh, that's true.
It was like
Not today,
lower
but, you
stakes,
know.
but we're
Well, that's
producing
because I
TV
just
show.
touched it.
So,
No,
so we had one day
has nothing to do
filming.
with it.
It's still in its
filming
packaging,
there,
by the way.
And one day we have one day in
Oh,
Cyprus,
that's
so we can do
right.
something there.
Take it out.
Then I guess they'll maybe they're.
My bad.
I don't know enough behind the scenes, but I know they're like TV shows will come eventually. Yeah.
Malka
No, no. You.
Yeah.
taking
What's
it out
the,
on the
He's
blinds there
definitely-
from the
he's
button.
definitely fishing for
More
some
at Final
ideas.
His first ever.
Or no more?
Triton Super High Roller Series.
5
Did
more.
cash in the
these sound
60K,
for
16th for
24, right?
98,000.
Mr. Stars, yeah.
Also picked up a fresh pot of green tea, courtesy of Jason Kuhn, being
Yes.
showered. I gotta tell you, if I get showered in a 200K, I would certainly appreciate reducing my exposure to $199,992
Here's a
by taking the tea with me.
If you take the pot is worth value too.
I'm not going to steal the pot itself, Randy. I'm not that tilted. But just at least
I was about to say, Christoph, your
some
mic's
tea.
right in your mouth there, bro.
Are we doing the high tea thing
No,
sometime this week?
That feels like a good idea.
Yeah, after
You're
we
gonna
can
pick
get
up
Jason
if he
Kuhn to
eats
bust,
something,
and maybe he
the-
can just
the home audience
take
is
his
gonna
tea.
get a
and
bit
I don't
more-
think he's in for that idea. Not going to turn Jason into a chaiwala.
60.
I mean, I'm not, in charge of that. I'm a foot soldier. But yeah, we're producing some. Like we've got a YouTube show, cash game show coming out, which we filmed in Monte Carlo.
10
That'll be out
suited.
in a month, within a month. It's like
Davies
a
4Xing
eight-episode
from the small here.
kind of a newer format going straight to YouTube, but in episodic.
Vogel saying pocket fours.
Did you commentate him?
No,
The
I
4X
played.
is pretty important. Might
I
change
lost,
the ranges a
but
bit.
with humility that you would expect of an ambassador. So that will be out. What
Open
else?
and straight draw on this paired board.
Yeah, I mean, we filmed the whole of PSBC
Actually,
and
the
PCA, so that
favorite,
will come out as a TV show.
54%.
We just did a Formula One crossover between the lines, comparing poker and Formula One. It came up on YouTube, so for sure that.
You can watch the Steve O'Dwyer episode. There's one of you?
2 diamonds, 2 jacks, and a
Well, I
king.
haven't-
135 in the middle. Action on Davies with the open ender. Break check.
Yeah, Davies might feel that it's tricky to kind of multi-barrel his hand, so rather
basically the same thing.
He'll just check and kind of see what develops and maybe fire
We didn't
turn even
realise it, but
unimproved.
We're just the same as Formula One drivers, but now the general public will realise. As soon as my episode's out, I'm going to message the Pussycat Dolls and tell them.
Vogel saying, asking a soft-spoken question on the flop in position, given the check from O'Dwyer.
Yeah, it's not O'Dwyer, it's a Davies.
Sorry.
But Vogel doesn't like the paired board out there, so he knows that there's little added outs of the counterfeit. Does see the check call, and that's the counterfeit card he was trying to dodge.
It's also a card that leaves the straight draw far less attractive just in case we were up against trip jacks or what is now king's full.
Yeah, that's true too.
You kind of touched on the idea that once Vogel defends against the 4X sizing, we narrow the range, and that range feels like it could very much include Jack X, King X combos of the stronger variety.
Despite Vogel saying not being able to ever win with this 4 high on the turn, doesn't necessarily mean he'll have to just fire his bottom of range, as it's very easy for Davies to have a piece that can continue, whether the King X that fears the jacks, ace highs would feel pretty good. For him to bet here would mean that he feels that similar pocket pairs check call the flop, won't have to check fold the turn, but that might be a narrow range given the 4X open. These hands don't really 4X pre-flop. Hello, 4.
Well, well, well. The 2 outer for Christoph Vogelsang, courtesy of a check back on the river, comes right on in. Thought he might have activated there on the flop.
You mean
Or,
the turn?
sorry, on the turn, just given 0 showdown value.
The thing
and
is-
could maybe lean on an ace high.
The thing is, I don't think he expects ace high to fold on the turn. Neither do I, and he would have
So
to
for
follow
the
through with a
student
river
business,
barrel.
People are everyone's his phone closers, right?
And plus, a king or jack would check the turn so much in position, so you need to kind of
But
keep
you
in
have
line
your-
with those
who's
hands if
doing
you want to
the
rep them.
sales for you? Okay.
So Davies trying to show down to queen high, and Vogel saying going
Whoever's operating,
to
I'll,
value bet
I'll
this.
tag you with Cole. He was like the biggest.
A sizable one,
sales
pretty
training
much targeting ace X exactly.
Works with a bunch of big names. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
160 into 205.
I'll do a
And if we're
proper
Davies, we kind of
WhatsApp.
remove ace high from Vogelsang's range, or would he value bet it?
I would remove it at a very high frequency.
In which case, the queen high becomes a proper bluff catcher in this spot.
Correct.
Which is a bit of a problem. But nevertheless, Seth lays it down, and Christoph mercifully doesn't get to showdown there and shows Seth the bad news.
Kind of looked like a low flush.
Vogelsang, by the way,
That kinda looked like a low
Randy,
flush
just
draw.
quietly has had a very rough go of it for a 3-stop stretch dating back to Cyprus, Madrid and Cyprus in 2022. Broke the dry spell, which was several events long, by the way. London 2019 100K main, he didn't cash. 3 whiffs in the warm-up, bringing us to 4 straight offers. Then another 4 whiffs in Madrid, bringing it to 8. 7 fruitless attempts in Cyprus, bringing the dry spell to 15 events. And then another 6 at Cyprus 2023. So 21 straight events without a cash. So improbable for the likes of Christoph Vogelsang. Before he finished 11th in a 75K 8 max. Broke the dry spell.
One more to go.
Here in London. 2 for 5 already, as he's trying to get a bit of a monkey off his back. Here we find El Jefe under the gun, 10-8 suited, and unfortunately for him, Grafton draws a understandable expletive
Usually
out of
ace
carry,
is like-
dominating and defending. 185 in the middle. 27% equity.
Ooh.
And the 8 in the window, but a queen with it as a gutter. Needs to get faded along with the jack now for Carey, who hops in front courtesy of his side card.
That's good. 8 or less
And
again.
indeed, that is a good turn for Carey. Can he fade the 7 outer? Yes.
There it is.
Trip
Nice
8s.
I said 8s are lucky, and Elton winked at me. I'm like, wow, he knows it's coming.
Getting a wink from Elton's definitely plus.
Yeah, I
Plus
felt like- I felt like
J-
I said-
not huge. It tilts the universe, but just a fraction, I think. Just a little fraction. You'd rather have a wink from Elton than not, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I felt like
Now then, checking in on Dan Dvoris with
I'm looking at his hat.
Queen
Does
10.
that not look like Queen 10 and he's holding Queen 10, or is it just me? Do you see it?
I'm not sure that's a queen, but I do see it.
Okay.
Certainly see the 10.
Keep the thoughts to myself next time.
No, no, no. Please never do that. I don't.
Of course, we know you don't. This is why you commentate, to just release all of this odd information and energy inside your brain.
It's part of my court-ordered therapy.
New look here today for David Yan in a bun.
Playing for the home team in the Triton hoodie. 30K open with ace-9 suited. Off of 745K to start the hand. Call it 50 big blinds.
Remember last stop, Sean Winter had a phenomenal Cypress. Was
He-
his first showing, I believe.
He really exceeded expectations at that stop. Did Sean Winter. This is ace king of spades. Exceeds 30K up to 135,000. And looking back at Cyprus, Randy, he had 5 cashes in 9 attempts. His first ever Triton series. 0 for 3 though so far here in London.
Yeah, always a fearful player. This 3-betting ace-king suited gets looked up by David Yan's ace-9 of hearts as we go to a flop.
In great shape, but lacking position with 295 in the middle. Winter does have Jan ever so slightly covered, and look at this board. It is top pair against 2 overs in the nut flush draw. Danger on the horizon.
It's a board texture where you do, from time to time, actually check ace-king suited here, just given the 9-8. It's not really favoring your big blind versus cutoff 3-bet range. Of course, nothing wrong with betting, but is going to check, as I did kind of expect. David Yan, top pair, top kicker. Great hand, great spot. David Yan contemplating some of the bet sizes he can opt to go for in this 300K pot. Does he go maybe half pot? Does he go smaller 1/3? How does he feel that broadways like Ace King, Ace Queen would react to the smaller bets? Of course, he doesn't want to lose those customers, given he's got the 9. So just south of 1/3 pot here for David Yan. The big question now is Ace King suited come up a check raise, or does it check call?
$90K sizing, bringing things to 385,000. The fact that these guys are roughly level in stacks, one that isn't lost on Winter.
Slide it.
And these sorts of lines are a bit funky, Randy. We get 3-bet from the big blind out of position. The board comes 9 high. The check makes it seem like our ace-9 is performing very well, and then suddenly the virtual check jam from Winter leaves us questioning whether we're up against the overpair or the flush draw.
There we go.
Set of 8s doesn't seem like it would be the one to activate for a 3-bet out of the big blind. Deuces neither.
Agree.
And Yan will be somewhat relieved that the overpair is not what is furnished, but obviously vulnerability for the ace-9 as we play a massive 1.5 million chip pot. An ace on the turn. Top 2. Winter hunts the king or spade, and instead it's a 5 of hearts, and he's not showered. But he is very poorly lathered with just 20K. And the smirk for good reason, as that is a true nublet. Full-on Lieutenant Dan. Just about one big.
Forrest Gump, I know. I know the reference.
Just making sure, Randy. Every time I bring up a movie reference, I got to look at you to see if you've got that confused
No, you're
look
just
on your face.
choosing movies that are so old. Like
I'm old, Randy.
I know you're, what are you, 48 or something?
Wow. Under 48. Thank you.
Okay, 47.
Keep going. Don't actually. Let's just
let's
you know?
let's not announce your age. You might lose your the people
You know
you're
what I'm saying?
going for. They
That
might
was
not.
exciting.
Yeah, I
know none
don't
of
want
us
to ruin
look- I know
your
none of
Tinder
us
game
showed
or
it,
whatever
but
it
that
is
was
you play
exciting.
on.
Showed it a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So that pot's actually going to slide David Yan up to
He
3rd.
moved it, right?
I was
he was big
yeah,
blind.
Buttons.
Yeah, but
Buttons, right? Okay. Yeah.
It's been a cold series so far for Winter. I do like the way he played that last hand.
Yeah, I mean, gave it all he had there. One can understand why he took the line that he did. Created fold equity.
Yeah, because I believe if David Yan had, you know, like some gut shots, the broadways, or some pocket pairs smaller than the 9 and 8, like 6s, 7s, they would have to fold, given the line. David Yan couldn't go anywhere with pretty much the top of his range. Top pair, top kick. Juan Pardo.
Taking his turn with ace king of spades here.
Same suit.
No takers. All the way around to the 9-6 offsuit. See whether or not Tim Adams wants to proceed.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, min-raise sizing. All Juan can do to try to get somebody to 3-bet or at least defend, but nobody with enough kit.
I was wondering what that noise was. It's still Ivy making a fire.
That's you.
Did you see the speed and the strength he did? That hand rubbing?
A lot of friction. Might be chilly in the room today.
That would have hurt. When you're drawing dead, it's okay. when you have kings, it hurts.
King 10 off for Ivy. 2 final tables so far this trip. Winter down to 2 blinds.
10-3 suited, not the one, and King Queen and 2 3s in the blinds here. As Adams far more likely to participate on this occasion.
It's not unreasonable for Timothy Adams actually just to 3-bet rip this one. Ivy's playing off of sizable stacks though to cut off 26 blinds, but he is still going to rip this in. And the idea here is that you got fold equity and you actually apply a lot of pressure on baby pocket pairs that probably have to lay it down, which would be a coin flip. Even like ace decent probably has to lay down this a lot, you know, like the ace 9 suited, the ace 10 off. Divorce is getting a count.
Here.
Divorce is wondering if he can get like a nice overlay and continue. He's committed a big blind ante.
Just 30K in total of the 200 he came into this pot with, and obviously the disaster is when overpairs loom, and even when they don't, we know that we're going to have to C5 against Adams, who at a minimum will have the 2 overs. So not that much edge.
It seems a little ambitious to continue with 2 3s at first glance, and I think he realizes that as well and lays it down.
Divorce, it would seem, shook Tim Adams down for a little intel there, and then maybe felt as though it's a spot he would have wanted to take, knowing it was King Queen. Feels doubtful, but
This is just Canadian love.
onwards we march. Ace 4 suited for Ivy in the hijack.
Playable.
Very much so. Min raise open. Let's see whether or not Sean Winter has found the one. No, with the ace 3. And well served, by the way, as he was covered in 2 spots. Adams, ace 8 on the button.
If you do continue with ace 8, it would be in the form of a 3-bet, but generally not the type of hand you'd want to do so with. Juan Pardo's got a playable hand in the big blind queen 10 suited. Call does look pretty good in this spot from time to time. Go upstairs, but usually you'll see a call of queen 10 of hearts.
Oh, I thought you said queens and you were troll. Ah, sorry, okay.
There is the anticipated defense. As a queen in the window, a 10 coupled with it. And it's top 2 for Juan Pardo. Much more than we can say for the ace-4 suited of Ivy. See if Juan checks with the flow of play.
I'll find a way to break it.
Great board here for Juan, of course. Top 2. Tricky texture for Ivy. He's still going to continuation bet with the nut flush draw. You do see the backdoor nut flush draw, activate quite often, knowing that you can kind of push a lot of action on the
90.5?
90.5, which is 95K? Or,
So a little 30K C-bet from Ivy. Trying to take it down, and instead Pardo heard from right away with the coordinated nature of that board, protecting the top 2 pair and taking it down. Here it is. First ever Triton, part of the Spanish delegation. Cashed in his first ever event, the GG Millions, for almost 110,000, courtesy of an 8th place finish. Now, I say first ever Triton, but again, you and I at another moment in this festival had this deep suspicion that we'd seen that face before, perhaps in Madrid.
I feel like it was, but you know, I'm sure the Triton team will consolidate some of these profiles that might have multiple names. Who knows? But I thought I saw him before.
We know we've seen this man before, and we've seen him on very small stacks. Granted, later stages of a tournament as 10-9 offsuit from the hijack off of 30K, limps in for half his stack, Randy.
This to me is very interesting, rather than just open raising itself.
Help me understand it. I mean,
Look,
when
it's
we
not
limp,
something I experience either. I'm thinking the logic is maybe he can create a situation where
he runs into a flush.
Look, he was going to get looked up anyways had he been.
Yes.
But I was going to say maybe he creates a situation where he can get some folds post-flop, getting more equity, but he's dead.
Well, he's got 1 pair. Could go runner boat. That's why he's got the 3% next to his name, but obviously the timing very poor for Sean Winter in an 85K pot where his life is on the line here in the 200K with 25 left.
30K Turo is a 60K prize pool. Oh, no, it's 80
Now,
now.
Sean Winter drawing dead. Did point out that the 30K Turbo is available to him if he feels like he hasn't gotten his poker fix here today, but obviously it's going to take a pretty decent haul for him to claw back from the minimum of the 200K hole left in his bankroll, courtesy of this bust out, as David Yan hauls that one in and brings us to just 24 players overall.
Are we done? Are we stopping?
Yeah.
So, on that note, it is time for a redraw as 3 tables remain in the 200K. Here's how the existing one that we had our eyes on stacks up with Devoris, 11 big blinds on the short stack. 2 shorter stacks than his. Still in the room in front of Kerry Katz and Steve O'Dwyer with 10 and 6 big blinds, respectively. As we bring you back to the desk briefly, Ali Najad, Randy Liu, and the aforementioned Lucky Buddha from Steve O'Dwyer. It's small, but it is mighty. I did unpackage it. It is golden, and maybe now it can breathe. You know what I mean? Because earlier there was an issue where it was vacuum sealed, and it wasn't really working today, I'll be honest. So maybe little Buddha here is going to do some things. Okay, we're going to do some things. Randy, leave me alone. I'm having a moment, okay? We're going to go to the break. We'll be right back to the desk, continuing coverage of event number 7. The 200K comes your way after the redraw in just a few.
Wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
Larger than all other GTO casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
What's the best way to improve at poker? Practice and repetition. With GTO Wizards Trainer, you have all the tools you need to master poker. You can customize your session and choose exactly what situation you'd like to study. You can practice specific boards or textures, choose what hands you want to play, and customize every aspect of your training experience. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton Series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series, where we are down to 24 players in the 200K, 13 of whom will be in the money. Ali and Randy back with you here at the desk as the redraw is complete. Looks like we're going to have Nacho Barbero back at the feature table. Things should be entertaining there. He is up at the top of the leaderboard, 2.17 in front of him, but a new name emerges toward the top of that leaderboard, courtesy of some of the pots we saw him pick up, and that is, of course, New Zealand's David Yan, one to watch.
Yeah, David Yan taking out Sean Winter, as you just saw, ace-9 into ace-king suited, and he's one of those guys who shows up to our Triton stomps and is pretty much relentless. You know, he's not gun-shy of reshoving and trying to take it down pre-flop or even making big calls. So, once again, a deep run. We'll see if he can convert this to a W.
I'm just looking at his results from London thus far, Randy, here in the Triton Poker Plus app. 3 for 5. That is a smoking hot start to the festival. Back-to-back cashes, deep ones at that. 13th in the GG Millions Live, 9th in that 25K 7 max. Didn't cash in the 40K, right back in there in the 50, and then, of course, took the 60K off. But so far, a good festival for him. And one of those really intense sorts of players that feels like he's just fighting in every single spot that he's in. The kind of guy that can actually make you a little more uncomfortable when you're in pots against him on account of that.
Yeah, like he's always very focused. You can see that he's plays every pot with a lot of emotion and just kind of not emotion, but like just.
No, I think emotion's fair. Not emotionally,
yes.
But like has that emotion, kind of on him as go on. Finish the point.
You're right. It's just that he's willing to kind of attack with spots, pocket pairs, in spots where maybe others might be gun shy a bit. Just really driving the action. And when you play this way, you can vault yourself to the top. But of course, from time to time, you just bust out earlier.
Yeah, it cuts two ways, obviously. 675,000 is the current average stack. 45 big blinds. That's what's represented as we move to 10 and 15,000. Kind of a big jump from 6 and 12, isn't it? I mean, standard, but in terms of some of the other gaps as we move up in blinds, this one, I would imagine, creates a little bit more dilution than some of the others. Randy, no, you're not buying it?
No, this sounds about right.
Steve O'Dwyer at the bottom, 6 big blinds. Maybe he can borrow the little lucky Buddha. Little lucky Buddha,
You're going to
double
sell
Buddha.
it back to him.
Huh?
You're selling it back to him.
I'm not going to sell it. You can't do that to the Buddha, Randy.
Just stop.
Stop what?
Stroking
I'm just warming him up. I'm just telling you. Oh, poker? All right, fine. You take it, Randy. Buddha and I are having a moment.
Really? You're going to leave me hanging with the leaderboard.
Buddha might be leaving you hanging. He never makes fun of me. He just sits here on this keychain.
I never make
and
fun
delivers
of you.
good luck my way.
I sent you good luck, don't I?
Not yet.
Well.
Maybe if you send the NASDAQ northbound.
Yes, okay.
GG Poker. Bringing you the chip counts here.
Yeah. There. So I think maybe on that table. This maybe? Yeah,
Sticking with Squiddy and company. Oh, no. Do you think Sam got self-conscious about that mesmerizing Arsenal shirt and then decided to cover it up?
Oh, he sent you a tweet. Yeah,
He did.
He did. He
Oh.
said he said some rather not nice things, I believe. to you.
No, that's not true. He just said we don't have enough taste to appreciate the shirt or jersey. Which may be true. Who knows?
We're having a hood and hat table. And chef.
I have hoodies, just didn't wear it today.
Shemian. King 9 suited.
I go
Gonna
get
run
my trading
into
hoodie, put it on.
Grafton's Ace King here.
Did he flat call this?
Under the gun, the positioning on the German, and maybe that has something to do with Grafton's willingness to flat. Perhaps looking to induce somebody to do something behind him and get his stack deeper invested. Pocket 6s and pocket 8s in the blinds for Jan and Vogelsang, respectively.
The main idea is to try to appear weak, which we tend to say when someone flat calls. Someone gets bit squeezy. Then, of course, back raise all in. And if you are going to kind of flat call a hand like this, you tend to do against the undergun open, which should be a narrow 3-betting range. Unfortunately for him, though, he does let multiple players into this pot.
2 set miners. And one of them connect on a 9-8-4 board. Lovely for Vogelsang, who defended from the big. Coordinated, a bit wet. Maybe not against the under-the-gun open and flat. But, of course, we do see Shemian has himself top pair king kicker.
It's a tricky spot for Shemian, as technically he shouldn't be c-betting this board too wide, but then again, there's 3 other players, which he doesn't really want to get a free card to. He might just sprinkle some chips in here and just try to see what's what. You know, if he gets some resistance, maybe he just lays it down. Half pot. Grafton's thinking, do I just lay down this ace king? Still has two people to act behind him, which is the blinds that hits the 9-8 type texture. Does lay it down.
Now Vogelsang, with the field cleared, including the ace-king for Grafton, which loses the minimum.
So seeing his opponent raise from undergun and still bet this flop 4 ways, half the pot, might scream a little bit of value and strength, whether it be over pairs or the spades. Open and a straight draw, of course. So he might actually come in with a check raise here.
It feels, though, that in a multi-way situation, he would be more inclined to put that check raise in, just to thin the field and help to find his opponent's hands. Here, heads up, maybe had the opportunity to flat, but against the under-the-gun range, he's hoping that Ole's got an overpair or something that he wants to get his chips forward with.
Notice this, is that he raised just slight north of a min raise. And the reason is he doesn't want to get Shemion to just lay down anything. He feels that a player who's able to bet from under the gun 4 ways for half the pot is got something. This would be such a disciplined laydown, King-9, albeit very hard. You're holding top pair, strong kicker. It doesn't look like he can lay it down just yet, but I think he's a bit suspicious, hence just calling. And he's got position, which is always nice in poker. See what your opponent does first, how they respond to this 6 of diamonds turn.
Fills in 7-10 and 5-7. Remember that Christoph just defended for the min.
It's very easy for Vogelsang to actually have 10-7. 7-5, probably not check raise tiny. Then again, is 10-7 also just check raise minning without the spades to go with it? I don't think so. I do think that this jam was likely the line he would take, especially with the 6 coming out. If he's going to represent a bluff, it would be with an all-in.
Which one's the green? Oh, here, I see it, yeah. Chamomile, yeah. Perfect, thank you.
It's not friendly here with this King-9.
Yeah, you see the sigh
Oh,
on
one, right?
Shemion's face as time banks are getting utilized. He's only got 10 seconds left with the extension already used.
The big question I'm asking here is what is he doing to check raise? He does make the call. There's
No, I think
20K back, right?
Yeah, he did ask for the rest of Vogelsang's.
Set of 8, right?
Yeah.
Oh, right. He's all
20K
in.
and
Sorry. Misread
Yeah,
it.
the 370 behind, he is actually covered, so it's going to be showers for Ole.
If I just 3-bet aces.
So you fucked him.
Yeah.
Drawing dead. Does need to stick around for the
I was
river.
hoping to fucking bet a different way.
So,
How's he just banged?
Lord Vogel.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
At the
You ever
pulpit.
flopped a set in a big blind, Patrick? I ain't. Can you imagine the feeling? Just flat
In
the
a
eights.
4-way pot as well.
You just flat the eights.
How does it feel?
9, sick.
I can't imagine.
I can imagine.
You and me, we have to hero call. Patrick wins giant pots with 3rd pair, 4th pair. Christoph is just there. Middle set.
Can't just win a pot quietly.
No, you can't.
And mind your own business when
I thought-
Grafton's on duty.
Yeah, I thought if we're away from Nacho, we get some quiet hands, but
Really? Like,
we got another
Don't be ridiculous.
chatty, friendly chap.
Okay.
Why are you telling me to shut up?
I didn't say shut up. I would never say that.
You should though sometimes.
I wouldn't say shut up to you, dude. I like that.
He must be one of the best players to have yet to win a Triton title, right? I think. I don't know.
Fucking
Who
hell.
else have 'em?
What the? He's so. What the fuck?
Did we catch who Danny was talking about?
Well, it can't be Shemion who walked away because he just won one. So you're talking about Vogelsang? But he's right across the table from you. You could. He didn't say anything. Into the muck, 2 sevens.
You just told me you fight.
This is a new look for me.
Yeah, it's not quite Raiden from Mortal Kombat.
That's a great call.
Not quite. I'm going fly fishing.
Fly fishing.
Somewhere in between. The bucket hat.
The bucket
situation
hat.
on Antonius.
I've never seen him wear
Just playing tight, bro.
a hat.
Just gonna fold my way down. So I think if I fold
It's
every hand,
slightly
I can
Paddington
sneak in.
Bear.
The way you guys are playing, you play.
Randy,
Bear,
I
there
know
we
you
go.
were roaming
There's a lot
around
of all-ins,
Paddington
right?
Station
When David's playing.
Wrong
here
color.
in London.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, I
for-
got
a lot of all-ins.
punished by Jan.
Paddington's is yellow.
Mate,
We have to make it so
Red.
dramatic,
Red.
you know.
he loves to punish.
His jacket's yellow.
Blue.
No. So what the hell? Did I
just
get
put
any part of
napkins
that
on.
right?
Bear.
According to
The
Sam.
word bear, right?
Actually, minus the expert, I think. Like napkin player, napkin luck ball.
There's two
something
hands
like that.
tabled and one of them's trash. When you look up, it's always David's hand. The bad one. It's always whatever the worst hand is. When there's some hands on his, you're like, what's this? It's always David's hand.
How did you get to that?
It's fucking true.
Someone's gonna tell you off soon, but yeah, you should have white at the front. Even though I like you, you should have white at the front.
Even though you've run so bad and you're such a great player,
That's how he gets his edge.
I
you
didn't
know?
say he runs so bad.
you should have a white at the front. Come on, Christoph.
So I believe they were talking about Kristoff earlier.
I mean,
Best player with no
look at him
title.
now. I think he really is one of the
David Malka,
best to not.
160 back, is going to defend dominated with Jack 5 suited against the Gottlieb Open.
How many?
And flop himself a gut shot straight draw on the 9-7-6
I
board.
won 10. Like, oh, 4. 3?
And it looks like he is actually going to lead this texture that does perceive to hit him a bit harder. And Seth Gottlieb just got King Jack high. No heart in hand. He's not shaking. Calls correctly. How?
I wish I could just point at the wall, you know.
Board
I'm at
pairing
the wall,
6
and then they're
on the
fucking
turn.
Off, you know, it was
Blacked
such a
out.
good time. You asked me, I'm just like, look over there, mate. And it's
Sometimes,
fucking
especially at the bargain basement prices, Randy, you'll see the tear just designed to find out whether or not a second barrel is coming in behind. And when it doesn't, opportunities maybe to try to take it away. Gottlieb not going to fire. Now the hearts come in, but in the form of an ace. The kind of ace that Gottlieb could rep as played. We see what looked like a very quick check from Malka, and Seth properly identifying the opening. King Jack was always going to be good at showdown. He doesn't know it, though, and maybe some 9x or 7x would be inclined to lay down in the face of the barrel. So a nice pickup there for Gottlieb.
Yeah, I'm thinking the King Jack was looking to show it down, but when he saw the ace, realizes that, well, I would play all of the ace X's this way. Caught a little min lead. Might as well try and rep it.
Did blinds just go up? Yeah, I guess it did.
Looks like the hair bun is down for David Yan, maybe because he did get that big double.
a lot of
different
food.
mode. Ace Jack for Vogelsang, suited. This is number 2 versus number 4 in the chip counts. You're looking, aren't you? Was it fries? Chips?
I am hungry. So is Christoph. Flat calling, though, with the ace-jack suited in the cutoff. Opening the door for Danny Tang to take a price with the 9-7 off. Joins the party for the extra 20K with the blinds at 10 and 20. King 10-9, Rainbow, 2 pair for David Yan, just bottom pair for Danny Tang. And of course the gut shot and backdoor diamonds for Christoph. Let's see on this coordinated texture how David Yan wants to approach things. He and Christoph much deeper than Danny.
Playing some pot control bit, but more so that if he was holding a 1-pair type hand, he probably wouldn't want to bet on his texture anyway, so he wants to kind of protect that when he's holding the ace-10s, you know, some kind of Broadway type draw. And I'm not surprised that Vogelsang's going to activate ace-jack suited here with the equity he's got. Plenty of multi-barrel turn cards he could continue with. Danny Tang bottom pair, not a great texture.
$40K. And you see Danny feels like something's afoot just based on the look on his face. Lays it down. Now it's back over to David.
I'm curious to see if he check calls or check raises, but given how deep he is, I do feel like the call is more of the play. You're not really looking to get 1.2 in on the flop, but you know your hand's quite good.
Now the ace actually connects with Christoph. See how he feels about it.
It seems like one of those spots where you could check back, take a free one, or also bet the turn and check back river unimproved. Just more, what do you think your opponent's range to check call with?
Literally, like.
Did Patrick already devour all the chips? Okay.
According to Danny. Now, despite actually improving, now Vogelsang checks back in a delightful river for David Yan. As played, the kings and nines now feel quite good.
Yes, he's going to feel very confident here. He would expect better than king 9 would always bet the turn. So what price to extract, knowing that you're very likely up against 1 pair, holding the king yourself? You're going to try to extract from the ace-jack, ace-queen, probably exclusively. You don't really expect 10x to fold. I mean, 10x to call. And he coming with a big one?
175 into 230. Not full pot, but not bashful.
David Yan still has a little bit of bluffs here. He could show up with like 8-7. He could show up with like a 9x, 10x that feels like it needs to turn its hand into a bluff. Snap.
Yeah, I think once Vogelsang check back and he gets a river that dry, he feels compelled to make the call because, as you mentioned, Randy, there are quite a few bluffs that David Yan would have. Razor pre-flop, check caller post-flop, checking turn, and then getting value out of Lord Vogel as the man who was second in chips when we restarted this frame heads northbound. Looking to close the gap with overall chip leader Nacho Barbero.
It's the Grafton read.
Huh?
It's the Grafton read. I told you before.
I don't read it well. 40K.
Oh, what's the graph?
Maybe my
What's the graph?
The sickest read.
What did you fold?
Huh?
What did you fold?
Me?
No.
Something related to the board. I don't wanna live without you. I don't wanna be a nomad.
Unsolicited karaoke from Danny there. Not sure what the song was. Felt a little bit boy bandish. Maybe
Wu-Tang Clan.
pop. Definitely not Wu-Tang. Randy.
Okay.
Or any other form of clan. New chips. Going to work in front of Jan. 9-3 offsuit. Let's see just how ambitious Squiddy is. Not enough, understandably,
Sorry, too
to
aggressive.
defend with that.
Interesting note I just realized, each chip in this tournament is the equivalent of having $1 of value.
Yeah, absolutely.
1K value.
I have like.
Well, if you ever find yourself in London, do yourself a favor and head on down Park Lane to the front door of Les A. The Les Ambassadors Club, housed in one of the finest Georgian properties in all of Mayfair. It offers members and their guests service of impeccable quality. The club welcomes players from around the world who are seeking the ultimate gaming experience with luxury facilities, including exquisite private gaming rooms and world-class fine dining. Les A's membership opens the door to incomparable benefits. Maybe we should have dinner over there one night. Randy, play a freeze out. Heads up. We'll dress up in suits and then ask for something shaken, not stirred.
Casino Royale.
Yeah.
I want to be the Asian guy that went in with King Queen flush on that ridiculous hand in the movie where the guy had straight flush and full house and quads.
Let me get this straight. Every movie I bring up, not only have you not seen, you have no clue what I'm talking about. Then suddenly a Casino Royale reference and you're able to tell me the specific hands that had been dealt? You sick pun. It's because it was poker. You don't remember any other part of the movie, do you?
I know about him doing the chip tricks. Bloody Eye.
Yeah, Bloody Eye. I knew you were going to remember the Bloody Eye.
Bloody hand here. Let's go.
Possibly. For David Malka. From the cutoff with pocket fives.
That kind of sicko.
Will get himself all in against
Well, he's handled
Antonius's
the
King 8
aces, and
suited.
he's
Yeah, he's got a suit. Kings, he might fold. Patrick likes to play.
Ace King 7, and now the bell tolls and the light flickers for David Malka's hopes here in the 200K with just 22 runners left. Needs to hit a 5, fails to do so on the turn as Patrick picks up the flush draw. Irrelevant, but he does get there on the end.
Necessary.
As
Wait, what?
the two clean fives fail to appear, and David Malka fails to make the money here in the 200K.
I mean, that's one of the most comprehensive. He has a pair and the flush. That's good. You should have
Can't win
handled
more
that.
convincingly than that, right?
Got super unlucky. Chip lead, like second chip lead pot. Got to straight.
Now then, we turn our attention back to the feature. A7 suited up front. Chidwick makes it 45.
Barbero, our tournament chip leader, Jack 9 suited. Next position over. Looks like going to deposit a little bit of chips here. 45K to be exact. Divorce is extremely short with 80K. Actually a really interesting decision for him. As technically he could reopen action if he wants to give opportunity for someone to
give him some protection.
Exactly that.
And On account of that, in comes the 90,000 total from the small blind. Also might be able to pick up Barbero's money in the middle as dead if Chidwick does offer that protection that he seeks.
So Chidwick mainly needs to figure out what kind of range Nacho is flat calling off of 35 big blinds effective, +1 versus hijack. But for now, what's happening out here? Confrontation?
Looks like hands on their backs. At the outer table, Chris Brewer on his feet. Don't think he's a part of the process, though, as Kerry Katz. King, queen on king, queen. So he's on the other side of it.
Choppy.
Indeed.
I don't think he had ace-10. I don't even get the small line.
Both players having king, queen.
I think that's the best I've ever done against you in an all-in. This guy's still going on.
Chop is the best outcome ever,
That's
Kerry
bad.
claims, that he's ever had against Soiza in an all-in as we head back over to the feature where it appears Nacho Barbero came along, as did Chidwick, in what would appear to have been flat calls by both players.
Actually, everyone has a piece. Barbero had Jack-9 of spades on a 9-8-6. Stevie's got ace-7, open-ended straight draw. No side pot. So that would imply that Nacho has got showdown value.
Yeah, the 105K into a dry side is obviously meaningful in appearance, but backdoor diamonds in the open ender for Chidwick. He will check call and get there on the turn. But note, Nacho now with an open ender and a spade draw. Chidwick not looking to fire.
Does Nacho feel he can never get a better hand to fold? Might be quite hard. There is the 210 on the side worth fighting for. See if he can hit it.
6 of clubs pairs the board as Barbero. Also equally recognizing, Randy, that Chidwick's willingness to check call means he's got a little something cooking too in that dry side. 4-liner on board.
I agree, as Chidwick wouldn't have any incentive to continue, let's just say, two big cards, no connection. The 6 is a little tricky for Chidwick in a sense that he could see some sets bet the flop as it did 105 and check back turn with the 4-liner. Feels like a spot where you may block bet. You may check and see what's up. Can't imagine him ever really representing a bluff given the line taken in the side pot situation. Yeah, that's a milky bet there, 100K.
Is it the kind of bet that you would ever expect is going to be attached to something that falls to 9s and 6s with a jack kicker? That's the question for Nacho.
Look, the price is good, of course. It's a 100K bet into what was 500. Problem is, his opponent really shouldn't be. Wow, he's going to rip it all in, trying to represent a full house. He's repping a full house exactly. Queen Jack would never check back turn. 7X probably bets turn at a high frequency.
Yeah, and if it doesn't somehow rise up, and jam here on the river. And it isn't ICM pressure per se, but holy smokes. Nacho savagely torquing down the lug nuts.
Chidwick cannot feel good about this spot.
No.
It's very credible the way Nacho's played his hand. Bet flop was set, see the 4-liner, check it back, hit your boat, jam over bet.
We know Chidwick has found big calls, and he's got a nose for when people are out of line, but one would not fault him whatsoever if he couldn't find the call here. And mind you, it would be one where if he was wrong, would spell the end of the line for him here in the 200K.
Nacho.
How about that? Dvoris, mind you, will be delighted to see that Nacho bullied Stevie out of that pot, and as a result, leaves Dan alive and claiming the main. Kind of an oversight by both of us.
I overlooked that Daniel Dvoris during the tournament. I thought he was clearly going to be out, obviously against Chidwick 7. What a fortune for him. Disgusting.
Boy, that's really weighing on Stevie's mind right now.
It's hard to shake him, but I can't imagine what's going through his mind right now.
I mean, he's wondering, what are you doing, pal? We could have showered Dvoris, and he's going, I'm picking up the side. And by the way, nominal losses in terms of the main actually earned himself profit in that hand.
Yeah, he won about 115,000 chips.
Looking out for himself, as it is not a team sport out there.
Is that what poker players do, just look out for themselves?
I mean, when you're out there in the trenches, that's sort of what you're supposed to be doing.
Man, that was rough.
That really was.
That was a play.
It's in particular once Chidwick lays it down and then sees that he got bluffed, and as a result of getting bluffed, keeps Dvoris alive. It's that parlay.
Yeah, everything bad combined into one, and you also lost chips in that pot with a flop and river bet.
Now Dvoris lives to fight on and looks down at pocket jacks. Might this be a double spin situation for him? 280K, 14 bigs.
Limpy.
JNT suited one gapper. Limps along. Davies, king 3.
Daniel obviously trying to look for the best way to double up his stack, taking a risk of a pre-flop limp. Not the board he was really looking for, was it, Ollie?
Queen 7-6, 1 overcard to the jacks. JNT with interaction in the form of the 7 backdoor spades. Some straightiness. Davies also king of diamonds working.
Yeah, the 9-7 spades actually has quite a lot of playability on this flop. The 2 jacks is in kind of an interesting predicament on whether to bet with 1 over to the board as you check and give 2 random hands a free shot. 25K to start things off. Oh. Never know how many chips he's going to grab there.
No, you sure don't. Down to heads up. As DeVoris' bet clears Davies, but not JNT, who picks up the gut shot straight draw. 130 in the middle. Checks once more. Let's see if DeVoris wants to play pot control.
I'd expect him to want to pot control, hand like 2 jacks on this board texture. Especially against a guy like JNT who might just randomly check raise all in with some kind of combo draw, and you don't want to bet fold what might be the best hand. So a rather quick check from JNT, which might scream a story of not being Queen X, and maybe he finds value of 2 jacks on this board texture. Just trying to figure out, is this hand strong enough to value bet against the 10, 7, 6 X's that exist? Great deduction here.
Yeah, DeVoris decides indeed it is, and he comes with 100K sizing into 130. You see JNT kind of scanning.
I see you on 2-2.
Got the police hat on.
Yeah.
Is he going to light him up? No, and DeVoris denied the payoff.
No, no 2-2.
No ducks.
For a moment when he said, I see you in tutu, I thought it was a ballet reference.
Is that where your mind goes, Ollie?
I mean, you know what a tutu is.
I know what a tutu is. I don't want to know Daniel DeVoris in a tutu.
I don't ever want to see DeVoris in a tutu. For that matter, anyone.
I just have these.
At this table or any other in the field in a tutu.
How many more hands?
I could see Seth in a tutu. No, I'm only kidding. No tutus.
Really?
No, not really. I thought you said Patrick finished his meal.
He probably got a new meal after
he reloaded?
Reloaded. Top up.
He's starving. As I like to say, you got to keep gas in the Ferrari.
Does strike me as someone who can drive a Ferrari.
He doesn't.
No. What does
But
he drive?
He is
then?
the Ferrari.
Oh.
You know?
So someone drives him.
Things getting uncomfortable now, Randy? Okay. 9-4, driving his hand into the muck. There's the pocket sixes of David Yan. Await a response from Danny Tang. Pocket fives for David on the heels of the sixes, raising once more. Suited connector just to his left in Camp Vogel.
Yeah, Vogel did lose a pot to David Yan before with the ace-jack suited. Let's see how he wants to get involved in this one. Once again, flatting in position. Ferrari in the tank. He's out.
I don't know that we're going to begin to refer to Patrick as Ferrari, Randy.
Okay. I'll retract my comment.
He's the machine out there, for sure.
Machines wear bucket hats these days?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Apparently.
Interesting. King 10 suited in the small blind off of a 25 big blind stack. Look, you're always thinking about some kind of squeeze jam play when you're holding this type of hand, especially with a flat call out there.
All in.
The way he grabs his chips does imply all in, which he does. And the more you shove, the more fold equity you have. And these 2-5s not looking too good. Straight into the muck.
Love this from Danny, by the way. Really sensing that David Yan on that big stack might be looking to make moves as we draw closer toward the money bubble. 8 away at present. And squeezes both the opener and the flat caller right out of there. And a meaningful pickup for Tang. You know, when it works out, Randy, you feel so good. Like, that's how it's supposed to go.
Wait,
of course,
was it this one or this one?
When you pull that move and all of a sudden
Okay,
Christoph was slow playing something, snap calls, and
So
you're like,
these are
damn
only
it.
for if it.
And you start to question, what was I doing there? Why did I do that? You know, it's one of those spots. If Danny would have flatted, or even if he chose to fold, nobody's going to look at it and go, oh, Danny's playing bad.
How did that feel
Right?
quick? 7, 6,
Make that
man.
move, it works out. You're like,
4.
nice.
I can
Make
do
that
it
move, it doesn't
verbally.
work out. You shower yourself.
save
You're like,
you
I
pressing
don't
the
know,
button. I'll
bro.
just
You know,
speak.
it just
10,
that
9,
specific
8,
kind of risk taking.
7, Mississippi 7. Oh, this might put your people off.
Yes, Sam, you get those cards in.
I always wanted to find a role. That way, when I'm not good enough to play with you guys, don't say I already am. I can still hang around.
What is?
Give him the count. He wants the count.
Mississippi 4, Mississippi 3, Mississippi 2.
Well, you're a bit late.
Has Grafton just been turned into... We have an official timekeeper, Sam. Jacob and Co. Not Grafton and Co. Not
65.
Squiddy and Co. Wow. Not Limp and Co. As Sam makes it 65 to go from the small, gets
Jesus.
piled on.
You sure? Okay, can you take? You can take it back. I will fold. This is a bad race from me. Well, okay, yeah. I
Usually
mean,
when people
that's like
do that,
a
they have
one.
like ace-4.
That's like one good card. You know?
Always, every time, it's always ace-4.
How many
What is
good
it?
cards did you have,
You
Sam?
didn't raise the button. You shoved them.
How many good cards did you have, Sam?
$500,000 worth of equity.
What are you saying to me?
That's a lot of money for me, Seth. I know for you.
Stop it.
Jesus fucking Christ. Pull in. Just take a second. Think about it. Jesus Christ. You got fucking 20 full seconds, bro. I want to eliminate you by... Mate, it's coming from everywhere now.
Well, it looks like Patrick might be starting his engine.
We're not going with the Ferrari reference. Machinery.
Well, I was playing off of... First off, the Ferrari is a machine. It's an Italian machine. And a work of art. Second off, the engine starting. Also playing into that motif. Tough customer today at the booth, Randy.
Tough partner. Like it's just not.
Doesn't work
not
for
too
you?
good. No, I don't like this one. No.
Well, Gottlieb likes King 9 enough to flat in the face of the hijack open. David Yan sitting deep can take the price and come along as it goes top pair, open ender, and swing and a miss in that order.
The important part is the swing and a miss is the pre-flop raiser. This type of texture probably has a lot of checks back, so we may just see a turn card. The type of texture that kind of hits small blind, big blind a little bit. So we check. Dicey.
Heart on the turn. Giving both Jan and Antonius flush draws. But Gottlieb still with the best hand. After the round of checks, comes out swinging. Into 140.
No surprise that he's betting out this top pair. You know, he sees another heart. Would expect Antonius to bet a hand better than the 9x on the flop. Needs to protect his hand. David Yan kind of has like a decent draw, but not clean outs. Like he's not sure if I make a straight, my opponent makes some bigger straight or heart, for example, too. Does lay down to 7-6. Great denial of equity from Seth Gottlieb.
Very much so. Just the jack high flush draw and ace high, and yet
power.
Trick. Calling, and both overcards are clean for him as well. His call brings the pot to 320K. River does not improve him. And now for Seth, he does check. Maybe playing a little bit of pot control.
Yeah, it's just I blowed the pot a bit on the turn. I still got called. It just doesn't feel too nice. We'll get to show it down still. Nicely played.
Same board.
So a good pickup there for Gottlieb. As Antonius didn't take a stab on the river. Pocket sixes now.
Stacking chips. Back to a raise?
45.
Or is this
Yeah.
a little back and forth?
Little click north of the min out of Grafton.
Tricky spot here, King Jack suited. Reason I say tricky is that the big blind is actually sitting on about a 43 big blind stack. So he can't just like 3-bet jam recklessly.
170?
So the idea of this 170 is attack the original pre-flop raiser, but get away if Christoph Ovesane does happen to wake up with a hand. And with the sizing of 170, I don't believe Grafton's going to think that he's got fold equity, so if he does decide to push the chips in there, we'll expect it to be running it. Problem 2 6s, of course, is doing so poorly against the overpairs. Does he think with some frequency this could be like an ace-5? Surely, of course.
3-bet to 170. Another 125K on request, and Sam just going to wave the flag here despite having position. It was quite a bit of his stack back. Not enough hand, he deems. David Yan. The sailing's been pretty smooth for him.
Yeah, he's been playing well. Like, isn't shy, as we've mentioned. That is his style, and it's paying off right now.
Yeah, and I think
Currently sitting second.
Listen, it doesn't seem like the kind of thing that's going to be necessarily unique to him, but there are those players who it seems like very much have a strong preference and like having the big stack and being able to kind of exert their personality in ways in which a stack like that affords. As you got a quick peek at the chip counts there, showing 93 bigs in front of Yan.
Yep.
Raise 40.
hockey sticks. Is this what we call 2 sevens?
Indeed.
Okay, learning.
Tang, the opener up front. When Christoph goes to the hood, he's usually playing. I can't remember the last time I see him do so and not get involved in the pot.
You got the live reads, my friend.
I mean, come on. This is a +1 correlation, it would seem. Smothered spades, but the right prize for Patrick. As he will defend.
See, when he's really involved, he pushes the hoodie to cover his mouth a little bit too.
Maximum coverage as a set of sevens. It's so wonderful for Danny, but picking up chips here is a 2-piece puzzle, and unfortunately, that board, not the adjoining jigsaw pieces he would need.
I like that one. It's a puzzle, jigsaw puzzle.
Thank you, Randy. I
Yeah,
appreciate
it's
that.
like one of your good ones.
Felt the need to atone for the savage distaste you had for my Ferrari metaphor. Danny goes to work 50K into 140, trying to retain a wider variety of hands at that sizing, but these two are not the ones.
Once again, a good play-by-play. I approve.
Randy, where is this strange affirmation thing coming from? Do I seem particularly insecure today? Is that what's going on?
I don't know. You said you had a losing day at some point.
Listen, no matter how bad my day gets, it would pale in comparison to the heartbreak associated with getting showered at this point in Event 7, the 200K, where 21 runners remain, 13 of whom will be paid. Ali Najad and Randy Liu, pleased to have you with us. Streaming from the Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, or of course our YouTube channel. The latter platform is where we implore and request that you take the brief amount of time necessary to move your cursor over the like button, click it, get on top of that, subscribe as well. Make sure you don't miss any of what we're putting out there free of charge, with pleasure.
Thank you in advance. So got a BVB spot here, Jack 4 suited. Decent stack. Limpsky.
Offsuit 1 gapper. Feels like a natural check back.
Yep. You tend to raise polarized, and when I say polarized, I mean the really dusty hands, the 10 deuces, the 9 threes, and of course all the hands you're willing to commit all of it in pre-flop.
So we see 3. Open-ender for Danny. The best of what's around.
Could be a spot he fires in some chips open in the straight draw. Can easily still represent a pair, having that check back BVB check range. .5 BBs equates to half the pot, gets it done.
Jack 4, never a customer.
I really haven't seen Patrick stop chewing for what it's worth.
You know, like people who play the trumpet
After break will be there.
can play it continuously without actually a break to breathe because they're inhaling as they're exhaling? Something similar seems to be in play with Patrick in terms of eating. See, still chewing, but then more goes in mid-chew. A green bean, perhaps, working its way down the hatch.
How much is that?
355, I think.
Thank you.
Looked around to the blinds once more. This time better kit in both seats by a wide margin. King 10 suited for Danny. Covers Grafton by a good margin.
This is going to get snapped
And
off.
the jam does get snapped. Ace 9 of diamonds, and suddenly a 590K pot
Thank you,
develops.
Bye, guys.
More than that after the call, 820.
Pretty fair fight.
Ace 10 9.
How about
Ace
Jack
is up
club
for
first?
Grafton,
How's that?
whose fate hangs in the balance. Danny has the 10 and needs to hit that card alone in order to
Dirty.
avoid doubling up Squiddy. Calls for the Dirty River. But
I guess
crystal
it's
clear.
375 total. But
You lied.
Is
no,
that
I said, you said, what's that? And I said 355.
I'm not paying you that extra.
Queen of Hearts?
I'm not paying.
He wouldn't have shoved the king down. Okay, you see, just see this hostility he's got built up in him. It's like,
Danny says he's not paying, Randy. I mean,
Yeah, he's not allowed to do that.
I would love just one time for Danny to be like, nope, not going to do it. Just force the staff to come over and kind of explain, sir, please. He
Do you
has
want-
ace 9. Look at the board. Your hand is no good. Just have him like crouch over his entire stack like a kid, like hug it. Nope, not going to do it.
They got to take him away. Policeman J&T comes along.
Yes, and there he is in the 9 seat. As we head back over to the feature table. Overall chip leader, Nacho Barbero. There with Mikita Badziakuski, who runs 6th right now. Also Seth Davies, who runs 3rd. So a number of the bigger stacks in the room. Front and center.
What's happening out here?
Looks like 5 cards on their backs. I don't see anybody collecting their belongings, so apparently a double for the short stack of Kerry Katz up against Juan Pardo. Queen 8, 3, 4, 10 was the board. Didn't see the holdings. 9s, there it is for Kerry. Ace 4 for Juan, who jammed from the small blind. Kerry called all in. Back over to the feature now.
Are they swapping TV tables? Sorry? We're staying? They swapping?
Jack 10 of hearts for Barbero, dominated. Heading to the Queen Trade Deuce board. Cutoff versus Big Blind.
Yeah, Barbaro is the pre-flop raiser in the cutoff a late position.
Yeah, the 40K min raise that got defended against, now followed up on with a 50K c-bet. Half pot exactly.
It would be nice to have a spade in hand for Daniel DeVoris. Since he does not, does pitch it.
Yep. Avoiding any sort of murkiness from that point forward. As Barbero will finish this frame on a high note. Players on their feet for good reason. Time for a scheduled break here in the 200K. There's a peek at the feature table chip counts on our way to that break. When we return, the small blind will be flat at 10K, but the big blind will go up to 25K as you see the impact Big blinds represented at the new blind level. Bringing you back to the desk, Ali and Randy, and of course, Steve O'Dwyer's Lucky Buddha, which is now affixed to my pen. Randy, I know better than to, not call upon the powers here. Of course, some luck, some superstition maybe swirling out there for those that are looking to work their way into the top 13 right now. Nacho Barbero appears very well poised to be among those that burst the money bubble here today. David Yan also has looked quite steadfast, Randy. Short stacks, though, going to need to do some things, and among them at the moment, Phil Ivey, a man who always commands the attention of the stream, second shortest in the room in front of Elton Sang.
Yes, we are approaching that situation where it's top 13 that pay, still 21 remaining, but after a couple more bust outs, as you know, we do have those kind of micro stacks that do exist. It's going to get a bit cagey from the bottom, and the big stacks are going to press a bit.
Yeah, don't forget, we had 19 max late regs, all of whom started with 20 bigs, and you see a lot of people just north of 20, some people just south of 20, maybe part of those guys just cobbling away, trying to keep their heads above water as we step aside when we return, continuing coverage of event number 7, the 200K from right here in London. Stay close.
Crushed the whole market.
So many players.
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton Series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
You notice he said I played cautious? Maybe he was contemplating even raising that river.
Yeah.
Good job.
Well served not to have done so, obviously, as the
The lead that Nacho has right now is it's quite insane. He's got 2x the stack of J&T in second.
Yeah, Bads has slipped to third, behind J&T.
Mullen.
Ace King for Barbero, the opener under the gun. Ole Shemian with an Ace King of his own. Jams it.
I
and
haven't
a
seen this.
third Ace King.
When is the last time you've seen this, Ollie?
I can't remember. I don't know that I've ever.
179.
Yeah, possibly never.
During yesterday's broadcast, I suggested I'd never seen pocket aces show up as many times as they did from the final table on or even the final 2 tables on, but it just seemed like every time we saw a collision there were aces.
I feel like no one in the chat has ever seen 3 ace kings all in. That's my read.
Well, we still haven't. Now we have. Yes, Chidwick.
This will be funny.
Gets in there. Barbero says, good luck, guys.
Very good.
Side pot
Exciting.
will be between Nacho and Ole for
I'm
a modest
thinking the
amount.
same, but you have to have seen this before, right? But I was thinking the same. It has to be so rare.
Last year I lost
Should've
queens
just-
to 3 times ace king.
I should have just called
Wow, that's
called 6-3 off
You got
you with
orange
my
shoes
8
on,
big
nice.
blind.
Lost queens
year?
against 3 ace kings?
Well, this year, I think last year,
That's insane.
online.
so many hands played, and it's so rarely.
So it'll be a
And
chop.
then there's 3
As
guys
the
with ace
rainbow
king.
flop
You lost.
texture
Yeah, fucking hell.
will not
What
produce
was it?
So the
any
day I went on
flushes.
the window, I'm like, Nachito's gonna do it. No.
Cheetos.
It was
That's-
5. It was 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, that's too much to ask.
Yeah. I mean, obviously.
That's what we like. You need to. You gotta make sure everyone kept track of the suits. You know.
Yeah, I'm open.
Never feels good to snap off and be behind.
Not at all. As Kisachoglu's hopes wane with 40 players left of our original 81 entries. 8-7. Working with the 10s for the time being. No longer the case, though. 2 outs once and a 400K pot for the Turk. Can he hit? No. That'll be that. No shame in it whatsoever, Randy. Just one of those spots.
Cooler. Wrong hat choice.
Did it say hero?
It says hero. Should have picked up the savage for this one.
Cooler. That's the hat. It would have been apropos of the spot.
Okay. What do we got going on here, Ollie?
Chidwick, after they carved up the ace-king, looked down at king-queen, and on the button he's jammed in 146. Fedor with ace-10 was the original raiser to 22,000. Going to give him a spin, and that spin is fruitless on the 7-5 deuce board where he hunts paint and finds it. Queen of diamonds, binking Chidwick. And no ace on the river. Means the mighty Stevie will double through the German.
Yeah, of course, with these 20.
Yeah, like I was saying, the Vegas 250 was
And it's pounds as well,
69
so-
total players, I believe. Well, 69 entries.
Yeah.
No, this is dollars. It's not pounds.
200K is dollar.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was 150. They round pound. They round it up to 200K.
That spin's getting short.
By right, it should be like
Jack 10 suited. He ripped in the 10-9 suited moments ago, Randy.
the real exchange rate 1.2
Wouldn't surprise me if he comes along with Jack 10 suited in the form of a jam.
Yep. 145,000.
2 FTs already. 1 win.
Super
Ace
Mario looking for a mushroom.
He definitely needs a mushroom. Maybe a star
Adrian Mateos
to
is
beat
not
the
here.
ace
A
jack.
star would be a little bit more useful in this
No, he's
spot.
coming for the invite.
He's coming for the invite.
He said, I guess he had.
Dominated by Brian Kim, but is ace jack
I
offsuit.
mean, it is all of like,
1 seat away.
That's so like unlike him, you know.
Enough. He says yes.
Kale doesn't play anymore.
Yeah, he has sleep issues when he travels.
Just riding into the.
Big call for Brian, by the way. He does have your stat covered, but not by that much. And this is not a great spot for Espen.
Bingo subject.
Saiga Gungwan. A guy that I've never seen before, actually. I've never seen.
Got
before.
shot straight draw.
Yeah.
Jorstad.
For the fans.
He'll take it with 320,000 in the middle, 37 runners left. Both players binking the jack. 10 or a queen as he picks up outs, and there is the queen. Gutter comes on in for Espen Jorstad, sparing him elimination here in the 200K.
Star power. The time was about to run out, but you know he got that last Goomba on
Do
the way out.
do. But I got to sing it faster, right? 'Cause that's
Yeah, the time's running out.
That's it.
Bingo.
Anyone that has no idea what we're talking about, by the way,
They know.
I regret to inform you that your parents didn't love you.
Gosh, they did not know that.
Yeah, he invited.
Yeah.
I like the music.
Or they would have bought you some form of Nintendo gaming device at some point in your life. Or maybe they loved you. Welcome back to Event 7, the 200K. We're breaking news. Randy, before the break.
Breaking news, yeah.
You remember, I had a good luck charm here on my pen during the break. Went to the restroom, came back. Aha! Yes!
No, I visited the Steve-O Shaman shop, and he sold me this.
That's
Great
not
charm.
true. Come on, give it back. Don't be a playground bully, Randy.
No. This is. You get your own somewhere out there.
Maybe you need it more than me. Things are looking good right now. Market is recovering. All right. Nacho Barbero up at the top of the chip counts right now. Most recent eliminations, let's walk you through them. We had the table redraw when we were at 24, and Ole Shimeon was out in 23rd. Actually, Shaman O'Dwyer out in 24th before him. David Malka, 22nd. 21st was Elton Sang. That leaves Phil Ivey on the shortest stack in the room, 11 bigs. But as we know, in particular in a 200K, the kind of buy-in where really even those who might scoff at most tournaments, play super high stakes, you're never going to punt your stack. You're never going to just blast it in there and say, oh, I got a cash game to get to. Ivy will certainly be looking to make the most of that 215,000 that's in front of him. Michael Soiza also down there, 250K. JNT slipped all the way down toward the bottom of the leaderboard. One of those guys who came in with the big stacks earlier on. But as you know, Randy, double-edged sword when you play the game the way he does.
100% double-edged sword. You know, you have some crafty plays. Sometimes it works for you. Sometimes it doesn't. But we are getting to the very tense part of the tournament. And as we said, top 13 will pay out $4.3 million up top, multiple seven-figure scores. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So just moments away from getting you back down to the action here at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane in London, where we work our way towards that 13-player money bubble. Blinds up now to 10 and 25,000 with a 25K big blind ante. No more panic at the disco as Randy has handed the Buddha back over.
10 quid, please.
Wow, so you picked up some British slang. Is that what you did there? I see. There is a look at the chip counts, brought to you by Leze.
It's also
Where some
just like
sleepless evenings
that somehow you have to wind up having to pay the tax.
might be happening.
Yeah. Like, only happens if you win. And then like
Nacho Barbero, overall chip leader, pocket tens here at the feature, up to 55,000 we go.
24% on net profit, right? So
Is it just net profit for tournament by tournament?
I believe, yeah, I
Not
think so.
by-
No, not by the trip.
So that's
It sucks, but it's
JNT,
like
rather short 9-5
somewhat-
suited in the big blind.
Somewhat better than just the whole cash amount.
Horace.
Because then it's
He's got spades of his own in front of him.
yeah. It's more like, you know, somewhat under 20%. And then like
even if you have to pay it, like you're still probably doing fine in 25s and main. And, I mean,
Enough
obviously it's, like,
connectivity here, suitedness.
gonna be a
small
low
raise.
if that's the case, but
it's
got
not gonna be
185
a
back with 145 in the middle.
Yeah, it's not just gonna be
Yes.
like, oh, they took half. of it.
Daniel folds, but JNT does not.
Did all this
Top pair against the over pair.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind him just jamming, but in trouble against the two
And I
tens.
assume if there's enough.
185 snap called by Barbero. You can well afford
What?
If there's
to
enough.
make the call and
reason
happens to be in the lead here.
Like, surely they'll be open to just making everything 25 instead of having 150. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that kind of sounds like that will happen anyway, right?
So then you just say like 725 kids.
Turn, delivering a gut shot.
JNT
JNT is going to need help. Is a 9 or a 5 in there? No. The 6 was never going to be good either.
If I was...
So Jean-Noel Torel eliminated.
Oh yeah, it's not as big of a deal for Americans, right?
But Ike was saying if you're down money, it's like
Now
it's like basically the same deal for everybody else.
down to 19.
Because like the whole deal
You'd
is,
only get off it if you were being double taxed.
yeah, you'd just be able to write the Spanish tax off of your American taxes.
Don't forget, Jean-Noel.
But if you're down, you're just paying tax on
Where
it.
is your friend? You speak all the languages. Canadian?
Yeah, and I just said, Jean-Noel, your glasses in French.
He just said that. Not just saying that you're speaking French. Kind of like why?
You're Canadian. You can say it in French.
I did.
He did say it in French.
I literally just said, hey, Jean-Noel, your glasses.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it.
I think you just assumed the worst.
Wow. I know you speak.
When you assume, you make an ass out of you and me.
Didn't Henry say that in the booth the other day?
Did he?
I'm going to say he did.
So we know where he got it from.
I don't think
That's a classic. I haven't heard
Divorce.
that one in a while.
It is indeed a classic. Chidwick, ace-9 suited. Up front rip.
Make an ass out of UME.
Just
That's
north
how you
of
spell the word assume.
10 bigs and 2 kings for Divorce. Awaits him on the button. A covering stack.
How much is it?
And a very poor proposition.
270.
You speak some French, Tim?
Nah, I mean, you studied in school, but no, I mean, I can count.
That's it. You live in Vancouver, right?
Toronto.
Oh, Toronto? Toronto, only English. Vancouver also, right? Only English?
Paused on Dan.
Are you a Maple Leafs fan?
Yeah.
Makes the call, tries to lure Seth Davies in there. Of course, Davies never tempted. So now we'll play for 500 and
You
90,000.
guys all are Maple Leafs? Are you guys all Maple Leafs? Are there other big teams?
Stephen Chidwick
No, in where?
needs help here. 32% equity.
Oh, Montreal, yeah.
He hopes to stay alive in the 200K. Just a lone spade. The 9 dangler working towards a straight, perhaps.
Calgary.
Yeah, but Toronto and Montreal are the most famous, like, historic teams.
Still ace hunting.
In Canada.
The
Is
US is, like,
Chidwick.
Boston, New York, Rangers.
Boston.
Turn didn't deliver any draws, and the river didn't deliver the ace, as that'll do it
Arizona
for Stephen Chidwick. Right on the heels of the elimination for Jean-Noel Torel. He is showered in 19th.
I didn't know that. No, I don't
As
really
we are
follow
now
baseball
just
that well.
5 away from
I'm
the
in
money.
Florida this year.
You were in good shape. I had an ace.
And then, like, I mean, like, Philadelphia and stuff because of the Summit Series.
Even Colorado, right? Like, isn't Colorado pretty historic? The Avalanche?
They're from, like, 96.
Oh, really? I thought they were.
They won in 96. They're from, like, 90. Yeah, maybe they're from 96.
Oh, okay, I thought they were old school.
Or wait,
What?
92.
Yeah, what?
I mean, it's got to be.
Entered the league in '96 and won.
No.
Oh, because the Quebec Nordiques moved to Colorado, right?
The Nordiques were.
Yeah, like in Quebec, yeah.
So they've done over the years, like Colorado's done a rendition of the jersey with the old Nordique.
Oh, sick. I bet those are cool.
They're actually really nice.
The Hartford Whalers.
Yeah, they turned out to be Carolina Hurricanes.
Good, we have you.
Nordiques? They were in Colorado, then they moved again?
Hartford Whalers.
Oh, the Hartford Whalers. Yeah. That's like one of my all-time favorite sports logos.
And then Atlanta.
Well, Les Ambassadors Club, or Les, as it is fondly referred to by its members, has been welcoming aristocracy, diplomats, and famous names since the early 19th century. Once owned by the Coiningham family and Leopold de Rothschild, the club was reopened in 1991 and established itself as a major landmark in the heritage and social life of the Mayfair and London scene as one of the most exclusive and sought-after casino memberships. Shout out, by the way, to their doormen the other day, who really were looking out for me, as I was not dressed for rain, and of course, hard pivot here in the London weather, downpours. I was wanting to walk back to the hotel. Said, you know what? Take one of these. Handed me the umbrella. Suppose I should give it back at some point, right?
You're taking it home?
No, it just says Lizzie all over
I
it.
know.
You're that guy, you know. But it has come in handy. Some showers outside, and there's been a few showers inside as well, with still 5 left between everybody.
Oh, you think they were a WHA team that went to Calgary?
Yeah, we could look into it later.
As they work their way toward the 13
¿Estás bien ahí?
paid spots.
3 draw at 16.
Yeah, should be. Yeah, should we draw 16 then 9 for the contact. Fold. Fold.
Ace-Jack for Tim Adams.
55,000.
Action resuming absent Stephen Chidwick.
Yeah, this table is actually 6-handed right now. Did also lose J&T.
King-Jack for Seth Davies has some problems. Little does he know it, 55K to go. Feels very reasonable to continue from the small.
Yeah, he might actually 3-bet, he might flat. Both options viable.
140.
Looking for the 3-bet fold spot. Ace-Jack is actually kind of got an interesting decision. It's like a cuspy hand where Ace-Queen you always continue. Ace-Jack offsuit is more so depending on stacks, positions, and the player you're up against. It's never a comfy hand to play.
Oh. As we see Davies making it 140K. We await the response from Adams.
Malaga.
635 back.
5 seconds.
Gonna take one in position.
You said call?
Yes.
Is it cool, yeah?
The price was rather small pre-flop, so more incentive to do so as well.
Five deuce, 2 diamonds as Tim made the further investment. Pot close to 330, and obviously Davies would have preferred to have just drawn the curtain on that one pre. Instead, now here he is out of position in a pot that he bloated.
The key card for Timothy Adams is actually that ace of diamonds, giving him that
80.
backdoor equity. And especially against an 80K bet, about quarter pot. If he feels he can defend his hand pre-flop, I can't imagine him really wanting to lay down for quarter pot on a texture that could easily be the best hand against these broadways unpaired.
Call.
80K C-bet. Flatted by Adams. Ace of diamonds working. No longer. As the 8 doesn't connect with either holding, and pot is at 490. SPR sub 1. effective, courtesy of Adams 470 back.
It kind of depends on how light his opponent would float the flop on this 5-5 deuce when he c-bets 80k. What would his opponent do if, say, like 2 6s, 2 7s if he calls? Looks like he's just going to check and hope to get a free river card. And for Adams here, ace-jack, the type of hand where you still got the showdown value. You beat all those broadways. Counting down his stack to see if there's room to bet. Clearly, of course, not ideal to bet fold a hand like ace-jack.
5 seconds. Check.
Knuckle back and a dry river. At this point, Davies firing at this board would seem a little ambitious, would it not?
It still could actually be pretty credible, having the overpairs. They do actually check this turn at a decent frequency with 1 SPR, but you just don't really see it too often just because you're representing a very narrow value range. As played, I would believe that Timothy Adams would be very happy checking down this ace-jack. You got to the river, only had to pay 80k post-flop. Your opponent has all these broadways that just loses. The only reason you bet ace-jack here is if you strongly feel that your opponent's range is ace-queen, ace-king heavy, and they would fold to a bet. There's no guarantee your opponent will fold to a bet with ace-queen, ace-king. But he's contemplating it with the time card coming in.
Davies shutting it down.
5 seconds. Check. Shut down.
Adams shuts down in turn and will be delighted to be able to roll this ace-jack over. And the thought for him on the end, Randy, you feel is ever the notion that he needs to try to clear out hands that have ace-jack beat?
It's basically ace-queen and ace-king exactly that he'd want to fold out. The thing is, he must have been thinking, well, do these hands sometime call me if I bet the river, just given that the 2 flush draws that misses. And if he feels that they would at some frequency, then bluffing doesn't seem to be as good of an option. But a great hand, nevertheless, for Timothy Adams.
Were you thinking of value bet?
Yeah, you see Dvorak
I don't want to double pay.
asking the question of Adams as well, given the tank.
Yeah, 2 Canadians, very friendly. Not sure if he did engage.
Fold.
I think it's 10 seconds.
10 seconds, you hear? Fast action system in play.
Mm-hmm.
Raise to 55,000. Fold.
Can I get a power bank, please?
Fold.
Yeah.
Adams opening once more. Click up from the min to 55. Juan Pardo not interested. And again, an ace-jack surfaces. This time for Nacho Barbero. And it has Adams
just over now.
dominated.
Ace-jack actually calls here a lot pre-flop. The earlier the position they are, you tend to 3-bet ace-jack more against the button open offsuit. So since it is the hijack, calls, flops it.
Ace 7-6. Jack of spades working for Adams as Barbero's flat, followed up a pawn with a check. Way the best of it.
if he wants to sprinkle in a continuation bet. Backdoor spade's always helpful.
Bet 35,000.
Thank you.
Rather small bet, about quarter pot.
Thanks.
Just kind of want to protect your check calling range that's weaker, you know, the 7, 6x type holdings. So you still need to come along with some stronger ones like ace jack rather than check raise.
So Adams taking a little 35K swing. Nacho's call, adding another 70,000 to the middle. Tim drawing dead now after the 9 of diamonds rolls off. Nacho checks again.
Also the type of texture that is hard to multi-barrel with just queen jack. The hands that you'd want to fold out, the 7, 6x's, now pick up a straight draw a lot of times, and they often wouldn't go anywhere.
Check back. Backdoor diamonds show up.
Not the best run out for Nacho Barbaro, although he might not have to fear a river bet from Timothy Adams, given it is a 4-liner, but in the form of an 8x. Hijack open, a little bit less 8x combos. Perhaps maybe block bet is coming to mind for him.
I didn't check Chicomo.
I understand, yeah. Before I just got that. Bet 50,000.
Okay, so looks like Nacho did put in a block bet himself, 50K.
Sub-quarter pot. 4-liner and diamonds both on board.
Yeah, but the thing is, diamonds kind of barrels a turn at a decent frequency, and the 8x is a little bit less likely from the hijack. So not too worried.
Yeah, it was more looking at it from Adam's perspective in terms of any likelihood that Queen
Right.
Jack was ever going to get to showdown, as we do see it find the muck.
Thank you. This is not what I want. Thanks. No, but it's at the PM. Thank you. Oh, but
On his feet is Sam Grafton now at the outer table. What have we taking place? Seth Gottlieb all in. Unclear whether or not Grafton is the involved party. No, it is Danny Tang who has ace-jack up against pocket threes. And now he's got top two. Gottlieb doesn't hit the three, so Danny will pull his stack forward. That looks like Gottlieb the covering stack.
Yeah, Gottlieb does have the covering stack. This is counting out the payout.
So Tang is going to double. Awaiting the official chip count on the back end of that one, which should send Gottlieb down considerably. So Seth is going to be 14th of 18 runners. As Danny Tang catapults above the average stack of 900K, good for 36 bigs at 1.2 million. Good chunk of breathing room.
Excuse me. Fold. Fold.
Ace deuce suited for Juan Pardo. Cut off.
Raised to 55,000.
Slightly north of 22 bigs. Takes it upstairs.
This is this crucial part of the tournament where these middling stacks are trying to tread water, as you say. Pick up a blind here and there, but not be too active where players just play back at you.
Jack 5 off, just too dusty. Deems Adams.
So currently I'm looking at the leaderboard. The two shortest stacks is none other than Phil Ivey and Patrick Antonius, are legends and OGs of the game.
Yeah. Legends that have obviously found themselves in similar circumstances in the past. Not sure that they're going to be quite as grindy as the likes of Sean Winter off of 6 and 4 blinds respectively. Ivy and Patrick, but they're not going to get it in bad if they can help it.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Didn't really want to talk about Winter. He's been long gone from this tournament. But I know what you're referencing. His ability to stretch his micro stack into deep runs.
It's not the size of the stack, Randy. It's how you work it.
Okay. Okay. Sure, wherever your mind wants to wander.
7-3 not going to wander in.
Sorry.
From the big is once again a raise and take it situation. Barbero giving them a look, saying, hey guys, real kid. Back over to the secondary feature where Gary Katz, certainly one of those guys that knows how to grind a short stack. Ace 3 suited here. Didn't open the pot.
Definitely some
all in
tight ICM stuff going on there, especially knowing that multiple players with micro stacks and bad shape for Soiza.
Chop's good.
Jack 9 offsuit. Tried to rip it. Jorstad wagging his finger with the Queen 9, dominating and looking good on the 7-7-4-2 club board, where Soiza is in desperate need of help. Third shortest stack in the field as it stands, and maybe, just maybe, a hook on the river to spare him. No.
GG, boys.
Instead,
in the next one.
It's the 8, and always such a positive attitude on Michael Soiza. Certainly, I suspect, having something to do with how it is that he can do what he does at the highest stakes for a living and to great effect. On this occasion, of course, not going to be adding to his career Triton totals as he eliminates, or is eliminated, in 18th.
I like that open. Sure looked like a big pair.
Yeah, GG Michael Soiza. On to the next one, as he says.
Guess one sometimes isn't, probably is.
Definitely scary in a shove.
Four bust outs in the 325K payout right around the corner. Pocket deuces in the cutoff, straight in the muck for Kerry Katz.
Yep.
Realizes the situation is, look, Ivy and Antonius, they're very short. Let them go out. Espen, 2 8s. They had a heads-up match not too long ago.
That's right. Earlier, right here in this London festival, it was Jorstad Ivy. Head up for the title in the 40K
Ivy.
mystery bounty.
Counting down his stack. He's got a big blind and big blind ante involved. Wondering if his opponent is making a move on him.
Of course, we know the answer. How well is Queen 5 offsuit going to be performing? Of course, he hates to let go of the big
Slides.
blind and big blind ante, so he's going to dig in as yet another collision with tournament life implications on the line here in the 200K.
Yeah, I would have shoved.
Oh, maybe I spike it too.
A 5 in the window, and now Ivy with added outs, 5 in total. Looking for trips or queens up, and the set of 8s on the turn will end.
We got to stop. We only got 4 players.
Phil Ivy's run and leave this secondary feature table four-handed. So some rebalancing efforts will have to come, and you can almost sense the collective groan in the chat. Randy is one of the most popular players ever to play the game. Draws so many viewers. Left on the outside looking in this one. And now we look in, back at the featured table on Seth Davies at the river, betting 120,000 in a pot where Tim Adams raised the button to 60K. Seth defended the ace-8 deuce board. Seth check called a 35K C-bet from King High. Turn went check, check. And Tim's all done with it here on the end.
Little peek of an ace, showing it's all business.
You're down to 16, but before we continue, you have to catch up. This is why I asked you to stay at your table. So we're going to catch up 2 hands, and then we're going to do a complete.
Chip counts at the feature. Barbero surging up, 2.7 million. Seth Davies in second. Good bit of runway between them. And as we draw closer to the money bubble, Randy, obviously this layout for Nacho at the table begins to become more and more attractive in terms of the aversion for players to get involved. You've already seen it for Kerry Katz at that secondary feature.
Yes, when every person out one step closer, the big stacks get hungrier. You know, the dust of these short stacks turn into potential treasures for these chip leaders to just attack over and over again. Ace Jack now in the cutoff. Start to handle 30 blinds.
130,000. Oh.
Ace Jack is one of those candidates where you're in position, you do 3-bet quite a bit. It looks pretty strong because technically speaking, these 30 big blind stacks should be a little bit calm. Even gets the 9-8 suited out, which was a late attractive price, but 3 from the money, it's just kind of maybe after we squeeze in.
Yeah, one more, yeah.
Tim Adams looking very deep in thought here. 7.3 million plus in career Triton earnings, 9 cashes, 1 title under his belt for 5 so far here in London, and last 6 events at our last Cyprus stop.
Nachito special.
He came up dry as well. Only 1 cash at that
I figured
festival.
he was going to think I have so much 9s and 8s when I called their pre-flop.
10
The
attempts.
perfect thing.
Seconds. Oh.
Discipline laydown from Daniel DeVoris. Ace-8 suited.
Well served to Muckett. Adams with the ace-king.
Fold. Fold.
Nacho Barbero picks up 10-9 suited in the big blind, and we know this is going to put in some chips against this pre-flop raiser of Timothy Adams.
Getting his
call.
bearings. Obviously, very reasonable hand with which to continue for him. 6-6-9 as he outflops the ace-king. 145 in the middle.
Timothy Adams has been c-betting kind of like this 35K bet on most flops. Let's see if he opts to do this still against someone who's got him covered. Nacho Barbero, chip leader.
What was that, Randy? 35K c-bet?
Yeah, he's done it several times in a row. It's
Right
his bet size. For now, though, it is Nacho with a pair of 9s of 6s on board. And he's seen lots of c-bets from Timothy Adams. Perhaps he comes in for check raise on occasion, although check call is the standard play, and check raise we go. Denied at equity. He's seen Timothy Adams bet 35K, check back turn, give up river. Why give him that shot in position with 2 overs?
Yeah, especially on this board texture. Interacting with the 6 of hearts as a little side dish to the 9s and 6s, which are largely responsible for this check raise. Adams gonna call the extra 65K, and obviously that is something that Nacho is going to keep an eye on as he does pick up the heart draw. Now the pot is up to 345,000, a not insignificant 730 back for Adams.
Yeah, good card for Nacho in a sense that it's not an overcard to his pair of 9s. Gives him the heart draw. He might want to continue to keep his foot on the gas pedal, maybe like a third pot bet, just to still deny equity, and 1/3 he does go. Now ace-king does need to play honest on the flop, but with this turn card, it's a bit troublesome, as you do kind of expect like the open-ended straight draws, the gut shots to check raise at some, check raise at some frequency, and of course they got a piece now.
Randy, would you just mind following my finger briefly? Just want to make sure the eyes and everything. And just lean in here. I'm just going to check your
Let
pulse.
me follow the Buddha.
Okay. Yeah, pulse seems good. Just you don't mind if I touch your forehead like Mom used to. Temperature seems fine. Okay. Thought perhaps we had a concern on our hands, medical in nature.
Okay,
malfunction.
So I misspoke a few words. Give me a break.
Only teasing, of course, as Barbero fires 125,000 and takes that one down. Ace-king into the bin, and looks like it's time for a redraw. Randy, as we are down to 16 players here in the 200K. That redraw will rebalance us at 8 players per table. So that will take a little bit of time, which allows us to bring it back to the desk. Here we are then. Ali and Randy back with you. Average stack currently 1,041 big blinds. As mentioned, redraw time is upon us with the blinds steady at 10 and 25,000, 25K big blind ante. That redraw will be populating in the Triton Poker Plus app in real time. For those that have yet to download it, please do yourselves a favor and do so. Now, where my attention lies is, of course, toward the bottom of the leaderboard at present, Randy. You touched on some of the names that were there. We've lost one of them in Phil Ivey. Patrick Antonius in the on-deck circle, 8 bigs, spins needed, 13 paid, 3 away.
Spins are needed, but he still needs to play a little bit snug just to kind of choose his spots in case other people bust out first.
All right. Let's send it to a break. When we return, continuing coverage with just 2 tables left, 3 away from the money, 5 7-figure payouts in event number 7. Stay close.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No
One of my favorite ways to understand GTO strategies is to look at the expected value of different plays. Whenever you see a spot to GTO Wizard, you can hit this dropdown and select Strategy plus EV. For example, opening Ace-10 offsuit from under the gun is worth about 9 big blinds per 100, but opening Ace-9 offsuit loses about 5 big blinds per 100. Ace-8 loses about 14, and this is why it's important to understand the bottom of your range and think about which plays actually make money and which plays are pretty close to break even. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton Series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Welcome back to the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. At the desk, Ali and Randy, glad to have you with us as the redraw break just about done. We're going to get you down to the floor in about a minute's time, populating into the app at present for those that want to follow along. 16 remaining, 13 paid, 5 7-figure payouts. As we mentioned, the min cash course is going to be $325,000. So if you're on a couple of bullets, Randy, as some of these guys might be, you're still in the red, need to outperform that payout, and it's going to be flat 13th and 12th at 325. Not until we get up to 9th place do we eclipse the 400K barrier with a $453,000 payout. Prior to the break, we focused upon the short stacks in the room. Now let us turn our attention to the big ones. Nacho Barbero and David Yan, we've talked about both of them, Seth Davies as well. Danny Tang, however, emerging. We saw him pick up that double, 1.3 million and plus in front of him, 53 bigs, a guy that we could find at the FT.
It is definitely someone who wants to try to get to the FT. He knows how big of a tournament this is, 4.3 million up top. But right now, it's just two really big stacks. It's just Jose Barbero and David Yan. Everyone else is, even Seth Davies has still got 30 blinds less than the second place player.
Danny does have a couple of cashes already here in London. 21st in the GG Millions Live, 9th in the 50K 8 Max in 5 attempts. This event is his 6th. So without further ado, we get you down to the new feature and semi-feature tables. There is Barbero, a whopping lead And Tang, unfortunately, has drawn that table where he will have to contend with that big stack, though he is the second largest in that assembly of players. Over on the red table, David Yan, second in chips overall, might be relieved to not have to contend with Nacho. As we see the short, Patrick Antonius, 8 bigs,
No, nothing funny
needs
for
help.
me. I just wanted you to know nothing.
Some people were 5-betting me with ace-5 when I had kings. It didn't work. It didn't work that well.
Donation.
Donation half of the stack. Here, Nachito, take it. Take it for you. You need it. I was 40% better. It wasn't. Discipline you didn't jump, by the way. Oh, it's very disciplined. I was very disciplined that hand you didn't jump.
Yeah.
I said you were gonna do it.
Yeah. Kept some back. I finally had it. I did it to side out. I 4-bet, but then I actually had it. And he had the kings, he put it in. It didn't work out either.
All right, chip leader picking up King Jack of diamonds.
$55K at the open. Now an ace in the cutoff for Ponakov. Shades down suggests we are going to see involvement.
Ponakovs isn't really shy of
70.
being aggressive despite the situation. 170K.
How much do you have, Alex?
1.3.
It's 170.
Bit of action in front of him. Grafton, of course, contemplating is there ever a world where he can consider 4-bet. Would be quite ambitious.
Not sure what that side card is for Alex. Obviously, leaves this ace-8 suited. Pretty uncomfortable.
Grafton feels that Ponakovs really should be cautious against the chip leader with this 3-bet and finds it odd that right back from break he is going to 3-bet, but is going to burn a time make in is out. So about a 3x 3-bet in position from Ponakovs. Deep stacks, as you heard, Alexei Ponakovs started the hand with 1.3 million. Nacho gonna take a flop out of position and proceed with caution, I imagine.
Still TBD whether or not that fold from Grafton was with a dominated or dominating ace, as we don't know what Alex's side card is. What we do know is the Queen 7-5 board has not connected meaningfully with Nacho's hand in a 400K pot, where Alex has position. Does he have a pair?
Well, if he can fire a sizable bet here, regardless, it wouldn't matter what his side card is, as King Jack of Diamonds wouldn't really be able to continue out of position. What's quarter pot? Sometimes it does invite the King Jack suited if they feel that his opponent is messing around with him to continue. Ideally, you'd want to be in position, though, to be kind of taking these backdoor potential floats. He's done.
Alex, what are we saying? Good hand there.
I get there.
You had a good hand?
You know what I have.
You're right.
You know what
Full
I
ace queen.
have. Not quite ace queen, but ace 8 suited as the 100K C bet. Tens? Is that what Alex just claimed?
That's literally impossible, right? If he's holding an ace in his mystery card.
He's good.
Or maybe he's saying, Grafton,
yeah,
did
my
you
lucky
have
dealer
tens? Would make more sense.
That's good.
You didn't see Alex down at the outlets when you journeyed 50 miles outside of London via train.
You couldn't just
to
keep
grab your
pouncing
discount
this on me.
Givenchy at the Versace
I had
outlet
to look
by
for
chance.
some good value, okay? But yes, no, I did not see Alex. I think he goes to the
retail store?
The original, yeah, the full
Bond
price.
Street?
The 2,800 hoodies or whatever it is. Do like his sense of style, though.
Queen deuce suited.
So Danny would be raising into 15 and 16 big blind stacks in this spot.
King deuce suited. And a different situation is Tang. One to watch here, Randy. Really has a good understanding of this phase of the tournament. What to do, what not to do, some of the risks that need to be taken if you want to set yourself up for a run at the FT and not one of these squeak in there with 3 or 4 bigs affairs. He's hunting titles. Part of the 3 title holder club at present is Tang.
Plays with conviction. Very, can be emotional at times, you know. Really loves it when he makes a deep run. I still remember that time when he lost to Mikita Baziakuski, which I believe was Mikita's 4th title, when he had that like 8-1 chip lead heads up and just could not close out Mikita.
Boy, that was devastating, wasn't it?
But he came back from it strong, multiple titles since.
I want to say it was the 50K 7 max in Madrid where he finished 2nd.
Hit me. Is it true?
Efforting.
As you figure this out, it is Nacho, King 5 off in the big blind, contemplating defending against Sam Grafton. It's got ace jack.
Understandable. The 60K open from him.
Uh-oh, I see. Feels like words. Oh, I thought words were coming out of his mouth like raise.
Yeah, fold was not what I expected when we...
Did you figure out which tournament it was, Ollie?
Cool.
Sorry.
And then he folded.
Taking a look at Nikita's resume going back to Madrid. It was indeed the 50K Euro 7 max.
Call me the fold.
Good memory.
I want you to fold. The mood you're in, I want you to fold.
I think so. I think so. I think so, yes. Otherwise, I call him. I didn't have good experience playing against you.
Owen. 300.
How much is this, please?
300.
300.
Pocket 9s, jamming and running into 2 10s. Gary Katz, for the time being, rates to be headed for an exit on the outside of the money bubble.
Ooh, Danny Tang folded King 9 offsuit.
So one of the necessary 9s already
Big hand, huh?
in the bin.
That's a disaster. I had 9s.
Understandable the eye roll from Kerry as he plays for 660, and little does he know it, but he's got only one out to the set that he seeks for the time being. The path to a straight also obstructed by the presence of the 2 10s. Clubs
no
are
good.
covered as well.
Looking pretty bleak. 8%. %4. All right. Good game.
Yeah.
GG, bro.
Oh, yeah.
River.
GG, Carrick.
Making it official. Randy is Cats now 0
He's
for
not a broke guy.
6
He's a
here
broke
at this
guy.
London festival.
We're in London, mate.
Didn't cash at his last 2 either.
Rough.
What do you?
And won't be adding to his 4.8 million in career Triton earnings today. As we flip it back over to Patrick Antonius out of the big blind, he is jamming 185,000 as an all-in 4-bet from the big blind. Daniel DeVoris opened the pot to 55K. David Yan from the button made it 140. The Patrick jam has been flatted in 2 spots as an active side pot between the 9s and the ace-3 of spades emerges on an all-spade board. David Yan with the nuts.
That is a hard one to win with ace-3 suited against 2 jacks and 2 9s, and is pretty much a hammerlock to scoop this pot, 95% favorite. There is a side pot to play for. But as it stands right now, Daniel DeVoris has to continue with this pair of 9s. Just 1 over. He's got the spade back up. This is less than 10% pot.
Barrels into dry side pots tend to be meaningful, but at this sizing, obviously,
5 seconds.
main pot still on DeVoris's mind.
Cool.
And he does have the 9 of spades working as well, so one can understand why it is that he chooses to make the call and create the 100K side. Now he'll draw dead, as will Patrick.
Check.
I feel like David Yan, if he bets again, would want to go small because of the king being present. It overcards the queen, which Daniel DeVoris can easily have, and he might just be like, well, too close to the money, don't really want to get in a marginal spot.
Seconds.
Second check in front of Yan, going into the tank a bit here.
75,000.
And at the last second, without burning a time bank, he fires again, this time slightly more, 75,000, 3/4 of the side. But DeVoris is going to be considering this sizing in relation to the entire pot.
Entire pot, yes. And David Yan's just trying his best to get anything to continue. And man, the price is amazing for these 2 9s, and it looks like he's getting baited to call once again. If David Yan had bet just a little bit more, these 2 9s would have went into the muck. So did get another 75K so far. Board pairing.
Check.
I feel like David Yan might go cutesy once more. He's sized in a way where he would never expect Queen X to fold. Maybe he gets more crying calls out of those hands. Is it possible for Daniel DeVoris to have King X? It is a 3-bet pot, so maybe hard to say, given it was monotone and a bet on the flop.
5 seconds. Time.
Well, TBD. I don't think he's ever worried about a full house's played.
No, no.
And when that is the case, of course, we can very comfortably deliver this river bet.
Of 155,000.
Does that qualify as cutesy for you, Randy?
This does, you know, it's once again like I mean, like a 15% pop bet or something similar. I didn't do the math on it, but it's 50 on the flop, 75 on a turn, 155 on the river. But keep in mind, the flop had like 600 and some odd K in it. Dvorak's going to lay it down. GG to Patrick. We are dwindling.
So interesting.
That we are. As yet another one bites the dust here. David Yan. Showering. Patrick Antonius. 15th place finish for the Finn.
Sorry about that. Yes, exactly. 2 hands.
Forgive me, 14th.
This is
it not?
single big blind, right?
Yes. Yeah, single big.
Also, can we get some time bank change, please?
No.
Thank you. You used the one at time.
Hang on.
Dan.
Lost my bearings here. Looking in the app, it would appear that we have 14 left, but I don't see Patrick's name yet amongst the eliminated.
Patrick eliminated 15th.
No, that's two. That's both.
I gave you 5, took 4.
Yeah. He just Patrick was to give some time bank, so we just used those to change it. He gave me
Thank you so much.
This is a mix. This is a mix of Patrick's and the extra ones.
Confirmed.
Yeah. So it's going to be dead small blind, big blind.
Awkward. How
Both hands on this level?
aren't synced up there.
We have 2 hands left.
But we're in sync.
That's the good news. So now, stone, money, bubble, hard hand for hand.
I'll play 2 hands.
Mm.
Then you're gonna get
5 seconds.
They'll go hand for hand.
Fast action system in play. You see the red time banks. Davies. King, queen, shoots it.
It's going to be a painful bubble for someone. It's a 325K min. And actually, our shortest stack has 14 blinds. There's plenty to hang around. Hard to say how long this will take to burst the bubble. It wouldn't surprise me if ace-8 goes straight amok. There we go. It's just that there's better opportunities when you slide into the money.
Buttons on me still, right? Yeah.
Is that DMP in the background?
Sounded like him, didn't it? So this round will be free of charge for Davies, courtesy of that pickup.
Shuriken tournament is amazing.
Yeah, it sounds like fun over there. I'm having more fun over here, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Same.
I prefer to stay as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out here for a while.
Fold. Raise to 50,000. Fold.
Now this is very much the point in the tournament where, Randy, you and I would both expect David Yan and Seth Davies, the 2 big stacks here, to start to get busy. Maybe not so much against one another, however, as we see Davies 10-7 offsuit, big blind.
Yeah, advantage to David Yan just having 2x the stack of this other big stack of Seth Davies. And, you know, if you're getting these hands to lay down, it's just a great scenario for David Yan. Like you said earlier, he likes to have a big stack and knows how to exert the pressure.
Guys, as usual, if there's an automatic call, don't show down your hand. Wait for our instructions. And if you lose 2 players on 2 tables, you draw for the last one. And if you lose on the same table, chip count down. Thanks, thank you very much.
Waiting for the electric behind again.
So advisory there?
Yeah, stone bubble, rundown. Hand for hand.
On the side pot that is 300, and I just
All standard.
No fast action system in play during hand for hand.
Which straight he had?
Yeah, the 7.
Pocket 7s, yeah?
Yeah.
Who was that?
So the red chips collected.
They were
I
collected, but
think
they'll
he's
be
pretty. I have so
brought
much
back out
nines
during
and
pay
eights there
jumps.
that I think it's a good fold, I think.
So
At least
Nacho
he
is the
doesn't,
table
like,
captain here.
you know,
9-8
like,
offsuit going to
we
work.
know he's like raising fucking like shit right now, right? But at least he doesn't do all this acting like he has a massive hand, you know? He's just like, yeah, I'm gonna raise anything.
I had a
And
massive
still
hand.
raise.
I had a massive hand against him.
Try guess who am I trying to like defend, right?
That's Heath. That's Heath. I know Heath really well. There's a little.
No, but like he like looks at his card and he's like,
Then he frowns.
like he shocked himself, you know, like
That's
oh my
Tim,
god,
right?
I have a massive hand, you know.
That's Tim?
No.
Bro, I'm
Actually,
not.
Tim make me a close second with that.
Bro, I'm not opening any two, by the way.
I know.
What do you think?
No, but Heath's got a certain routine.
Nacho issuing an advisory here from the hijack, but 8-9 offsuit obviously feels like a broader range than that which he's trying to advertise. Danny defending the big blind. His big stack confrontations are absolutely a delight to the short stacks in the room.
Nacho betting just 35K. I wonder if Danny 10 continues with King 10. Got the little back door working. It is a hijack open, which is a little bit more narrow, but because it is the Stone Cold bubble, narrow is actually still wide. Check call we go. Nice.
King binks Danny here. As his check call rewarded promptly. Barbero taking his shot.
A really good card for Danny in the sense that the King X is favorable to the pre-flop raiser, so maybe they put in multiple barrels on you, you just pick up more chips. Nacho is going to reach for more chips and try to attack the ace highs that would check call to flop. Jack X would have some trouble. Of course, all the little baby pocket pairs would be straight into the muck with these two overs. For now, though, great spot for Danny to just continue to slow play and pot control a bit.
This is kind of the phase where Barbero expects a lot of surrender from Danny on that turn, and once he doesn't get it, but he does get some showdown value, he's going to have some suspicions that his hand is beat and maybe not one that he can ride to victory even with the third barrel. Although imagine what kind of blender Danny would be put in if Nacho just got savage and
Jack King X of clubs. I check.
overbet it.
Close. But no, the 9X still has showdown value against the Ace X of clubs that would check call flop in
So
turn.
stupid. Nice hand.
Oh.
I had the
He's so
best hand.
stupid.
When?
At no
never.
point.
In any point of the hand, from pre-flop in the river.
Honesty got the better of Nacho.
What the fuck? You call with king high? You're really
And the
crazy.
good
I'm
folks
gonna
at Jacob & Co. have got the better of the timekeeping duties for us here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Our official timekeepers that put together some of these spectacular pieces that you see scrolling around your screen. If you happen to be in and around the London area, you're going to want to pay a visit to us here at the Grosvenor House and see some of what's on offer in person. I saw some IG stories being posted of that Bugatti watch right there on the right with the working W16 motor housed inside. Wind it up, watch it go. I can't even imagine how long it takes to assemble something like that. Check them out online. Check them out in person. And maybe add them to your cart and check out.
Just put in the man to the test for like
if you're pumped up.
$500,000.
Yes. Jacob's got you covered.
Gentle Giant.
I tried to add it to my cart. It just wouldn't let me pay. It just didn't have enough in the bankroll. I was like, nope.
It was making you post up.
Yeah.
Card authorization fail. Nacho doing considerably better here with the ace-10 as his efforts to grab Danny Bucks came up short.
Maybe a new player to resist Nacho Barbero.
Ace-8 of diamonds, dominated.
200.
Ponakov just never fearful of his opponent, even if he's out-chipped. Willing to apply pressure still.
But it's one of those things where if you can summon the courage, you recognize that there are going to be a decent number of occasions on which bigger stacks in the room can open and fold to 3-bets. Risky business, of course, but consider the fact that Barbero knows that the range for Alex is supposed to be quite narrow if he is willing to come with the 3-bet after we open, and maybe more so narrowed by the fact that Barbero is up front.
Yeah, everything you just said. And you can see Nacho is thinking about that and did put in a time card to try to consider like a 4-bet bluff, maybe to like 400, 450 or so. Of course, if he's wrong, it's quite detrimental. It is a lot of blinds. But it just feels that Ponakov's, even if he had like ace-queen, really can't continue if more chips are put in. We'll put in a call with ace-10, and this is a big statement to call this out of position for this sizing too. Nice board for Ponakov, flopping the nut flush draw on this 953 texture.
Can't really ask for a whole lot better than that, short of an 8.
And even if he doesn't hit an 8, like this is a brilliant hand to just put in multiple barrels. Your opponent check calls, an overcard comes. They check call, they likely have got like some little pocket pair. It's just a fabulous spot to just apply pressure.
Too much money, so just standing around when there's like 14 left. 14 left.
With the check in front of him.
200K.
Let's see what Alex has on his mind.
Playing for
150.
4.3 million, which is roughly around like a quarter of Harry Maguire. And min cash is roughly, I don't know.
Nacho's hand is best, but it's very hard to play this out of position. Not much prospects.
A quarter of Harry Maguire.
Into the 475, and you're absolutely right, Randy.
A quarter of Harry Maguire right now. No.
Man, he is just convinced he's got the best hand. He's right, but very hard to play.
He's on 200K a week, right?
Yeah, but
got some real poker going on in this hand.
Yeah, very much so. I'm a bit surprised, as are you, Randy, to see the check call from Barbero. He is right for the time being, and he remains right. But note how adrift we feel with 775 in the middle, out of position against Ponakov's, who sits with 1.1.
I'm curious to see if Ponakov decides to bet this turn. He is aware that if he does bet the turn, he opens the door to be at risk with one card to go on the Stone Cold Bubble, which is obviously daunting with a, 300K minimum payout. But then again, the Jack overcards the board. It's scary. Your opponent, if he's holding like 6s, 7s, 8s, 9x, might not call down. Ace Queen, they called pre-flop, check call flop. They got to lay down. Does check back. Important river.
That'd be cool, right?
And one that doesn't complicate the texture, Randy. Delightful in terms of Barbero's prospects. And I think Ponakov's also recognizes that the check call from Nacho is supposed to have some meaning behind it. And once we've checked back on the turn, and this is our river, is it the kind that we could credibly try to represent anything on?
Yeah, and you're right. The meaning, that flop call is meaningful. Usually it's supposed to be some kind of pair or some kind of draw, and he's going to just bet out here himself. And the reason he's betting is it's a bluff, like trying to fold out the ace queens, the ace kings. But actually is the best hand, and nicely done. He's so good.
Well, listen, when it works out, obviously.
That is going to look really, really good if you had ace queen. And really bad if you had other hands.
Targeting some very specific holdings.
Nothing, buddy, nothing.
Takes it back.
Every time I open, you're gonna prevent me stuff, bro. You know you're my favorite player. You're my hero.
Might be ahead.
You're me.
Pre-flop.
Maybe not. Probably not, actually.
Some post-mortem barbs being traded. Sporting.
It's a fun hand. You know, the stakes have gotten bigger and they're playing crazier.
I'm like constantly like, and you know.
It's kind of a leveling war, isn't it?
Yes. That's interesting. He touched
Yeah.
his chips, put down the glasses, and then changed his mind. Why is Danny smiling?
Do you remember when Danny, I think it was in Cyprus,
wouldn't be
started the
proud.
trend of players leaning into the microphones and asking for certain flops from the production team? It feels like he's queued up to do that right now with the mic clipped to his hood as he empties his clip from the button, king
See what we
3
got,
off,
Danny.
and
Let's see what we got.
I think he's going to give him a spin with this
Yeah.
ace-8.
clears Christoph, and Seth Gottlieb. Yeah.
I'm
Says,
in.
let's go. And he's going to be in good shape.
I give him a cheap double up. Don't show it.
Don't show.
Better
I'm
than
ace
a
high.
3-2 favorite as
Not that great.
Don't crush me, then.
holdings are revealed.
He has a lot.
Very bad.
After, yeah. You know, I was thinking like, just let them fight. It might be better.
Ace 10 off.
So,
Ace 8 off.
with action complete at the other table, these hands end up on their backs. 675K pot here on the stone bubble. One that Seth Gottlieb would love to be on the right side of, but he's going to have to hold with ace-8.
The tracksuit from Goodfellas, by the way. You look like Ray Liotta there.
Understandably tense and anxious moments for Gottlieb, who loved seeing the ace in the window, but followed by a deuce and a 5, producing a wheel gutter for this king 3. Nervousness for Seth.
Nah.
Board pairing deuce.
Sorry, Christoph. Give him a cheap double up.
Got a fade of 4. Can Seth do it? Yes.
Nice answer.
Thank you, guys.
So back to work goes the field. In the effort to burst the bubble here. One in which Seth Gottlieb
The shrug as well. Nah, nah. Oh.
relieves himself of the short stack duties
I'm breaking
upon.
it in like a min-raise spot.
I believe Christoph Vogelsang, shortest in the room now.
I do applaud Gottlieb just, you know, running of ace-8. Was like, yeah, it's
Bro, look, it's the
335K
same.
for
Look,
the
it's
min
just-
cash,
it's the
but
same, right?
got to play for the W.
fucking-
What is he
It's not
showing
like a
him?
special one. It's just
That's
whatever.
gangster.
It's at the, you know, it's just a regular tracksuit at the Adidas shop.
Ah.
It's flat.
I don't dress as fancy as you guys.
The designer garb.
But he probably has more money.
Seth, not lost on him, yeah. And you know why? Because he ain't going off at Givenchy and Dior. But I do respect the fact that you're a man of the outlets, Randy.
So
Never pay full price.
Yes, that's right. You know, when you bust out a tournament, take that pot of tea away.
Unless you're Jason Kuhn, then just offer it to somebody else because, let's face it, how rich.
Done. Man. Đừng có của mẹ mình.
One bruise at our other table. Blind v blind, ace jack, ace 8. David Yan can certainly afford to call this 435.
We know he's not shy of giving action.
Asking for a count, and obviously, if he can burst the bubble, 325K in lockup, and then
300 or 400?
he would also be able to ride the chip lead into that bubble, as he is just a little south of Nacho.
He's taking his time because, in theory, Juan Pardo needs to be tight in the spot with a 435K stack, just stone bubble. If this wasn't in the stone bubble, then he certainly would have snapped them off by now. But he's aware that the ranges do change off of this 14 big blind jam PVB. Big laydown there, but correct.
Nice one.
Surprised to see it?
Ace 3.
On the cusp, I would say. You know, he's also has incentive to kind of leave the bubble around since he's a tournament chip leader, he can pick up more pots. But like I mentioned is, the ranges change on the stone bubble where like the ace deuce offsuit, ace 3, they might just go straight into muck, so he doesn't dominate as many hands.
Maybe open. I don't know.
It does feel a little bit like Pardo's stack was slightly too deep for David's taste.
I think about 2 or 3 big blinds too much for him to want to continue. I think 10, 11, I think he just pays it off.
Or maybe snaps it off. You never know.
He doesn't ask for a count. He's like, boom.
No, I'm talking about a bad beat.
Ah.
You know?
Okay.
Might not end up paying it off. We've seen some pretty savage stuff happen, in particular on the bubble.
I see you're seeing the bad. Well, hold on. Who cares?
Monsters under the bed.
Yeah, Jack 9 suited, ace jack.
Brewer, 9-10. Far too much for Jan to go ripping into.
And once again, it's stone bubble things where Jack 9 suited is more of the type of limp calling pre-flop, but chip advantage, knowing the 30 big blind stacks need to play snug, opts to go for 3.3x open, ace jack. It's annoying because
900.
Yeah, he's just gonna rip it in, just saying, just way too often you don't have it. I like this. This is some players just maybe call and be like, well, just in case you got it, let me just see a flop.
Did I use it or not? It was close, right? Okay.
Really nicely done by Chris Brewer.
That was a pretty good hand, man. Pretty sure I could have gotten called and been ahead. Could have gotten called and not been ahead too, but.
So Brewer.
Not aces.
With the 3-bet.
I didn't have a pail.
Taking it down there.
I think I can call base 10 suited maybe.
This is a tough, solid table. A7 suited for Tef Davies.
Up front open to 70K from Davies. So everyone tiptoes around the money bubble. Biggest of the festival thus far in the 200K. The difference between 0 and 325,000.
David flatting in position. And you know what's actually nice about flatting in position for this chip leader is that he actually gets a lot more free turns and rivers than normal. because the medium stack doesn't really want to bloat the pot, and they'll just check a lot out of position on the flop. And he also gets to maneuver in a way and steal pots on some interesting runouts here and there. He's an aggressive chip shuffler.
Oh, we know about that. King 10-9 board here draws the check from Davies as he failed to connect. And this check doesn't necessarily mean that he has failed to connect, and David, aware of that, checking back with air, which turns into a pair of fours, but the flush draw acquired for Seth. I think the pot control line could very much be attached to hands that had hit this board.
Yes. Davies could even have a hand as strong as like 2 aces right now. And Davies, of course, is strongly considering firing here, turning the club. If he does bet, would probably want to go pretty sizable. Try to kick out the pairs lower than the 9. Ace, jack, ace, queens. 140 is a sizable bet. Very hard for David Yan to continue with 3 overs. Also, if he is ahead, not too far, as you can see, the equities in this spot against the nut flush draw.
$400.
Oh my God, what is this play?
Savagery. That's what it is, as the expectation from David Yan is that Seth Davies would need so much hand to continue against him.
This is phenomenal. The idea here, I believe, is that he doesn't think Seth Davies would ever call 1 pair hand that doesn't have like the club backup, say like ace 10, I don't know, king jack, even king queen. Maybe they don't call because they fear the river potential jam, stone bubble, and he's actually ahead of all the the nut flush draws, right? It's not a line you see too often, like who checks back this flop and raises the 4.
Yeah, the 4 in particular obviously is what's proving peculiar for Davies. He's got the nut flush draw. This isn't a line we would expect David to be employing if he did have the nut flush draw, which we know that he didn't. So what on earth did he flat me from the button with? And then all of a sudden activate here on the turn with. Just, oh,
nice.
Wow. Davies hanging in there and now making the nuts. What a great feeling for Seth, although I'm not certain how much more fight David Yan's going to have in this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but I really would love to see Seth Davies still check. I feel like his hand is face up if he leads large. Yes, I do like this shit. Give your opponent rope in case they're making a big move. They might try to make a move against you thinking you got a 1-pair hand like king, jack, king, queen, ace, king, and sees this kind of nasty run out. David knows the pair of 4s is never good. But is he up against the nut flush? Or is he up against that 1-pair hand gut shot?
Seth extending rope. Praying that David will get aggressive and not step away from this 1,000,000 chip pot that he has created courtesy of a raise on the turn.
Big pickup.
Yeah. Shut down from David. And that pickup will propel Seth Davies forward.
Isn't there just one? Okay. Was it just one on the turn? I think it's one on the turn, right?
1.85 million. Seth stack now. Jan slips
I
to
used two that hand.
2.2.
When was the first one?
Barbero over 3 million. Is time bank discussions there?
It was bet raised. Yeah.
Yeah, back call.
During the pause, everybody keeping an eyeball on what's going on elsewhere in the room, courtesy of the Triton Poker Plus app.
Check flop, back call turn, bet raise call. Okay. That makes more sense.
Players keeping an eye with Triton Poker Plus app, seeing what's happening on the outer table. 2 tables remaining, 7 players each. Stone Cold Bubble, Vogelsang, short stack, 330. He's playing an 11 big blind stack.
He raised his hand on Big Chip Reel. Yeah, they said flush. Yeah.
Ace King now for a stack that faces a very different scenario. Biggest in the room, Barbero.
It's not PSPC,
65.
but not satellite winners. You can't just like bash this up.
Does Squiddy defend a6 offsuit against the tournament chip leader? Sitting off of a 43 or 44 big blind stack. Plenty of players giving Nacho Barbero action, realizing he's raising wide, but this is a trouble spot. Turned into good fortune. A6 is top and bottom against top pair, top kicker.
Incredibly lucky is Squiddy after defending the big to be in this position on an ace-high board where he very much needed that 6. Still vulnerable, but in control. Nacho. Perilous follow-through of 100,000. Counterfeit card is there in the form of the 10.
That's true. 27% equity still. Grafton likely to check call this flop bet. Kind of let those chip leader hands just blast away with little equity like the queen jacks, king queens.
Seven of clubs presents another counterfeit card. Important that it's bigger than the 6 in that regard.
Yep.
For Barbero's prospects.
And Barbero's actually going to feel still pretty good about his hand on this board texture, betting flop. Sees the little gutters that kind of show up. You know, the 8x, 9x having some draws. Perhaps he still bets to not give those ones a free shot. And it's a bloated pot with 100K C bet.
270.
There are some bigger hands that exist, but then again, there's these other hands you just absolutely crush, like the ace kings. Sure, he fears the 8-9 and the ace 10. I guess the big question now is, does he just continue to check call, kind of see how it runs out, or does he potentially put in check raise? You don't really see a check raise too often, though, on this spot with this deep stacks.
.270 sizing is what Grafton is trying to navigate here.
1.1 million.
So he's just going to try to close this one out now.
Boy, this is not what Nacho wanted to see. He's got a lot of hand. And it's a spot, Randy, where he knows that Grafton is so unlikely to be check raising light.
Yeah, he should not be check raising light. We're on the stone bubble. He's got 1.1 million chips behind. Is he really risking that many chips in a great position with a 325K paid? Yeah, great fold from Nacho Barbero.
Fantastic fold. Situational fold.
You won't believe what I folded.
King 9.
Ace king, I think. Sure. I think.
No way.
I swear, bro, you see them do. Easy fold anyway. The one I use my thumb.
We got boy who cried wolf situations going on here at the feature, as nobody can believe Nacho when he tells the truth because he trolls too often.
Yeah, he does. They know. But he actually did have ace king.
How many time banks do you have left? How many time banks do you have left?
2. What?
You had ace 7, right? I know you had ace 7. Yeah, the good old ace 7. You're lucky on this round. 3 out of me. The good old 3 out. Fuck.
Well, he is right.
Man, I should have checked. See the 10 on the river.
So Barbero.
You still got a few chips.
Yeah, I know.
Unsure whether or not the laydown was good, but he'll know soon enough. Goes back to work with 10-9 offsuit. Small refund.
I got the antidote, the Nacho Run Good. Maybe I'm the only person that can stop you. Maybe I'm the only person.
How lucky is that turn? You were gonna do so many chips in that hand. You were never gonna leave. Blank, you lose it all. 100%. With the flasher there, 100%.
Not too many blanks, so that's the thing.
Yeah.
Come on, you can come and use and feel.
Something like that.
Little baby Suda connector in the muck for Seth Gottlieb.
I like Christoph, so I just don't raise this one.
It's 325 you have back.
Grafting did chip up that last hand up to 1.8 million, which is good for third place.
He said he had you beat. I believe him.
Oh, obviously, I know, bro.
Lovely one on the button.
3x open.
Yeah, newly minted third place stack. Going to work on the blinds. Dominating Danny's king 10, and Vogelsang also with the 10. Christoph shortest stack in the room.
Depends.
Danny folding the king 10.
Yeah, it's the kind of hand that
bad odds. Yeah.
Different circumstances. Danny's all too happy to get in there, play a pot with Grafton, but stone money bubble, covering stack, both of them deep.
I had it.
And a 3x open.
Yeah. Something to take note of. A little lick of the lips there. Sam can taste it. 325K cash.
Remember, he was brutalized in the last tournament, aces versus kings, and Seidel hitting that king.
Oh. Knocked out outside the money last time. Very much poised to get inside of it. This time is Sam Grafton on home soil. 1.8 million and change in front of him as the dealer push gives us a chance to take a peek at the chip counts. Sub 10 bigs now for Christoph, and one would anticipate that The next time he's called upon, it's going to be for all of it. And perhaps he will be the one to jam.
Seth Davis used Sam's strategy. 15 big blinds free bet. I don't know, he folded. No, I don't know. After that. Maybe it's a mistake. Yeah, but he did 450 free bet.
5 seconds.
If it's correct.
Fold.
Cutoff open from Grafton with the ace-5. Gottlieb's big. Defends.
Not too bad for the Jack-10 of clubs.
Gut shot straight flush draw. Certainly the hand we'd like to have more so than ace-5 offsuit in this spot. 165 in the middle.
Still pretty dry texture. The ace-5 might still put in like a quarter pot bet. Looking to deny equity of the big blind.
$40K c-bet, Gottlieb. Happy to keep it small, and oh my, the queen of clubs slides in there. Gut shot straight flush for Seth. Absolute air for Grafton. The only bad news for Seth, who would love nothing more than to be up against kings or queens full, nines full, something, anything. Ace high flush.
Just please have it.
Grafton checking back, and now the double paired board also such a delight to look up at for Seth.
It's actually a really good card for him in case his opponent's holding King X. They just lose all of the chips every single time. I don't blame him for just open ripping it, knowing that King X will never fold.
King there.
Wow.
You got to show that one.
Wow.
That would have been up.
Damn.
Yeah. Imagine that. God. King Queen, sorry, sir. I'll check my King Queen.
I guess I checked that, huh?
I wouldn't have bluffed anyway, I had ace high.
Yeah, this is a scary board. Yeah, because you know I'm not scared if I have a king. Yeah.
Yeah. How about hands?
We don't have any high hand bonuses.
You'd play in the dragon bonus or whatever in the pie cow.
Can you imagine? Once an hour, we award $500 to the high hand in the room. Guys are playing 25Ks, 200K on this occasion. I feel like every time they came over to pay it out, they'd just be like, keep it. Just tip for the staff. Ooh, and in that sense, maybe the staff would do well to create the high hand bonus. Maybe we should create our own high hand bonus for everyone. Pocket tens. Pretty high hand for Christoph. The bonus of Grafton 75K open. Available for the piling.
He knows that everyone is waiting for him to get it all in. Needs to make a stance soon. Pocket tens is just too much in great position against the King 9. Slides most of it in. Leads a little back just in case.
220 of his total, 255. Is King 9 enough? We've got our answer.
That was a good one.
I think
It was very big.
Christoph is very happy
Show it. He wanted to show it.
to not have to run 5 cards.
I mean, it has to be at least quite good.
I bet it was very big. He didn't even have an ace.
Everybody appropriately recognizing that the range for Christoph to be 3-betting that open
5K with there.
here on the stone bubble should be fairly narrow. And with that
Nacho
pot,
can't believe
Christoph is no
raised
longer
his
the
hand
short
with a-
stack in the
raised his
room.
blind with a hand I can't call all in. with.
Daniel Dvoris inherits
Oh, they do me a king high. What am I going
that
to do?
dubious distinction.
Right, I lost it. I thought I was just going to crush this table. I was going to win every hand. Now I've been put back in my place.
You
I
suck
learned my
out-
lesson.
You suck out on me. It's never that easy, Sam. It's never that easy in life. Oh wow, discipline fold. Oh my god, look at this discipline. Look at that discipline. You didn't open any two there. I'm very surprised. So proud of you.
So then, Danny Tang with ace-9. Min raise open.
Normally, King 8 offsuit is the type of hand you'd want to take a flop with, but he's actually not doing too bad in terms of chip counts. 535 back. Perhaps keep those chips and let other players bust out first.
Starting to feel very. What?
It's like 10 past 8.
Adams 11th in chips out of our remaining 14.
That's strong. Wow, you
fasting while you're playing?
Wow, you did all that in the morning.
Since yesterday. Since yesterday they ate nothing actually. You know how much I ate?
That's strong, man. You did all that fucking like gym work as well.
It's better. It's better because I'm trying to lose weight.
That's good, man.
It's way better to do it. I always do.
It's like I have no trouble like running and walking, but I feel like my strength is way weaker, like lifting.
I just drink coffee.
I do. Maybe I'm just weak anyway.
I mean,
don't know.
obviously, if you're gonna lift weight, I mean, I was lifting today, but if you're gonna lift weight, it's not very good to be fasting and doing carbs.
Yeah.
But I wanna cut weight. I don't wanna bring. I already have the muscle I wanna have. Like it's not like I'm trying to gain muscles.
Couple kings here for Danny Tang
Muscles I can't do fast.
as they discuss fitness.
Please.
All business though.
Oh, Sam, you left me thinking with that hand. I know you had me beat, but well.
Play is tight as expected.
Savage you are. I'm scared of the 8-9.
Kings.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that fun, but I think that's the way it plays.
I would have bet the same actually with 8-9 on the top.
Oh, I know.
Not
Okay,
getting
I
any
know.
action.
No, you can have it. It's not. But it's like.
Yeah, it's not too many.
It's just.
So you had A7 or A6?
I had A6.
Yeah. I know. Oh, you were good on the flop, or?
Yeah, just wait for the safe turn and then. I had the ace of spades as well. So
Oof, you had it all.
with the Omaha hand.
You wanted to be, for me, be bluffing there.
You had ace of spades, ace 6 of spades.
No, I didn't have A6 of spades. I just had.
Okay.
Oh, he had the ace of spades and 6. He had two birds, I said.
With the flush draw, even 9, that's the only way.
Maybe I should.
Ace King for Tim Adams in the face of the suited connector open from Barbero. As the mood remains fairly light, much more so for the shorter stacks, or I'm sorry, the deeper stacks here at the feature table than for the shorter ones. Adams happy to be able to 3-bet and take that one. The bottom end of the leaderboard
Short
continues to
stacks.
jockey
You
for
can't-
position.
Power of the short stacks.
The floor is lava down there at the bottom, isn't it?
Daniel's shorter now.
How much you got?
You're a good Flores lava player. You jump around couches.
You know,
Nice piece, gents.
I don't think I've ever played Floor is Lava.
Deprived, eh?
I wouldn't say that. Just
I still
other
play it.
games. You still play Floor is Lava,
Still
Randy?
play.
Kidding me?
But I have a kid, so it's understandable. You are a kid.
Yeah. I just don't have any kids that will play Floor. This is getting uncomfortable now. Ace King, Espen Norstad under the gun. One title under his belt already. Certainly looks positioned to be able to notch another cash. Looking to do so with a deeper stack than the one he sits on at present. With this Ace King going to work.
See Makita in the big blind, 7-5 of clubs. Currently sitting in around 9th place. It's a hand he could potentially take a flop with. Once again, though, it is Stone Bubble. He fights.
Extra 30K investment. 6 of clubs was a delightful window, but no added delights.
Great texture here for the Ace King, top pair, top kicker. Just pretty much bet and see what happens, but looking to get multiple streets.
$40K sizing, laying 5-1 to Bads.
Yeah, but then again, you just have 7 high on a Stone
Yeah.
Bubble with King Queen. Like, okay, what are you just fishing for? The 8 of clubs out of position.
Just some equity that might let you play a pot. The problem is here on the Stone Bubble in a 200K, possibly not the timing for
Yeah.
such.
It's ambitious, but I know where you're coming from. Ideally, you want to do it in position and with a stack that is more than your opponent, so they can't just recklessly apply pressure on you.
A lot working against Makita proceeding there. Suited. Pardo into the bin.
At this point, those hands are going into the muck for everyone
Vista?
but the big stacks.
Right next to Oceanside, yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah. It's
Been a
great
bit of
area.
a
I wanna go back
grindy
some point in my life,
Stone
but
Bubble thus
not
far.
a big poker scene.
To be expected.
Ocean's 11, but
Agreed.
yeah. They don't
And the
have
thing
poker
is,
anymore? They still do when I lived.
except for Daniel Devoris' sub
Oh,
10
wow.
big blinds, everybody else
Yeah, that's nuts.
with
I put
14 or more. Vogel saying we saw him
7 Mile.
with a nice pickup.
Palmal.
Yeah, so there's a big target on Daniel Divorce's
Yeah,
back.
I haven't played that.
And
I
if he
bought
happens to
very nice,
chip up, it could very well take some time to get into the money.
Vogel 14 bigs, Juan Pardo 17 bigs, Adams 22.
I've been thinking about attacking with this 10-3 offsuit. And, you know, you go polarize 3.5x, and you do use these types of holdings where they're not connected, they're not suited. You know that the small blind has so much pressure on him. Stone Bubble, out chipped. And what's so scary is that in the raised pot, as you can see, there's, what, about 210 in the middle. His stack can easily be at risk almost across like 2 streets or so.
Mads hangs in there, does not improve on the ace-9-4 board. Same story for Espen, but betting lead end position.
At this point, if you're raising the 10-3 offsuit polarized, you got all of the big aces in your range. You tend to just continue to fire when the ace does show up. Expecting all these kind of broadways to limp call to just snap check fold. You can probably just go like a quarter pot bet. You don't need to bet too much to get the job done. Exactly that, 60K.
And this is not the time to be a hero, I would imagine, Randy. You know, never mind the fact that all he has is Queen Jack, but he also knows that Espen is going to be leveraging the bubble. This is going to be polarized.
Time to be a hero, Ollie. This is a man who knows that Jason Koon has won 4 titles before him. Does turn to heart equity, which is the one he was looking for.
Okay. Queen or a jack also might have served his interests.
It's
the
murky,
10
trust
makes
me.
the open ender, but yeah, things looking very murky. Maybe Bads reaches for chips.
I don't think he reaches for chips. He believes he's up against either the ace-X polarized or these really dusty 10-3 offsuits. And I guess against that range, those types of hands like 10-3, they can't really multi-barrel, so gets the check through as expected. The 3 is good.
Oh my goodness. Now, not certain whether or not Bads is going to just try to get to showdown with Queen high.
It's interesting because Bads knows that the dusty polarized raising range is the 3X's and the deuce X's. Having one of them come in with a pair might make him more inclined to, instead of try to show this down, turn into a bluff. It's very hard for Bads to actually have a bluff given the line,
120.
given the situation. I love this bet that he's doing, and maybe if that 3 was a little bit higher, he would just try to show it down, but just a brilliant bet here of 120K.
And how weird for Jorstad, though. I've got a tough time imagining, even though he's getting 4-1, that Jorstad thinks that the limp call of the pre-flop raise, limp call of the post-flop c-bet, check, check, turn, and now lead is altogether that often connected to a hand he has beat.
You know, Ali, I think there's more merit to actually jamming than calling this hand. I feel like calling might be one of the non-attractive options that he's got on the table, although it would be correct, as you can see.
But why do they stop it now?
So often he's just up against an ace-X that's just going for value. Not saying he should jam, but it seems like it's crossing his mind that maybe it could take it down, but does lay it down.
Just because it's last hand before the break, I think. Okay. Yeah, they're gonna play last hand, I would assume.
Yeah. Wow, Makita, he's sick.
Just when you think he's a mere mortal, Randy, and he's going to do passive things, look to avoid any sort of altercations that could leave him in a bad way here on the money bubble, he reminds us that it's not by accident that he earned 4 Triton titles. So a little hiccup for Jorstad there.
What, 15 minutes?
Yeah. I don't think,
Mucked around to Seth Davies, ace-3. We've seen some superhuman things out of him. 70K open. Suited king on the button for Bads.
Look, normally these hands are going into the muck, but Bads has got some bad thoughts. Maybe he comes in with 3-bet from time to time. Looks like he's in the pitching mood.
Sitting this one out, and now Jorstad. 2 queens. small blind.
So he probably will just size up with a 3-bet in a way where he puts his opponent in a 4-bet jam or fold situation. Not really looking to play it post flop. You know, maybe he can get like some lower pocket pairs to just ship it, thinking he's making a move. Maybe like a 240.
All of it being deliberated.
A little bit more, it sounds. 270, I believe.
Yeah. And Seth Davies will pass the 70K over as the two queens don't get any action. And a little rebate there for Jorstad. Lost some of his chips in the confrontation with Mikita Batsiakuski, who currently sits with 31 bigs as a scheduled break is upon us here in Event 7, the 200K, 81 entries, 31 down to just 14, 13 getting paid. Tense moments out here at the JW Grosvenor House on Park Lane. Ali Nashad and Randy Liu back with you at the desk. Going to be pulling the curtain on that frame of play and ceding the desk to Henry Kilbane and Maria Ho. But before we do, Randy, I ask you for maybe some thoughts on what we've seen so far here today, themes or maybe players to watch for.
You know, we are playing our biggest buy-in so far with 4.3 million up top, and you know, we've seen players expecting to be snug in some spots, which they have, but then others who are willing to kind of step out of that spot. Makita, as you just saw, with the Queen Jack offsuit, by no means I expect them to check call that flop and find a spot to turn it into a bluff and attack. And you know, it is David Yan and Nacho Barbero at the top, and there's a lot of cool hands. These guys are attacking and getting involved despite the big situation on the Stone Cold bubble.
Yeah, Makita worked out for him with the Queen Jack. David Yan, the 4-5, didn't work out for him. But note, both of those guys not sitting back and doing bubbly things. They're actually fighting, gunning for the W here as 5 7-figure payouts do await this final table. So then, we will step aside. Shortly, Maria and Henry will take you home. We are going to cut loose. Don't go anywhere, though. The conclusion of this 200K is going to happen here tonight.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy. It's a doozy.
GG Poker
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker, the biggest poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Did you know that GTO Wizard has a great little tool called Turn Reports? For example, here under the gun checks and then calls hijack's bet. We'll take a look at the turn reports, check, and here we can see exactly how hijack should play across every turn card. We can even go so far as to see the expected value of their range or specific hands in their range. This is a great way to improve and understand where your money comes from on later streets. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of betacr.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Let's just say a full house, trip fours, or straight, might actually still check the turn.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, yeah. Like have it.
He's
have
pushed it up.
Pre-reg.
Yeah, but it'd still be insanely fun. People would love it.
Monaco's potentially found a way
do it
to
for small
win this
stake.
pop
Yeah,
on a
25.
showdown.
Just make.
Yeah, Monte Carlo we try.
25k mid. It'll be the first.
At least to 55,000.
I think 7 deuce is way easier to do than stand up.
Yeah,
Extremely weird spot, unorthodox.
Stand-up tournament.
Actually,
He's got a gutty. He does have ace high.
And the ace of hearts, which maybe leaves him feeling as though this isn't one of these nut flush draws activating. Obviously, we block that.
And it affects the next one.
provide one more day of free room.
Yeah.
And then one more day of the venue and all expenses.
Yeah, makes sense.
And it affects your next tournament runners as well.
If you
River doesn't help. Espen is.
What are you gonna do if someone gets
He hung
like,
tight
change tables
for the
or someone
extra
gets
39 and
buys
has
in?
the best
Like
hand.
7 deuce at bounty, I think would be
Is
super easy.
Panakov's going to shut it down?
But like
The way Espen's played the hand,
yeah, you'd
with
have to
the
have some
lead
system
call
for
on the
that.
turn, does
Like,
kind of
it just
scream that
maybe you
he's
just
got
got-
some
in that round, you
strength
just got
in
lucky.
terms of the pair of
Fine,
eights or
just failed
sixes a
everyone,
lot.
but-
Does Panikov thinks any of these pairs would ever fold?
Be a funny way to
Or
lose
does he
the stand
target
if you and
the
someone else stand
busted
there, the
draw
guy gets
hands
moved from the
themselves,
line?
like
hard,
the ace
like, let's say
sevens,
the
the
guy
ace
bust.
fives, two clubs?
What happens?
I have no clue. I think
Of course, the
stand-up's
king
very
high
well, but I
beats
think
some
7
of those
deuce would be
busted
very
club
easy.
draws.
Even
Just
7
deuce,
deuce.
you should-
Let's say one guy busts, you don't get anything from him anymore.
Yeah, sure, but whatever. That means you stacked the guy in the hand, so you're probably not going to KO.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can just make it like you just get two big blinds from everyone or something.
Right.
It's like super simple to do. I also think you could do the same thing in short deck with the Jack 6
He's
if
done.
you really wanted to create a funny
Yeah.
tournament.
I think people genuinely like the mystery bounty.
People love a mystery bounty.
I'm curious what happens
I
there if
think- I think-
Panakov's comes with
Yeah.
some sort of milky sizing.
Is it your idea?
Sort of, I think.
Does the
I don't
ace
know.
high
I think
stay
having
curious,
exactly one of them is
Randy?
great, though. I don't want more than one.
I don't
never
think
know.
so, but you know, fortunate for.
But you understood, right? It's like works for all the ranges. Pre-flop ranges are very wide here with this error.
Defend the whole market.
Nacho walking us through his pre-first date ranges in terms of age. Bit of a silver fox.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies' man.
No, it is open, but you can take it.
I still think maybe it's
No, yeah, it was
off
just-
limits to ask for Soiza's mother-in-law's deets. Two red nines, not off limits.
So he's laying a trap here, looking to limp jam. Has the chip deficit, which would bring the big blind to attack a little bit more with some raggedy type hands. And A7 might just announce all in, looking to play the raw equity of the ace-x, blocking hands that could continue.
Especially when we know we've got Chidwick covered, so the all-in does happen. You see Stevie quickly showing his hand before putting the chips forward as an etiquette matter. No slow roll whatsoever. Always knew what he was doing if it came down in this manner.
Who has which hand?
Stevie has 9s.
Now then, King Jack 10, all hearts. Chidwick, despite the presence of 3 overcards, is still in the lead here for an over 400,000 chip pot.
Is that what I think it is?
A straight flush on the turn, drawing to a chop if the ace of hearts rolls off, is Sturm.
Good for TV.
Ooh, it was no side.
And
it was, yeah, no side.
Not there. On the river as Sturm is going to be left with just 52,000 in chips after that exchange, Randy.
Oh my God. Tell your mom.
Straight flushes are rare.
Very rare. And I would say against the jamming range of Sturm there, boards that have King Jack 10 on them, it's rare to be in front with the stirred.
Casino Royale.
Yeah.
I want to be the Asian guy that went in with King Queen flush on that ridiculous hand in the movie where the guy had straight flush and full house and quads.
Let me get this straight. Every movie I bring up, not only have you not seen, you have no clue what I'm talking about. Then suddenly a Casino Royale reference and you're able to tell me the specific hands that had been dealt? You sick pun. It's because it was poker. You don't remember any other part of the movie, do you?
I know about him doing the coin, the chip tricks. Bloody Eye.
Yeah, Bloody Eye. I knew you were going to remember the Bloody Eye.
Bloody hand here. Let's go.
Possibly. For David Malka. From the cutoff with pocket fives.
That kind of sicko.
Will get himself all in against Antonius's King 8 suited.
Yeah, he's got a suit. Kings, he might fold. Patrick likes to play.
Ace King 7, and now the bell tolls and the light flickers for David Malka's hopes here in the 200K with just 22 runners left. Needs to hit a 5, fails to do so on the turn as Patrick picks up the flush draw. Irrelevant, but he does get there on the end.
Necessary.
As the 2 clean 5s fail to appear, and David Malka fails to make the money here in the 200K.
I mean, that's one of the most comprehensive. He has a pair and the flush. That's good.
Can't win more convincingly than that, right?
Got super unlucky, chip lead, like second chip lead pot. Got to straight.
Now then, we turn our attention back to the feature. A7 suited up front. Chidwick makes it 45.
Barbaro, our tournament chip leader, Jack 9 suited. Next position over. Looks like going to deposit a little bit of chips here. 45K to be exact.
The Stone Money Bubble here at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House. Maria Ho, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, stepping in for the 200K bubble, event number 7. And Maria, the stakes not only getting higher, but tripling from yesterday's event. And I mean, with the 6-7-figure payouts up top, this one, a nice one for us to work our way into the later hours of the evening. And it's David Yan in pole position, coming back on the bubble. Have you had the chance to kind of see what the energy's been like out there? You can tell that that 250K Luxon Pay Invitational is around the corner with this little 200K warm-up.
Yeah, it feels certainly a little more serious in nature, but also, again, it's very lighthearted when you're always playing against the same group of people. You just have that rapport naturally. So even though, of course, the stakes are high, a lot of these players really used to being in this position as well, so definitely ready to handle that type of pressure.
But this is the type of tournament, you know, 4.3 million up top. This is a year saver. This is a 5-year saver. Like, it's not often that players get to come around and play these types of tournaments with this amount of money up top. So regardless of whether these guys have kind of been battling out against each other before, I feel like the presence of 4.3 million for first adds a bit of pressure even to people as experienced as these remaining 14.
Absolutely. I mean, when we talk about, again, the type of money that they could make up top, then of course it's going to be a situation where they're going to be playing to win. They want to play their absolute A game. There are just no room for mistakes at this stage. But again, I really do feel like if you look at the remaining players, these are all tried and true professionals that are up to the task.
Well, they really are. 14 players left with 13 paid, a min cash of 325,000. One of the remaining 14 going to be going home empty-handed, and someone going to be going home with more than 4 million as we throw it down to the main stage. So we are on the Stone Bubble here in event number 7, the 200k 8max, with none other than the Kiwi Jan leading the pack. And perhaps all eyes on the likes of Christoph Vogelsang and Daniel Dvoris on the lower end of the chip counts. Dvoris with 6 bigs, Vogelsang
you would
with
full sense, right?
8.
Better hand, Charlie.
Yeah, sure.
There's some post-mortem
2040
exchange between some of the players at the table.
You can't talk strap with Alex though. That's the key. He's the top dog.
He's too what?
He's the top dog.
Not allowed to talk strat with Ponakovs. Seems like he's brought a legit hoodie this time round. Not to say that the Miami nightclub owner hoodie isn't a legit one, but you know, a standard black and gold hoodie.
If it's a queen, the second one.
Seth happy.
I like story of Henry. Oh, maybe mine is on? Yeah.
Uh-oh. Brewdog.
Oh, no.
Under the gun. Couple of tens. Yeah, no, just calling out of the big.
All right, well,
With the jacks.
that flop is going to perhaps save Brewer some chips, depending on how Jan chooses to proceed.
Well, 2 overcards to his jacks. Does have that jack of clubs wrapped around those clubs on flop, but against the under the gun open and the c-bet, perhaps immediately uncomfortable, the spot that he's found himself in, and just got a muck. What could have been for Brewer with the tens finding a path to victory.
Yeah, a lot of
slow play.
a lot of respect for that under the gun opening range, especially on the bubble.
So for those of you just joining us post-break, ourselves on the Stone Bubble of event number 7, the 200k 8max.
This one.
14 players left.
All good.
13 places paid with a min cash of $325,000. Someone's going home empty-handed. All eyes are going to be on the likes of Dvoris and Vogelsang, both sub 10. Sven Jostad currently 4th in chips with just 33 bigs, as it's
Which hand
shallow
is still bothering you?
in the middle of the pack.
You blind on blind 3-bet when you had king 4 off. When you had king 4 off, blind on blind.
You have 1.2, right?
What about now? We rocking and rolling?
Okay.
Maria and I out here freestyling in the booth, just
That's how we do. Well,
commentating.
Well, listen, I mean, the synergy already with the mind melds showing up today with the same exact color on, unplanned. I'm just saying.
I think it's the trip to Selfridges that was had. Yeah, we're freestyling, getting the posts out on socials just in case there's someone out there living under a rock, unaware that we're playing for 4 million and change. The change being 300,000, by the way. That's been going to continue on the Ace Jack 8 board and Brewer.
Yeah. I feel like we got like King 7 of clubs.
Close.
Dust.
How do you crush? How do you absolutely crush?
Brewer with the read there. Wrong suit, but close enough. That Turbo Bounty running in the background. 10k bounties. I heard from producer James that apparently DMP has been bounty hunting, winning 4-way all-ins with hands like Ace Queen. And
I mean, a bounty tournament seems like the perfect format for his style.
it really is.
He's coming for their heads.
And you want to gamble. as the man with the most gamble in him in the room, I think. Don't think anyone else would mind me saying that. Although I've heard you know how to squeeze. Makita, a couple of sixes, hitting the mark to the under the gun open. No comment from my co-commentator on the card squeezing.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I tell you one story of me playing.
No, you didn't tell me. I overheard you sharing this story.
Okay, I told
on air
somebody else one
with Ali
time.
Najad.
Okay, maybe not one time, but it's not a
You've only played Baccarat
regular occurrence at all. No, I wouldn't say once. I mean, I'm not going to lie.
You just said one time.
Right.
I
meant that
You're
like
good.
I'm guesstimating.
You rounded it down.
Exactly. If it's less than 10, it's pretty much one. That's what I hear. So they say.
Forrest with just 4.5 bigs back. Talk about grim. 325k bubble. He folds. He's going to have just shy of 4 bigs behind. Likely to see him fold here as he is up against and under the gun open.
DeVore is just wondering if he's going to get better spots, better hands. A little uncertain, but still going to wait for what he hopes will be a better spot, but you can never be too sure if the cards are going to cooperate.
Danny Tang, 3-time Triton champion. Currently 6th in chips with 32 bigs.
Want to try that place from yesterday? I didn't get to eat anything.
Oh no, man.
It looked amazing.
I was fuming. Yeah, we're good.
Do you get your food?
No, someone. Fado brought me the pita. That's how you say it. Yeah, but so I had some. But the Borak I had was great.
Oh, it looked so fucking good. I was so tilted. I was like, I wasn't even hungry.
Perhaps we need to hit
Wow,
up
you were
Nacho
fasting
and
as well.
No, I was
Squiddy
not.
for some.
I mean, I was, but like
Food
I broke it there,
recommendations?
like a little bit. Like I studied like 2 hours before that, so it was not like I really felt like trying everything, but
Any prop bets as to how many followers I get from you sharing this story? We need to start gambling in the booth, you know.
That's true. Didn't we already have some bet?
Should we start doing red or black flops?
Sure. You know, looking at the stack depths, we already talked about it. This is going to be a long one, so we do have to keep ourselves entertained, awake, interested, you know, because 5-7-figure paydays are just not
Not
that
enough
thrilling.
for us, right? Yeah.
We are real action junkies in here.
Timothy Adams opening things up on the button, does have Squiddy in the big, has him covered. The immense ICM pressure that these 14 players are under, especially the presence of Dvoris, who's now just 4 bigs on the other table. Heads up to the flop, and what a flop it is for Timo. Second nut flush on the Queen 8 tray, and perhaps more importantly, some value to be extracted from Squiddy, who's flopped middle pair here. Button range, monotone board texture. 260 in the middle, 665 behind. As expected, Maria continuing for a small sizing. Just quarter pot. And already extremely comfortable for Squiddy.
Certainly a lot of turn cards that would make it tough for him to continue, but still gonna call one and decide. Not the most fun board for 2 pair.
Not the most exciting turn for Adams either, if he was up against that naked ace. Now be behind on the stone bubble. 380 in the middle. He does opt to check back, a bit of pot control. Hear the noise in the background coming from that 30k turbo bounty.
You know, maybe just a little distracting for these players on the bubble, but, you know, let them have their fun.
Interesting spot here for Squiddy, of course. Turn went check, check. Has showdown. Looks like he's reaching for blocking chips.
And shrimp platter.
Going for just north of B20.
Caesar salad shrimp? Or no, just the big one? Just shrimp platter. Okay.
Given the small sizing, perhaps room for Adams to take this north. Although if there's ever a world in which he continues to just approach this spot passively, one would assume that the stone bubble of a $200,000 buy-in tournament would be one that we could accept.
Definitely.
It's kind of cool how they had.
Normally I would bet that Tim would take this spot and find a raise, but it does look like he is still gonna find it. I was going to say, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't, but hey.
This is Timothy Adams.
Yeah, exactly.
Appreciate it. Cool seeing Daniel, right?
The old bet check raise line. Up to 300,000 we go. 9 cashes on his Triton track record. 1 title. Gets the fold from Sam Grafton, who shoots him a bit of a side-eyed glare. Adams picking up a crucial pot.
It's Tim Adams. You want him to call, he raises. You want him to fold, he calls.
The Tim Adams effect.
Definitely one that will put players in very uncomfortable spots.
One of the nicest guys in the business as well.
So
Got a lot of
nice.
love.
But very
for
standard
Adams.
for being a Canadian. You know, apologizes all the time for nothing.
No comment from the Brit in the booth.
I actually think I say sorry too much as well. I think I use it incorrectly. I say sorry when I should say excuse me or something like that. But my default is always just, I'm sorry. Like when I'm walking and I'm passing somebody, right? I'll always be like, I'm sorry. But what I should say is excuse me.
I'm gonna send you a funny tweet after this hand, basically summarizing what you just.
Is it a meme?
Yeah,
You've got some
between
memes for me?
Brits and US.
210.
Ponokov's gets busy on the button, taking it upstairs to 210,000. Has been squaring off against Nacho throughout this soft bubble and now the stone bubble.
They need two.
Barbero absolutely loves it.
Stick it in your ass.
Sure.
Wow. That's aggressive.
Sure Ponokovs would have gladly accepted.
He has three big blinds, Daniel. No? How many he has?
Really? Should have folded them.
I can imagine the monster you have there for 3-betting me when one guy has 3 big blinds. You see, I never folded more fast than what I just folded in my life.
Sure, after today's performance, the petition to have Nacho Barbero at every feature table will have an additional 10,000 signatures or so.
It'll be right behind
Maybe
the
you-
We Want Ivy petition.
It's just so fun to have at the feature.
Just me and him.
It's the #1 ranked
Me
GPI
and him,
player
right?
of the year last year, and it's currently ranked #2. A win here today.
I
would
mean,
likely
if he didn't have, I'm in a world of trouble right now.
He's just
you know?
folding. Yeah.
take
Just
him up
folding
to
three
first.
matters, isn't it?
Back-to-back GPI player of the year would be quite the achievement.
Nacho has been making a case to be a Triton ambassador.
So I'm supposed to get 80.
Trying to say that perhaps he deserves some of that love just for keeping everybody
Are you getting
entertained.
instructions? Is Michael Soizer ghosting you?
What happened? But how do you know? How can they know this? It's so sick.
What the fuck?
I'm not cheating or anything.
Yeah, he just
Don't
wants
worry,
his
I'm not
music.
cheating. It's just we're bored, you know, we're on a bubble.
Wow. He's at the table with us two on the board.
Only in a 4.2 million for first. You have a device in your ear. Okay. So it sounds about right.
Now I see why he's
I understand why he's in.
every tournament
How
he's
big
at
is
the
cash
final
game
table
playing?
now.
This is boring, bro.
Not boring, but like, I'm not doing much, right?
You're putting
Must be
Christoph
nice.
Hill all in? No, that was a big
Playing
deal
for
for him.
4.3 million. It's currently bored.
Good job, my reputation was pretty good. Imagine someone else, imagine someone like, beginning of
Oh, you
had this-
were serious on that one? Oh, I don't know. I thought you were making a joke about it.
250.
Oh my god.
Why do I feel like it's inevitable for Ponokovs and
Gangster.
Barbero to play a monster pot at some point today?
I guess Pardo lost the big one.
Really?
He's down to 8 bigs. And David's chip leader.
Boom.
Don't get upset. You sitting down? You're not chip Nacho. You're not chip leader anymore. So look at this. He's going to go on a tear now. Bro, you win 3 big blinds this hand. You're back. All right. So Alex raises. If you 3-bet, We're back in business.
Ricardo lost a big one.
He just lost 2 big
Holy
blinds.
shit.
Well, okay.
What?
I don't. Maybe not.
100K.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. I didn't know that Edison down there. I thought he had chips.
I assumed the Voris is going to be in a big blind soon, right?
Why don't trust I can have some big hands?
Tim, if you bluff me, just be really silent and don't do anything. If you bluff me, don't do anything.
Yeah, you got bluffed. I think he had it.
Just goes after those blocks. Even though I block super, you know, still goes after it. He can't help himself. Can't help himself.
It worked.
His weakness.
No, thank you.
Barbero gets a walk.
I never want a hand against him. It's hard. It's hard.
Are you set? Are you set?
Is there anyone that you feel like you just can't win a hand against?
Me neither.
I don't feel like I have one particular player. I think that there's usually one in every tournament.
Right.
But they switch up on me. I will say, actually, no. I mean, I'm going to retract that slightly. I feel like a lot of the times when I play against Foxen, Alex Foxen, he ends up beating me.
Sweat next time.
Seems like a likely culprit, not going to lie.
I mean, he's probably beating a lot of people
Right.
on the way to all of
there's
his
Brewer. I
final
haven't seen
tables.
Yeah.
Haven't seen him at a Triton in a while. Would love to see him venture out.
He jams a lot. under
Join
the-
us.
Still he jams.
True, yeah.
Good amount under the gun.
Talking of joining us, those of you that have recently tuned in, find ourselves on the Stoned Bubble, the biggest bubble of the series so far. It's a $325,000 one. 14 left and 13 paid. 4.3 million USD going to the eventual champion.
We just appreciate you guys being with us, even though Ivy is no longer in this event.
Yeah, shout out Phil Ivey, putting on a show for us so far this series. See him partnering up with boss Paul Pua in the 250k Luxon Pay Invitational. That thing kicks off tomorrow. Just in case you thought this 200k
How much does Daniel have?
wasn't big enough.
How much does Daniel have?
Would be funny if I call.
Yeah.
Like, I don't trust.
So he's all in, basically.
Right. Who's that sizing for you? Like,
Yeah, but I mean, it's going to be all in against Dave. There's only 2 cards, basically. So.
Yeah.
And you have
Maybe it goes limp.
I like it though, but maybe I good.
Maybe it goes limp.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind. If you check, you might get bluffed too.
That, very likely, actually. I would keep that to yourself.
I play the same size, you know, where I play with like a
Tens.
tens,
Yeah. Jacks.
queens, jacks, whatever. A 9. You know, want to have a call.
Check it down. How about he mucks? Can he muck?
Yeah,
No, right?
sure. I would probably call ace king. Maybe. Mix.
I don't think you got on the bubble. You would have put you in a really
Not surprised at all
Not really.
to hear just how chatty this bunch are,
have 900
regardless
left.
of the pressure they find themselves under. Danny Tang getting to work from +1. Couple of black 9s.
I don't think that way.
Sometimes I do on the bubble.
Unlikely to get any action. All eyes on the red
If I
feature
feel
table
that you
was
bluff, I call. If I feel
Boris
that
is
you
in the
value
big
bet me,
blind
I
now.
call. Easy.
Yeah, I know. I'm just
with just
saying
4
that
bigs. He's been forced to put in half of his stack.
I don't think you
See how that one plays out.
Yeah, yeah, it's queen. I fold for sure.
Yeah, DeForest
100%.
really been grinding for the better part of today.
There are your chip counts. Nacho Barbero leading the pack. Danny Tang second in chips, 37 bigs, and all the way at the bottom. This leaderboard, just 6 big blinds for Vogelsang, who had quite the dry spell at the Triton Super High Roller Series, but managed to get the monkey off his back in Cyprus and has cashed a couple of events here, looking to secure at least 325,000 if he can just outlast Daniel
With
Dvoris.
Alex in the tournament, he could do something
Brought to
stupid
you
at
by
any point.
Poker Stake.
No? That's why. It's extra EV. He could just blow up into you, Nacho. You know he wants to do it on TV as well.
Especially on
it's
TV.
extra level. It's an extra level.
There's so many ways in which you can just make EV. For example, folding when you have the likes of Ponokovs at the table, according to Squiddy. So he is a potential likely candidate to just blow up. For TV purposes, of course. I know a few people like that. The old TV EV. Trying to secure those private game seats.
Oh, yes.
You know how
Free
it is.
advertising.
There we go.
Call.
You think so?
Quite a few names that come to mind, actually, not wanting to put anyone on blast, of
But
course.
it's crazy that people fall for it, though. It's just so obvious to me. So transparent.
A quick update on that Daniel Dvoris big blind. He had to fold. He's now down to sub 1 big in the small as Jostad raised from early position. Only seeing 1.3k likes over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel, by the way, Maria. Not to say that I'm disappointed, but with 4 million up top, one would assume that we'd be well on our way to our target of 3,000 likes per stream, with 12,000 people watching. For those of you that haven't already, click that like button. Please do take a couple of seconds out of your day as things get interesting on this turn. Blind v blind. Squiddy with the nut flush draw. Ponokovs with top pair.
Ponokovs doesn't want to bloat the pot here. Perhaps just looking to check, call, should Grafton decide to bet. They have similar stacks, both in really good shape in terms of being able to make the money with what they have in front of them. We did hear Grafton say that Ponokovs is always likely to put some more chips in than maybe the average player. Just gonna make the call here. A lot of hands that could potentially have Ponokovs beat or a lot of equity. And that is one of the rivers that I don't think Ponokovs is going to love when Grafton bets again here. Does feel like quite a few backdoor draws. Straight variety, flush variety can certainly be in Grafton's range.
280,000 in the middle. Squiddy unblocking all of the pairs
250.
as he sizes up on the river, and now Ponokovs with nothing but a bluff catcher. Even with two pair. Thoughts on this spot, Maria? Just, you know, very high up in range. stone bubble. Unblocking all of those gut shots that Grafton could potentially bluff with.
Gonna take some time to think about it. You know, certainly there are some draws that missed, perhaps some Queen X and some Ace X, but otherwise, really just a bluff catcher that Ponikoffs has when facing this sizing is going to get away.
That is a world-class fold,
In the house. Ladies and
in
gentlemen,
my opinion.
the Pikachu
Not easy to do.
I think it's unethical. I don't think it changes very much.
Yeah, if it was intentional, I think it's unethical.
You're gonna announce it to the whole room?
Forrest has somehow woken up with aces
I feel like those situations where
in the small blind with just 1.5 bigs.
Yeah.
Those kind of things.
Embarrassing.
Would be a dirty way to go.
Jack and a juice box.
$125,000 bubble.
Cooler.
Jan just opening the Jack Deuce from the cutoff as it comes. Queen 10-6. Jan looking for an 8-9 king or an ace to be live on the turn. Doesn't find it. As Dvoris is going to double up. It's just shy of 5 bigs and it's just been through.
More than double. Can you just clarify? No, not quite, not quite. I think it's like a 2.6.
Oh, you were 55 to 190.
Yeah, triple up.
No, but I had. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because I wanted to. Yeah. Can you say 3.5x?
Yeah, for anybody at the other table that's curious,
Are you trying to
Divorce
intimidate them?
wants them
Do you have
to
so
know
many
that
chips?
he's alive and healthy. A healthy stack of 5 bigs.
You usually get like aces like once every 3 orbits. So if you have enough to just like keep folding for 3 orbits, you should.
I didn't even get in 2 bad. I also put in 50.
It's event number 3 champion. Espen Jorstad currently in 3rd. Proud ambassador of GTO Wizard and GG Poker, who also happen to be sponsors of the Triton Poker Series. This one Pardo now. Currently sat in 12th. Mr. Malacca style himself. One of the greatest Spanish players of all time. Just 8 bigs. How do you wake up with aces on a $325,000 bubble with 1.5 bigs, Maria?
I call those emergency aces.
Okay.
And, you know, Divorce, it must be all of that, again, Canadian nice guy. It really got him in a spot where he's saved up some of that run good.
Emergency aces. Is there like a button that you press? Like dialing 911, but for aces?
Right.
Now playing to a winner today, currently 9 p.m. local time. I've got a funny feeling Maria and I are going to be sat here until 2:30, 3 a.m. until we crown ourselves a champion, seeing as we're not even at the final table yet, and
I agree with
wouldn't
your
have it any other way.
I agree with your feeling. I just don't think it's very funny
You don't think it's very funny?
to be here till 3 in the morning.
Ah. Well, if it's any consolation out of the choices that I have, wouldn't have it any other way. 4.3 million up top. Maria Ho in the booth for the first time at the Triton Poker Series. 200k buy-in. Event number 7 just warming up. It's tomorrow, of course, kicking off the $250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational. It's one part of the chips up to north of 10 bigs. David Yan, the current chip leader, playing 70 big blinds. Big blind 40k. Nick over on YouTube saying big shout out to the commentator duo, doing a swell job. Appreciate the kind words, Nick. Appreciate all of you getting involved in the conversation, whether it be on YouTube or Twitch, social media. We have 12,500 on YouTube, thousands on Twitch, and thousands watching through the app as well. Quick look at the chip counts. Once again, people that managed to snag some action of Espen Jorstad over on PokerStake must be enjoying the run that he's been on at this Triton Poker Series. And once again, if you haven't already checked out PokerStake.com, there's still action available from the likes of Michael Soiser, Espen Jorstad for upcoming events. DD in the cutoff with an ace. Has some fold equity as well, even though he's this short. Ace 6 though. Enough of a hand, Maria?
I think he's going with it, and as I was saying that, he moved his chips in the middle, and certainly only person now he has to get through is Espen, who won't be able to call with the 9-3 of hearts. And now, actually, that might make Vogelsang the shortest stack with that nice little pickup for Dvoris.
Does indeed. Quite the spin from less than a blind and a half.
Channeling his inner Sean Winter right now.
To 7 bigs now. Bit of breathing room as he just passed through the blinds, and now all eyes on Vogelsang on the main stage. As we still find ourselves in the stone bubble of the biggest tournament of the series so far. Nikita Banziakuski on the button with sub 20 bigs. Really awkward spot for a couple of 7s. All options on the table, potentially limp. Raising opens the door for a big stack of Jorstad behind. He's just going to put it in, Maria, to kind of dissuade Espen from pushing him around pre.
But Espen asking for a count certainly should worry Makita, and Espen waking up with ace-king. Yikes. And this is just a nightmare scenario for Bads, because when you shove just south of 20 bigs, you know, Jorstad's going to have a real hand to get involved, and you have Pardo covered, and Pardo's happy to get out of the way.
Makita. Can see.
I did not expect to bubble this thing.
Not thrilled that Jorstad has
no
called.
Fuck.
Small.
Then I have some chances.
He didn't expect a bubble. Started this hand 10th in chips with 20 bigs.
That sounded like someone carry with
Ace king.
Fuck!
Ace king against sevens.
God damn it.
You're not out yet.
Why? Why are you doing this? Why the hell you keep sitting with 5 bigs?
Wait, I shoved last hand, but
yeah, you're trying.
Well, there we go, just waiting for the hand on the main stage to finish. And cards on their back, Maria, $325,000 bubble. If Espen can connect.
God damn it.
You just chilling, imagine you're us.
Bad's really not liking the feeling of this one. Perhaps liking the feeling now on the 8-4 deuce.
Very clean flop. Still, Bads is very nervous, sweating this pretty hard.
At that point, standing up out of his chair as the Queen of Clubs rolls off on the turn. Espen looking for an ace
3 of spades
or a king. 6 outs once to eliminate Mikita Badziakuski.
Oh,
finds
my
the King of
God.
Clubs on the river, Maria, and with that eliminates the 4-time Triton champion.
When that king arrived on river.
Just to see a fist bump exchange between the two, of course. Mikita started that hand 10th in chips and goes home empty-handed with Vogelsang on 3 bigs and Boris on 7. Massive smile on Boris's face, of course.
there's
You enjoyed the fuck.
No doubt that he is
That was
thrilled
funny.
with this result.
I thought he had like ace full suited. He was better than I expected based on the fuck.
Well, no, because he like.
I get why.
When you get snap called, like usually you get it in better with like even ace 4 off than 7s, right?
Yeah.
Like,
True.
You were going to be the blinds before the Demnivores? Yeah.
Christoph
Any pay jumps?
talking about how he would have likely been the bubble boy, but got saved by that Rivered King.
Well, there we have it. In the money in event number 7, 200K 8 max. All 13 guarantee $325,000 for their efforts and can now a sigh of relief as they set their eyes on the top prize of 4.3 million. It's David Yan leading the pack, but only just by 1 big blind. Nacho Barbero in second, Espen Jorstad in third, and then a significant drop-off to Squiddy in fourth. So a sizable gap at the top.
On tables
Do
9.
have 4 sub-15 big blind stacks. Those of you just joining us, we are in the money here at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House Triton Super High Roller Series.
So sick. Like 10 to 8 is a huge jump.
Yeah.
From like 348 to 600.
90?
From 8th place, no, from 10th place, jump to 8th place is huge. Maybe because, I don't know.
They have longer than 10 seconds. It's only...
oh, right.
I wish I had the ability to complain.
You made
having
how
locked up
Nice work, Daniel.
$325,000 about pay jumps.
Nice work.
6-figure pay jumps.
Vogel saying on a very short stack finds a big hand and is in the money. What more could you ask for?
Dino.
Emergency jacks don't really have the
Look at
same
the
ring to it, so
The Pokeball.
it's not quite
The vegetarian one. Thanks.
what we would call this, but still very nice hand to find.
Oh, you went. You went.
Christoph,
Lovely.
the
Fucking great. We'll talk about
Sith
it.
Lord, looking to force his way back in.
Christopher
for this
Volgensen,
battle.
doing it in good. 20.
Waited.
First,
Thank you for the
21,378 time in his career.
commentary.
As his opponent dominated.
Sam Grafton.
Does it mean
Saw an
he's
ace
won?
marked.
It's a favourable spot.
Still is a favourable spot on the 6-4 deuce.
Jack of clubs.
Get back up to 9 bigs. But the ace of hearts on the turn, the 2 outer materializing for Timothy, as you hear Seth immediately at the table know that he folded an ace, and now just the lone jack needed for Vogelsang, doesn't find it.
The 18,673rd time Tim Adams sucks out on his opponent.
That's it. 18,000.
Yeah. Well, you know how much fucking
I mean, that's nothing.
poker this player.
18,000 suckers.
Some salt in the wound from his table mates, but perhaps $325,000 is going to help him shake that off.
You're lazy. You don't grind enough.
Perhaps a late reg into the 30k turbo bounty, or perhaps just a night of reviewing spots and preparing for that $250,000 lump sum pay
Wait, no, I take it back. Shit, I'm sorry.
invitational
Why
tomorrow.
have I said that? I ain't seeing him in a party. I'll be busy playing here. Fuck.
Bro, you're so good with the run good and you really messed up.
Wait, okay.
Why would you mess it up for yourself?
Take that one back.
Wow.
Danny, you're like the superstitious, like the Chinese are superstitious.
Bro,
I mean, they have to turn it into like a country thing or like a race.
Come on, Nacho.
No racist.
Not racist, a race thing. Not a racist thing. A race thing. Like to do with race.
Race.
Yeah.
I understood race. Because you guys are very superstitious.
I don't think Nacho was turning it into a race thing. I think Boss Paul would be one of the first to admit that superstitions in the East when it comes to gambling and poker is a real thing. Hence the reason we don't have event number 4 at the Triton Super High Roller Series. You superstitious, Maria?
Not particularly, but obviously I understand all of the cultural superstitions, and I feel like I'm in between two worlds sometimes, immigrating to the U.S. from Taiwan. So I'm like, do I hate 4 and 13? What numbers do I even like then?
23 and 8.
How many times you seen
what we
Goodfellas?
found out.
You're right about that. Okay, so fine. Maybe I do degen a little bit. Oh, there's roulette on the list as well.
You
Now
haven't ever seen
my
Goodfellas?
secret's out.
Treat yourself. I would drop. Leave your stack.
I
Leave
just
your
punt
stack and
off?
play. Go get
Punt
yourself
off and
now.
go watch?
Get yourself on Netflix. You've
Wow.
never seen Goodfellas.
Me neither.
Whoa! Whoa!
Wow.
Guys, we all like poker. We all
Add
like
me to that list as well,
telemarketing.
Grafton.
No way.
Yes.
We like.
No culture for me, no culture.
That is insane. I'm as upset as Squiddy is, even more so. My co-commentator hasn't seen one of the greatest movies of all time.
But that shows you just got great, like, gangster taste. Oh my God! Don't cut. You're not going to the party tonight. I don't want to see you doing anything.
I agree. I agree.
In fact, I'll come to your room. We'll get it. We'll pay for it. The pay-per-view. We'll
I'll
snuggle
join.
up, pillows, bottle, get some chocolates in. You and me will watch it together. Jesus Christ!
Sounds like a party.
Oh my days. Yeah, I mean, I don't think of it
Who
as old.
hasn't
but
seen
anyone
Goodfellas?
young would think of it as old.
Like
Goodfellas.
1980s?
It's 1990. It's
Oh my
1990.
God, it's
It
older
would-
than me.
Have you seen Casino?
Probably. You know, my memory is not.
If you
I don't think I would like
I
that.
mean,
I feel
Squiddy's
like
getting
you're
upset now.
Goodfellas.
It goes hand in
So
hand.
am I.
Al Pacino or no?
No, it's De Niro. They're both De Niro.
Yeah, De Niro and Pesci.
Yeah, I don't think I like it. You know, it's
I may
at
have
a
seen-
time where I don't
I may
appreciate
have seen Casino.
Casino is really good.
Casino.
Yeah, but
I think
Goodfellas is
Casino
better.
Royale.
Goodfellas is better. What the
Memory
the
not
Woody
too good.
Allen one or the
Memory not too
The,
good.
or
the Daniel Craig.
Not the Woody one. Okay, that's fair.
Casino's
It's
good.
my favorite movie.
Casino Royale.
Casino.
See, if I just type in casino on Google, a bunch of casinos would just come up. So, okay, let me type in casino movie. Let's see what happens.
My God, Seth. I know you're busy
Casino movie.
accumulating an empire, but still, you know, and I was doing nothing except sit around and watch movies. So we have a different trajectory in life, but still, bro.
I had a lot of time to watch movies too. I should be ashamed of myself.
Wait, I know this guy. Whoever the main character is for Casino.
Let me see.
I know this guy. I've seen him before.
They've got like similar class. Joe Pesci and De Niro own both.
I think I've seen that one.
Yeah, De Niro. What else was he in?
What else is
Yeah.
Robert De Niro
Raging
in?
Bull, Taxi Driver.
No, let me. I'm trying to see what do I know.
Meet the Fockers.
Meet the Fockers is the one I know. Meet the Fockers.
Sam can't handle it.
What?
That is well
It,
known that that is De Niro's greatest role of all time. Widely regarded.
Let's be quiet while this plays time.
Barbero has somehow found a path to victory here, finding the offsuit 7 on the turn after stabbing flop. Ponakov's breaking out with his king high flush draw. Perhaps a path to victory of this 10% bet.
Such a good price, but looks like Ponakov's is seeking some thin value here, and perhaps that thin value has 7 beat. Perhaps it's an 8x. Perhaps it's
You should give me a nice
7
watch
with
to
a
wear
better
for the-
kicker. But either way, it's
Well, well, well.
I thought I was gonna say either way you would think Nacho's just gonna flick it in, but it actually does find the muck, as Barbero believed that Ponakov's was going for value that had him beat.
If you own me with the 4 with 1 blind.
10% bet on the river.
No, I'm
What's he
not
got
betting
now?
4.
Good chip.
Would be too much.
He's got
Getting the 7 to fold. How about it?
480, 455, and 450. You
That
understand
risk to reward ratio right for that one.
Yeah,
Maybe a flush draw?
455. That's shit.
Maybe.
40, yeah?
What?
No, he doubled that.
Nacho going to see that one back and be pretty upset, getting the same price on a call. Giving Ponakov's too much respect. It's a 6-3, hits the mark. And Squiddy gets to walk. 1.6 million, 4th in chips.
I think there is
Something
one little mark.
he'll gladly accept.
Oh, Timothy, man, you gonna do me like this?
No immediate short stacks now.
Professional
Is that- I'm
staller.
not
And
sure if
Voris
it's
and
just a
Juan
light
Pardo
or-
both playing 11 bigs.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Seth
Come
up
on,
to
new
12
deck, new
bigs.
deck. New deck.
A sizable jump up to Chris Brewer in 9th with 22 big blinds. So this final table
going
soft
up?
Did they
bubble
pay you twice or no?
could continue for a while.
No, okay, okay. Because I felt
Find
I froze.
ourselves
Yeah, you threw and it didn't count. It didn't count.
incredibly deep.
Thank you.
So much.
This compared to the 6 events prior to this one.
Are you sure?
Mark hard.
The #1 app for poker players. Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Analyze your played hands, practice by playing first GTO, and solve any spot in the game with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. You can start crushing at gtowizard.com today. What more of an endorsement does the app need with their first ever ambassador, Espen Jorstad, taking down event number 3, the 40k mystery bounty, followed up by a final table run yesterday in the 60k, and now finds himself 3rd in chips with 12 left in this $200,000 buy-in. So again, is GTOWizard.com. Exclamation mark GTO Wizard in the
That's all I
chat.
care about.
I'd like to think that Espen threw up all of the run bad?
I got to go on a trip with the family. They're flying in tomorrow or today.
Where
Should
you
be here tomorrow.
where you planning to go?
We're going to go to York, Edinburgh, and Paris.
You should go to Edinburgh and then when it rains, watch Goodfellas.
There you go.
York.
That's my recommendation. Things to do in York and
What is there to do in York?
Jorvik Centre. I already represented.
My wife has some family up there.
Oh, okay.
But I got the Viking Museum's on the list.
Love that.
Yeah.
Treat yourself.
That's a great question. What is there to do in York?
Is York where Yorkshire pudding
My wife's
comes
coming
from?
up visiting with the kids. Yeah.
I mean,
Things that Americans say?
I assume so. No, that seems like a
It's
very
right.
reasonable and logical
That's what I thought.
assumption.
And there are no such
These
thing
lights
as
make you think they're
stupid
on the top
questions.
long.
York.
This is a brand new deck. It's the first hunt now. I felt like there's something there already. Weird.
Good time to go to Paris.
Yeah.
Perfect weather.
Yeah. I'm excited.
Yuri saying
Whole
Norwegians
family
have more
vacation.
run good
Kids
than they
haven't
have
been out of the
oil.
country yet.
There we go.
7 and 6.
Sven Jostad, living proof of that.
Yeah, pandemic, and I don't know. It's just very schleppy with little kids, but they're getting old enough to enjoy it.
Tang going to give his pair fours some
Probably not,
protection
'cause it's like we go to
from
Disney
some
in the States.
overcards.
I heard there's a different amusement park, not Disney, like a more authentic French amusement park that's supposed to be slightly educational too. You might check that out.
275.
275.
Well, there's your answer to said protection, Mr. Tang. Bottom pair, backdoor clubs, backdoor straight. I don't think he'll go anywhere just yet, but still incredibly uncomfortable facing this check raise.
5 seconds.
Start the hand 5th in chips.
Especially because Danny does block some natural bluffs like the straight possibilities, like some gut shots that contain, you know, some 6x holdings that might elect to check raise. But there is one of those cards that give Tang some additional equity, and you wonder what Grafton is thinking after Tang called that sizable check raise on the flop.
And no diamond rolling off for Squiddy to perhaps barrel, and 670 in the middle for Tang to add to his stack. At least 87% of the time. So we can see if he can find the bet here. Be 100%. What do you do now? We're in Squiddy's shoes, just 9 high.
Yeah, no real showdown value, especially when Tang called the check raise on the flop. But the most obvious draw from the flop, the flush draw, missed. Does look like Grafton feels like he doesn't have much choice here but to try to bet. Hope that Tang has this type of holding that is weak enough to consider folding, you know, does block the straight, unblocks the flush draw. Wondering if Grafton takes this line with a King X holding.
Squiddy very nonchalantly throwing in 150k, just sub 25%. Danny Tang with the bluff catcher. Just 4th pair on this run out. Couple of key cards, as Maria mentioned. Unblocking diamonds.
5 seconds.
450.
Tang not having any of it and not allowing Grafton to bet some type of thin value here that has a pair of fours beat and decides to turn his hand into a bluff.
Yeah, bluffing with the best hand. Little did he know.
Thank you so much.
With
Well,
that
50.
pot.
Use them, but
Danny Tang up to
yeah, they
fourth in
sponsored a few of
chips.
my friends because they were like trying to make a break into the scene, but they have the super comfy shoes.
Your stats
yeah, I mean
against Pardo.
Yeah, a bunch of like long distance.
Like this
guys
one's
use
checked.
them.
All the way
Their
down
only
to
thing
the Three of
was,
Clubs
like,
River.
For a while, they only made really narrow
Pardo
shoes.
with the check mark.
And like, I mean, I think there's just a correlation between like wide-footed people kind of being like ultra runners. But now they started making like wide and extra wide. Yeah, sorry.
5 seconds. 100,000.
It's a sizable bet on the river from Malacca Style. Almost a pot-sized bet. Maria Espen with queen high here. Potential bluff catcher. Bluff candidate.
It's a weird hand.
Here, Brewer saying that was a weird hand.
You want some tea?
I feel like some of these players would be good at commentary. What do you think? We jump in, play Brewer's stack, and he
Yeah,
comes
it's
in here.
a new type of tag team format where tag in the commentator who has watched the hands on delay, has some info.
Incredibly tight at the top. Jan, Barbera, and Jorstad all playing the role of chip leader. Average stack is now 27 bigs. Danny Tang, the only other player with more than average. Short stack duties still belonging to Daniel Dvoras.
5 seconds.
So much ICM pressure for the middling stacks, such as Seth Davies. Starting the hand 7th in chips. 23 bigs. Oh boy. I mean, perhaps an escape for Davies as he has made it just shy of 3 bigs pre.
5 seconds.
All in.
Play all in.
A Spaniard with the ace king.
500, right? Quick count.
$500,000 on 5.
You just push it forward slightly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are calling chips. Maria is going to spin the wheel with the ace 10.
Dropping it down and gonna see the bad news.
It's as bad as it gets. Ace 10 into ace king. Knows that Pardo's going to have those suited broadways, those
All in and calls, table 1.
pocket pairs, 7s, 8s, 9s that he's flipping against. Perhaps some weaker ace-X as well.
10-10-4.
It's calling for the 10-10-4 flop. See if the poker gods are on Davies' side. He looks to eliminate the Triton first timer, Malacca Style. Okay, Juan Pardo. 6-4 tray, rainbow. Gonna be tough to win this one. 3 outs twice as the 4 across was close. Not the 4 across he was looking for. It's the 9-9 run out. Clean for the Spaniard. Was up to 25 bigs. With that, Seth Davies down to 17 bigs now.
Red full side twice.
60.
Little needle from Brewer. Just commenting on the red 4 side twice.
This table certainly a lot quieter than the other one. Seemed to be pretty focused on the task at hand.
I'll tell you who's not being quiet. Maria, the viewers around the world on both YouTube and Twitch, what are they saying? Are they staying out of trouble?
For the most part. I mean, there's always that guy in
Always
chat.
that guy.
Are you that guy?
5 seconds.
Sometimes. Depends on the mood.
Raised to 110,000.
What's that? Getting things up in the cutoff to 110,000. No takers in the blinds. Talking to the people getting involved in the chat. Really do appreciate each and every one of you. Let us know whereabouts in the world you're joining us from. Let us know who you're rooting for. As we work our way down to a champion, 4.3 million will be going to said champion. We have over 12,000 viewers on YouTube, thousands on Twitch and the Triton Poker Plus app. As always, appreciate you keeping both Maria Ho and myself company.
Yan with a huge hand on the button.
125.
Raised to 125,000.
Oh,
wow.
How about everybody having a big hand? Lot of playable hands.
5 seconds.
700.
Raised to 700,000.
Now,
What does Forrest do
yeah,
here?
this is going to put the ace-10 of spades in a tough spot because if you think
have how
about
much behind?
Yan's opening range from the button with the big stack into a 20 big blind stack.
Oh, my.
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, I can see why he came to this conclusion. You know,
Well.
Brewer could easily have a lot of smaller pairs, and Divorce would be in really good shape against those, having 2 overs suited.
Well, just like that, we were saying things are quiet over here, but not with this setup. Button v small blind v big blind. Brewer in fantastic shape to more than double up here if he can just hold with the kings. As it comes Jack 10 tray and a fun one. Yan now looking for the king. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Brewer looking to fade an ace, king, or a 10. As he does precisely that with the clean run out. And with that, eliminates Daniel Dvoris in the process. All of a sudden, Brewer now second in chips behind Espen Jorstad, who's taken the chip lead. David Yan dropping down to the middle of the pack. The year of Brewer perhaps going to continue here in event number 7 as more action.
It's 1
The
million.
outer table.
65.
Get back to Brewer's red hot year. Seth open jamming for sub 10 as the blinds have gone up to 25k, 50k.
Wow, big fucking hand.
Seth in rough shape. Still has 32% of the equity.
Queens, jacks, wow.
Adams can hold here. We will be on the
Good luck, Seth.
final table bubble. Ten, 7, 5 flop, no heart, making it incredibly difficult for Seth to stay in this fight.
Wow.
Now drawing to just 3 outs as none of the backdoors have materialized. A queen and a queen only to stay alive.
Wow.
Drilled it on
Kind
the
of a bad beat,
end.
because if you lost, you could go home and watch Goodfellas.
Wow.
What a time,
Alex, how many times have you seen Goodfellas?
Could you tell the server to get me a new
Maria,
one?
to find a
More-
bit of
I
lady
would've
luck.
watched it more time. You've seen it at least.
$200,000 buy-in
Okay.
with 4 million up top.
Just how
I
I
think-
planned it.
If I would be watching a lot last 5 years, it would be like 3 times, maybe 2 times. I don't know.
Yeah. You, put it this way: if it came on TV, you're not gonna change the channel, are you? You're gonna sit and watch it.
On TV. watch
Ponikov's
TV?
laughing.
I
Like,
mean,
what? What
I
is
never
TV? Do they have antennas?
Even back in the day, I never owned a TV, but I watch films a lot.
You never owned a TV?
Yeah, even when I was in uni, I thought they were kind of.
Actually, no, you're right. Me too. You're right.
Come on, you guys all
I
know
had a TV
Grafton.
when I was like
He's an avid reader. He's a book
15,
guy.
16. That was massive. Having my own little like.
Sure. Had like
I don't know, 22-inch.
Yeah. I had like a TV video at uni, but it didn't have a.
You feel so gangster. You can turn the TV on like when you're in bed, you know.
Call.
How much do you have, bro?
1 million.
Well, well, well. 11 players remain, courtesy of that Queen of Diamonds. That laugh from Ponikov's kind of like, okay, boomer. Talking about TV. Shades on. Fresh hoodie. Gonna get to work. With the 10-3.
King High definitely could be the best hand here and has a lot of potential as well.
Ponikov's perhaps going to be able to wiggle his way out of this one, courtesy of this equity picked up on the turn in the form of a gut shot.
Yeah, certainly turns that stab on the flop into a
170.
reasonable second barrel here on the turn.
And Squiddy peeking down at just king high. Over-unders on 3 a.m., Maria?
Well, I think it also depends on if they make a deal or not
Right.
when they get to 2 or 3-handed, because if they do, that might speed things up in the
average
end.
stack is 29 bigs as things stand, but I think we can expect to see a lot of caginess. In the foreseeable future, immense ICM pressure that a lot of these players are under. It's a tight cluster between 6th and 10th. You see Grafton really mulling things over with that one, but eventually opting to pass up on the king high, perhaps suspicious of Ponikov's, but kind of handcuffed as to what he could do.
I mean, look at Ponikov's. Who wouldn't be suspicious of him? He's just got, you know, a look to him that says, I may or may not be trusted.
Careful what you say about Ponikov's, Maria. He watches the streams back.
Well,
Heard him earlier
I
on.
hope he's not going to deny me entry into
into Skate World in Miami.
Into Skate World.
100% owns one of those headphone disco skate worlds in Miami.
Well, then I take it back.
See some people asking about whether deals are allowed. They are indeed. At Triton, the way we see it is it's the players' money. They're the ones buying in. It's up to them what they do with the top prizes.
And obviously, it varies from tournament operator to tournament operator, but it is certainly nice when the staff helps facilitate these deals because it definitely ensures that the payouts are paid correctly, whereas in a situation where perhaps deals are not quote-unquote allowed, but still could be made behind the scenes, sometimes that can lead to perhaps some funny business, some people not paying.
Right.
And that's always really dicey, and making a deal at your own risk type thing doesn't always work out. You have to be very careful.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Something that we really try and do better than the rest here is looking after the players. I think it's a reason why we just have such strong support from these high rollers. Show up time and time again.
3 tank folds. No, I said 3 tank folds.
See that
That means your
players
hand
are
isn't
now
very
starting
good at
to
it.
tank a little bit.
Huh?
I'm not gonna reply.
11th and 10th paying the same, but of course a very significant pay jump from 10th to 11th.
4 tank folds.
Over 100K difference there.
Yeah, not very good. It's okay.
It's okay. You're never gonna fall.
As things stand, the 2022 World Series of Poker main event champion Espen Jorstad is leading the field.
He was a day 2 reg as well,
He was
so
indeed.
found a nice spin to get him to this spot where now he can start taking advantage of this soft final table bubble.
Getting to work on table 1. Text me around 1 a.m. last night. And reviewing a few spots here. Planning on max late regging the 200K. Was up studying. Confirmation bias at its finest, of course. Results orientated from myself in the booth. But a lot of these pros really do just note down hands that they're unsure of and go back to the hotel room. Discuss hands with colleagues. I say colleagues. Colleagues, perhaps not the right word, but Barbero flopping top on the monotone board. Going to check this one back. Does give Seth a free peek at the Jack of Diamonds turn as the heater continues for the American businessman.
That texture just so coordinated and so not what Barbero was hoping for, but because he did check back the flop, is going to call one on the turn and decide on the river. And again, not a great river card to roll off. It does make Seth check though, bringing 4 to a flush, making his hand much more of a bluff catcher than a value seeker.
Well, any 9, any king makes a straight, any spade obviously makes a flush. See, Barbero wants to try and check down this showdown value, or perhaps Just pounce at this perceived weakness from Seth, and the answer is the latter. As he gets it done, Maria. Some great awareness being shown there by Nacho Barbero that
And
he had a fake showdown.
Yeah, credit to Nacho, though, for the sizing, because, you know, keeping it that size and not polarizing makes it so that he can have more than just the nut flush there to bet the river and keep some, you know, medium flushes in as well. But Seth obviously scared of all flushes there with no spade in hand.
Yeah.
Could always rely on Nacho for the post-mortem.
I tell you one thing, I had a monster.
I had a monster on the turn.
Five seconds. Hold.
Now you look like a, with those glasses, you look like a blues singer now.
Big race. How it looks. Woo, that's fair. It was going in.
I had one over.
Nacho, of course, will welcome the walk as he closes the gap between himself and Espen Jorstad at the top of the chip counts.
You know, like, for example, like, I like good cashing, but like, let's say, no limit hold'em cash, I think it's so boring. When everybody's super deep, it's like, I mean, some games are action, but like, I think it's, otherwise if it's not PLO, I just never want to play
Yeah.
no limit hold'em cash. It's just so boring.
I get why
Everybody
other
has,
people
like,
want to play it, but
200,000 big ones.
not me.
I think it's like, you know, like whatever, like it's just like a stupid game. Like tournaments, you have like.
I never had 2,000 big blinds in my life. I don't know.
Or like, let's say 1,000
That'd be
blinds.
sick.
Everybody has.
I
Like,
think it's, I
Let's
think
go
it's
play
the-
Hippo,
I
1-1.
think it's the way someone's looking at cards. I mean,
Yeah, I think that's right, Danny.
but you can bend it back. Bend it back.
look at it. Listen, right?
I can't see anything wrong now. But, I mean,
It's kind of bend that one, but like very little.
yeah, I mean, I don't have good eye for it. But yeah, good to be vigilant anyway. I'm never against changing that. How good Alex is playing, we have to be suspicious, right? He's playing so good.
It's like he's marking the cards.
Should be a reason.
What's that?
Should be a reason.
Spatting into me like I'm an empty seat. 6 and a 5. I thought I'd get a check here now.
Oh,
Sure.
It's weird how I can hear you everywhere. There, and here.
Tim Adams. Sub 20 big blinds. Facing a raise from Barbero on the small. Certainly going to put it in.
Timothy Adams third on
Tim
Canada's
Adams, King
all-time
7 of
win
hearts.
list.
Timmy, King 7 of hearts. I wouldn't have folded that ace of hearts. So can't rip the straight flush.
Other ones, so they mark very easily. So then if these are too much, then they mark. That's why we keep exchanging them.
I could win on the turn. I could win. I could win on the turn.
Oh, you had Jack. Wait.
Had 2 pair.
Okay.
Wow. Look at this. So checking against your old pal Sammy. Your old friend Sam, a little trap check. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. The needles and banter not lost on Sam Grafton, as one would expect. Maria, to be honest with you, I'd be disappointed if Grafton wasn't here chirping away as Barbero leads these 6 on the soft bubble of event number 7. 200k 8 max, 4.3 million going to the eventual championship. Counts brought to you by GG Poker. So they've got Lieb, bottom of the counts with 16 bigs. Very lucky to be here as he found the 3 outer against Timothy Adams Jacks just a few orbits ago to stay in this fight.
What happened? What he had? King 7 of hearts. He had a flush and then another flush and.
Oh, he flopped the flush.
Yeah, and turned the flush and. Who runs that good?
You raised 200. You bite like a.
Yeah, I put in money dead all the time against these guys. They just, I pay them, I give them money. They know. These guys are living in, you should see the houses they're living in because of me.
Well, all options on the table for Barbera, opting to just flat on the button. Well timed as Adams has woken up. A couple of 9s in the small, 24 bigs. And again, another one of those awkward spots, Maria, like the ICM. Incredibly heavy here, but Adams not going to shy away from taking the spot that he deems profitable.
Yeah, and for Nacho, when he flats there, he certainly can have some traps, but there will be a big part of Nacho's range that won't be able to call off for this many BBs. But 8's certainly worth considering. Performing well against, of course, ace kings, ace queen, ace jack suited, etc. But how many worse pairs is Adams willing to squeeze in that spot for around 25 bigs? And he is gonna make the fold. Just too many of Barbero's chips for a high variance spot.
A very disciplined fold there from Barbera as he stays second in chips. 3 cashes so far already.
Because it's uneven, to make it
Series.
fair, they're going to give person.
One final table in the 50k 8 max.
There were so many complaints about Sam on the feature table from
the audience.
This guy ever shut up.
Good luck, Sam.
Right, you think it's random,
Thank you.
but it's
Thank
not.
you, Alex. Nice to get something sincere from. Thank you.
Well, Squiddy being moved over to table 1 just to keep it fair, as they've been 6-handed for some time at this feature.
I free bet you with aces. First time. good free bet.
Seth getting to work. Shortest stack at the table, and he's going to pick up the blinds and the big blind ante, one would assume, unless DT wants to get frisky. Doesn't. See Samuel in the chat saying Triton $1 million cash game in August. Also, that is correct. We are going to be releasing Nosebleed cash game content over on our YouTube channel, Triton Poker YouTube channel. So if you haven't already, click that subscribe button. We've got 178,000 subs now to be notified as and when we release that $1 million cash game. Currently at 1.8k likes as well. To the 12,500 of you that haven't already, click that like button. Please do take a couple of seconds to help us get that up to 3k by the end of today's stream, so we continue to put on world-class production for you all free of charge as Grafton takes the spot and he's run into Ace King, Maria.
Yeah, unfortunate for Sam, but Queen 10 suited certainly playing pretty well against this Ace King.
This is a good result from a snap call.
60-40. Squiddy happy with the result against the snap call. As it comes, Jack 3 deuce.
Blackjack looks so good, but nothing behind it.
The 6 of clubs on the turn, reducing Sam, from 6 to 4 outs once now. Non-club, queen or 10 needed. Doesn't find it, Maria. The deuce of hearts on the river as Squiddy, who only just got moved over to table 1, is eliminated. Hand 1. And Espen Jorstad is up to 3.5 million. Overwhelming chip leader with 10 left. Look at that mountain of chips in front of him. GG's. Squiddy, of course, as always, absolute gentleman. Highly entertaining. Just unfortunate to run into top of range there.
Check back here by Barbero. And Binks the river with the straight. Gottlieb, not too much hand, though. Not going to be too interested, I don't think. The only thing that he might be thinking is that the check back on the turn for Barbero, perhaps does he just have some ace-X here?
Problem is I can't beat some of your bluffs.
Yeah, that's definitely a consideration.
Seth can get away from this. Be a bad time to put on the cape. Did say there are bluffs that Nacho could have that he loses to. Wow, he's going to make the call, Maria, and he's going to get shown the straight. And with that, Seth down to just 7 bigs. Had the right idea, but see Barbero backing into the straight.
The right read, you were very, very right about it. You had nothing.
So no red time banks needed. Hand for hand, final table bubble. The 200K.
Sam Grafton. Sam Grafton, yeah.
Wow.
Squiddy did go home with 348,000.
3-bet
Find
jump
ourselves on a 105K ladder between 10th and 9th.
Ace high hold.
It's not just many flips. I don't want to flip or ace king or anything. It's like this run is so pure, it's crazy.
Tang giving up the weak ace, noticing that Barbero is in the big blind with a big stack.
5 high.
So just passing up on that spot here.
He did not. He did not.
Yeah, that's bad ace. I prefer my hand because you were gonna get 3 bets and you were gonna fold.
Correct.
Like, I really prefer my hand because you open at 3 bets you have to fold.
So I played good, I think. I guess. I don't know. I didn't want to call that either. Probably a head against this, but still, don't want to call it. Queen 9 suited, I like Queen 9 suited against my hand.
Final table, new time banks? You know?
Huh?
Is it new extra time banks at FT? No?
Anybody wants to go to the Turkish place?
I believe the answer is yes, but I feel like that's something that the players should have known.
I hope so.
Feels pretty important. I mean, we've seen a couple of situations where
I'm going for a walk.
Yeah.
players run out of time, and what a difficult spot that it becomes for them.
very light.
In Turkish place?
No, but it's very like they have like a super light stuff.
Hmm.
I went there and yesterday and it ran super good, so I wanna go there again. It ran very good.
Ponikov's turn to get ace king.
You're superstitious as well.
The most superstitious ever, you don't know that?
I wouldn't say ever. I'm on the table.
You are very superstitious.
How
This
many
could
days
be
have you not
GG's.
changed your clothes because you're like crushing?
6 bigs.
Never, right? I have a
King
friend
suited
who won a
manages to
bracelet
avoid
and never changes boxes 3 days in a row.
him drawing to 3 outs.
He won the bracelet though. Day 1, heater, kept it. Day 2, made the final table, kept it,
You know, I used
won it.
I used to be like that, but then now I decided.
Yeah, you're too rich and hygienic now.
You look very bad if I come here with you.
I mean, I don't think he kept the same clothes, but he kept the same underwear.
Oh, that's
Well, that's clearly worse than keeping the same clothes.
I get it. Like the same hoodie, the same pants, the lucky one. I wore this one because this one is very lucky.
I was going to say, I have seen Barbero rocking that hoodie on a few
But it's
occasions
normal,
this week.
Like, even like, let's say footballers, they will like always keep the same routine, like put in on the left sock first or before the right sock, you know?
Melanie, that works that's in charge of the team pro, she came and gave me like some aspirins on the middle of the thing, and I can't take anything from nobody during a tournament. That's like if somebody has to bring me money, for example, this is way too much, but you're gonna love this one. So my friend had to bring me money to Poker Go. He bring me the chips, and I told him, listen, I can't touch the chips. The only thing you can do is you just can put them inside my bag, in my backpack, inside the little bag where I have all the chips.
I completely get it.
Yeah.
Like, I would never borrow a power bank to anyone else.
Yeah.
During a tournament. You know? Just one of some of these things, you know? The thing
Confirmed.
is, like, the guy would ask me, you got a
You might
power
be
bank?
one
I
of the
would
most
tell him, I
suspicious
do,
people, so
but I can't
superstitious
borrow his
people.
shoes. I don't want to
What was that about Asians and
Because if later on I
superstitions?
get a power bank out, and he's like, so you like them?
Apparently Latin
Yeah,
America
oh, look,
too.
shit, now you can't charge your phone.
Or, you know, Steve O'Dwyer.
Need to spin it up. Spin to win time.
You've done it before?
Yeah.
Both the Seths
What a beautiful
left
card.
in the field, shortest stacks. As we just
Check
overheard
that
Seth
card.
Gottlieb saying he needs to spin it up.
Yeah.
He has done it before, but he is down to 6 bigs.
Card in a deck.
What?
Strongest card in a deck.
So we head back out to table 1. Your stat is mashing away. Been a bit quiet for David Yan. Was the runaway chip leader at one point on the stone bubble. He's dropped down to 3rd in chips, but still has 42 bigs to work with. Jack 5 gonna hit the mark.
Juan Pardo with a bit of a leaning tower of chips over there. Is it just me? Is it this angle? Do you see it?
I do see it, I see it.
5 seconds.
He's gonna try and limp in here. You can see Yan in the big with a couple of red 5s. Perhaps gonna lean into the leaning tower of Pardo. See what I did there, Maria?
I did.
All in.
It's better when you don't have to say it, though.
Well, you know, I was hoping for something from that side of the room. It's okay. I'll leave you out hanging to dry at some point.
If I ever say anything funny.
It's a big if.
See, I took that away from you, so you couldn't do it. I beat you to it.
Seth Davies, another one of those names widely regarded as one of the best without a title. 13 cashes, 5.2 million in Triton earnings. Number one on the Oregon USA all-time money list with 21 million to date. Best live cash, 1,078,000, which he could smash out of the park here today with a win. As Espen gets busy with the ace-9.
Go.
Espen still with the best of it, but the 5-4 deuce board does present that gut shot straight draw for Brewer. And Brewer less likely to have cards that contain a 5, a 4, and a deuce, right? Maria, even though he is in the big.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to have too many two-pair combos here. Certainly can have 2 overcards and some straight possibilities, which is exactly what Brewer does have. Backdoor flush possible as well. Not so much after that bricky turn.
Wonderful turn card for Espen. 4-15 in the middle. Brewer checking on over once more. He's going to check behind. That's Brewer. Bricks on the Jack of Clubs river, and with just 9 high, is this a potential bluff spot for Brewer, Maria?
It feels like naturally if you don't have showdown value, then it's probably a good spot to bluff. But as we mentioned, isn't really going to have too much of that board. Defending the big blind pre-flop, you know, won't have a lot of trips here in this spot. You know, is probably going to be folding some really weak suited combos like the 8 deuce suited, etc. So even though it feels like it's natural for Brewer to take this spot, I think Espen might look him up.
It's gone small. 105 into 415.
There's just so many floats, I think, on that flop.
Does make the call and extends his lead at the top of the chip counts. Espen Jorstad up to 3.9 million now. Overwhelming chip leader on the final table bubble. He knows what it's like to play for sums such as 4.3 million after taking down the 2022 World Series of Poker main event. Very casual 10 million. So most of these players, if you look at their hand and mobs, have cashed for a 7-figure payday on at least one occasion in their career.
If you don't play high rollers, 7-figure paydays can be a bit elusive.
Unless you're Toby Lewis.
Unless you're Toby Lewis.
Take Toby Lewis versus Field in any large 10K.
Toby actually going to be out here. He is visiting his family and some friends right now in Southampton, and will be out here for WSOP circuit event or two.
Okay.
I really want to go to the restroom, so good luck. I really need to go pee.
Not sure
it's gonna
what
be a break.
Nacho's up to, but
I recognize it's going to be a break.
surprised, Maria. We've worked our way down
Good luck, man.
to a break. What would have expected us to be at the final table by this point, but perhaps I'm talking prematurely as Seth is all in. Small blind V button.
Mid-ace.
So perhaps perfect timing.
Maybe. Me too.
Seth looking to spin the wheel back up.
I mean, I think so. Graceful.
Hang on a minute.
Whoa.
There's a chance that we find ourselves heading to an 8-handed final table. If Brewer can hold blind v blind here with the 7s. We're going to cover the action on this table first. No, we're not. We're jumping back to the blue feature table, where Seth is hunting a queen or a jack. Clubs and spades also working for him. 5 cards to come. As he flops top pair on the jack 7-4. Leaves Danny drawing to 3 outs twice. Oh, ace of clubs. Immediate delivery for the 3-time champion.
A queen saved Gottlieb last time. Will it? This time, no.
Not this time. Maria, the ace-ace run out means that Seth
I'll take that
will
same
be
board.
going home in 10th.
Take that same board over there.
Might
1.12 in the pot.
9th and 10th place money with
It's me and
Seth
Seth.
Davies.
Same board.
If Brewer
Jack 3 deuce,
holds
ace, ace.
with the 7s.
So will we be at the unofficial final table or the official?
So far, so good for Brewer, but does now have 4 additional outs to fade.
3. Drawn. Well, not drawn dead.
Diamonds on the turn.
Ace.
No good for Seth. Brewer 1 card away from eliminating Davies in 10th, as the deuce of hearts on the river means that we're going to go from the final table bubble of 10, Maria, to the official final table of 8 with a double elimination just before the break. And with that, a $252,000 ladder for everyone else, as we are down to 8. How about that to wrap up the frame?
A lot of action, but now stacks getting much deeper.
How about it? Espen Jorstad leading the final 8. Fresh off that title from event number 3. So final table, the 60K, just yesterday. So we welcome you back to the break desk. Maria Ho alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. It was a bit, you know, cagey for a while there, and then all of a sudden, break was announced, and we're heading to the final table with a double elimination.
Well, there certainly weren't a lot of coolers and setups in terms of pre-flop hands, but there were some interesting post-flop hands, but again, no real huge pots that we saw up until the very end.
Well, an absolute star-studded lineup. Brewer, couple of titles, looking for his first No Limit Hold'em title. What an event it would be for him, obviously with 4 million up top. Juan Pardo, newcomer to the Triton Series, an online phenom, widely regarded as one of the best Spanish players of all time. Not to sleep on the rest of the field, really turning into a classic here with Espen Jorstad, leading the pack with 76 big blinds. When we return from break with the power of production, we're going to splice that dinner break, and we're going to just take a 15-minute step away ourselves before we come back and watch these 8 players duke it out on the main stage for $4.3 million as we head to a short 15-minute commercial break. And when we return, champion will be crowned. We'll see you very shortly.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all other GT passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Most players don't know how to adapt their strategy against different opening sizes. For example, here the hijack opens 2x, we can see that big blind is supposed to defend almost 60% of their range. However, if the hijack had instead opened 3x, we're only supposed to defend a quarter of our range. With GTO Wizard, you can learn how to fine-tune your defense and crush the competition. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton Series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Range advantage.
Stand-up game.
Supposed to
Yeah. Can
improve
you
him
imagine,
more.
like,
You know,
tournament?
like the little
I think it'd
gutties
be
pick
fun.
up a
It'd be
pair.
crazy. If you did it, like I think
This does open the door for pawn cubs to potentially make a move, feeling like a really big hand, let's just say a full house, strip fours, or a straight, might actually still check the turn.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, yeah. Like have it.
He's
have
pushed it up.
Pre-reg.
Yeah, but it'd still be insanely fun. People would love it.
Monaco's potentially found a way
do it
to
for small
win the
stake.
spot
Yeah,
on a showdown.
Just make.
Yeah, Monte Carlo we try.
25k mid. It'll be the
No.
first.
At least to 55,000.
I think 7 deuce is way easier to do than stand-up.
Extremely weird spot, unorthodox.
Stand-up tournament.
Actually,
He's got a gutty. He does have ace high.
And the ace of hearts, which maybe leaves him feeling as though this isn't one of these nut flush draws activating. Obviously, we block that.
And it affects the next one.
provide one more day of free rooms.
Yeah.
And then one more day of the venue and all expenses.
Yeah, makes sense.
And it affects your next tournament runners as well.
If you
River doesn't help. Espen is.
What are you gonna do if someone gets
He hung
like,
tight
change tables
for the
or someone
extra
gets
39 and
buys
has
them?
the best
Like
hand.
7 deuce at bounty, I think would be
Is
super
Ponakov's
easy.
going to shut it down?
but like
The way Espen's played the hand,
yeah, you'd
with
have to
the
have some
lead
system
call on
for
the
that.
turn, does
Like,
kind
it
of
just
scream that
maybe you
he's
just
got some
in that round, you
strength
just got
in
lucky.
terms of the pair of
That's fine,
eights or
just failed
sixes a
everyone,
lot.
but-
Does Ponnikov think any of these pairs would ever fold?
Be a funny way to
Or
lose
does he
the standard
target
game. It's you and
the
someone else. The idea
busted
the
draw
guy gets
hands
moved
themselves,
from
like
the
the
ace sevens,
the ace fives, two clubs?
What happens?
I have no clue. I think.
Of course, the king high beats some of those busted club draws.
Even
Just
seven
seven
deuce.
deuce.
Let's say one guy busts, you don't get anything from him anymore.
Yeah, sure, but whatever. That means you stacked the guy in the hand, so you're probably not going to KO.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can just make it like you just get two big blinds from everyone or something.
Right.
It's like super simple to do. I also think you could do the same thing in short deck with the jack six.
He's
if
done.
You really wanted to create a funny
Yeah.
tournament.
I think people genuinely like the mystery bounty.
People love a mystery bounty.
I'm curious what happens
I
there if
think- I think
Ponnikov's
it'll-
comes with some sort of milky sizing.
Is it your idea?
Sort of, I think.
Does the
I don't
ace
know.
high
I don't-
stay
I think having
curious,
exactly one of them is
Randy?
great, though. I don't want more than one.
I don't
never
think
know.
so, but you know, fortunate for.
But you understood, right? It's like works for all the ranges. Reflop ranges are very wide here with this air.
Defend the whole market.
Nacho walking us through his pre-first date ranges in terms of age. Bit of a silver fox.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies' man.
No, it is open, but you can take it.
I still think maybe it's off limits to ask for Soiza's mother-in-law's deets. Two red nines, not off limits.
So he's laying a trap here, looking to limp jam. Has the chip deficit, which would bring the big blind to attack a little bit more with some raggedy type hands. And A7 might just announce all in, looking to play the raw equity of the ace X, blocking hands that could continue.
Especially when we know we've got Chidwick covered, so the all-in does happen. You see Stevie quickly showing his hand before putting the chips forward as an etiquette matter. No slow roll whatsoever. Always knew what he was doing if it came down in this manner.
Who has which hand?
Stevie has nines.
Now then, King Jack 10, all hearts. Chidwick, despite the presence of 3 overcards, is still in the lead here for an over 400,000 chip pot.
Is that what I think it is?
A straight flush on the turn, drawing to a chop if the ace of hearts rolls off, is Sturm.
Good for TV.
Ooh, it was no side.
And
it was, yeah, no side.
Not there. On the river as Sturm is going to be left with just 52,000 in chips after that exchange, Randy.
Oh my God. Oh, your mom. Yeah.
Straight flushes are rare.
Very rare. And I would say against the jamming range of Sturm there, boards that have King Jack 10 on them, it's rare to be in front with the teen broke down, and they literally had nothing else to wear for a match. That's the one they go with. What was that? Was that Neon Tiger stripe?
35.
What? Red aces for Davies. I'd love to focus on something other than that Arsenal jersey. Oh,
How about
no.
this?
Now, you'll remember yesterday, Kuhn showered Davies in the 60K in a collision where if they were sitting in different seats, it would have played out the exact same way. Here, Davies perhaps going to end up reciprocating, regrettably, as the 35K Open jammed over the top of, nothing brewing behind.
Every time we play together.
So sick.
Every time.
Why do I feel like Kuhn's the favorite here?
Live
I'm not sure. Mr. Katz? Do you smell a
Seth
queen?
and I's average hands play together on streams like 2. We always bust each other. Like, it's insane.
Yeah, it seems like you always bust him.
Yeah, well, I can't do that this time.
Here we go. 10-5 tray, a queenless flop, and a bleak future for Jason Koon, who picked up a title just last night, his 8th. The bid for number 9 could be coming to a close here in short order. Bar a queen on the river in a 550K plus pot. Is it there? No.
GG. Have fun, Doc. Good luck.
The
Later, man.
GGs
Bye-bye.
are sent
Jason's gonna bust. He definitely wants to bust this stuff.
Mr. Triton's way.
Gary, you always know exactly what to say.
Stirred.
Casino Royale.
Yeah.
I want to be the Asian guy that went in with King Queen flush on that ridiculous hand in the movie where the guy had straight flush and full house and quads.
Let me get this straight. Every movie I bring up, not only have you not seen, you have no clue what I'm talking about. Then suddenly a Casino Royale reference and you're able to tell me the specific hands that had been dealt? You sick pun. It's because it was poker. You don't remember any other part of the movie, do you?
I know about him doing the chip tricks. Bloody Eye.
Yeah, Bloody Eye. I knew you were going to remember the Bloody Eye.
Bloody hand here. Let's go.
Possibly. For David Malka. From
Even if you
the
turn over
cutoff
pocket
with
tens,
pocket
he still calls.
fives.
That kind of sicko.
Will get himself all in against
Well, he turned over
Antonius's
aces,
King 8
and he's
suited.
like, Yeah, he's got a suit. Kings, he might fold. Patrick likes to play.
Ace King 7, and now the bell tolls and the light flickers for David Malka's hopes here in the 200K with just 22 runners left. Needs to hit a 5, fails to do so on the turn as Patrick picks up the flush draw. Irrelevant, but he does get there on the end.
Necessary.
As
Wait, what?
the 2 clean 5s fail to appear, and David Malka fails to make the money here in the 200K.
I mean, that's one of the most comprehensive. He has a pair and the flush. Sounds good. You should have
Can't win
handled
more
that.
convincingly than that, right?
Got super unlucky chip lead, like second chip lead pot. Flopped to straight.
Now then, we turn our attention back to the feature. Ace 7 suited up front. Chidwick makes it 45.
Barbaro, tournament chip leader, Jack 9 suited. Next position over. Looks like going to deposit a little bit of chips here. 45K to be exact. Divorce is extremely short with 80K. Actually, a really interesting decision for him. As technically, he could reopen action if he wants to give opportunity for someone to
give him some protection.
Exactly that.
And on account of that, in comes the 90,000 total from the small blind. Also might be able to pick up Barbaro's money in the middle as dead if Chidwick does offer that protection that he seeks.
So Chidwick mainly needs to figure out what kind of range Nacho is flat calling off of 35 big blinds effective, +1 versus hijack. But for now, what's happening out here? Confrontation?
Looks like hands on their backs. At the outer table, Chris
Kerry
Brewer on his
Katz.
feet. Don't think he's a part of the process, though, as Kerry Katz. King, queen on king, queen. So he's on the other side of it.
Would you have won?
Choppy.
Indeed.
I don't think he had ace 10. It's kind of just, I don't even get the small blind.
Both players having king, queen.
I think that's the best I've ever done against you in an all-in. This guy's still going on.
Chop is the best outcome ever,
That's
Kerry
bad.
claims, that he's ever had against Soiza in an all-in as we head back over to the feature where it appears Nacho Barbaro came along, as did Chidwick, in what would appear to have been flat calls by both players.
Actually, everyone has a piece. Barbaro had Jack 9 of spades on a 9-8-6. And Stevie's got A7, open-ended straight draw. No side pot. So that would imply that Nacho has got showdown value.
Yeah, the 105K into a dry side is obviously meaningful in appearance, but backdoor diamonds in the open ender for Chidwick. He will check call and get there on the turn. But note, Nacho now with an open ender and a spade draw. Chidwick not looking to fire.
Does Nacho feel he can never get a better hand to fold? Might be quite hard. There is the 210 on the side worth fighting for. See if he can hit it.
6 of clubs. Pairs the board as Barbaro. Also equally recognizing, Randy, that Chidwick's willingness to check call means he's got a little something cooking too in that dry side. 4-liner on board.
I agree, as Chidwick wouldn't have any incentive to continue, let's just say, two big cards, no connection.
$600,000. That is what is guaranteed for these final 8 players heading into the final table of the 200K 8 max with 4.3 million up top. Maria Ho alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. I think it's safe to say we've had a lot of hype so far this series already, but with 5-7-figure payouts, 4.3 million up top. Are you as excited as I am, Maria?
Yeah, at the end of the day, this is the biggest buy-in so far this series. Granted, the 250K soon to follow tomorrow. But for now, these players are not only great poker players, tough competitors, but when you have this much money on the line, this is what they're doing it for.
Couldn't have put it better myself. Every single player at this final table has cashed for 7 figures before. Some of them wouldn't even beat their career best cash with a win here today, and that is saying something given that we're playing for 4.3 million. Brewer fresh off that $5 million plus cash. Espen with 10 million. Timothy Adams has cashed for 3.6 million in the past. Like, all of these guys have the experience to close out tournaments such as this. And looking at how deep we are coming into this FT, a 34 big blind average. I mean, is there anything that stands out on the leaderboard to you, Maria, that kind of leans you one way towards a player that's potentially going to steal this away?
Well, obviously, seat draw is going to matter, right? And so you see that Jorstad and Barbaro are quite far apart from each other, so they might not be getting too involved with one another, staying out of each other's way, perhaps, until they can get it heads up. But Adams always a threat, regardless of what stack size he is. But he's in a tough spot because he does have Jorstad to his direct left. So we will see how it plays out.
Well, Sonny is ready to introduce the final table. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. 4.3 million for the win. Espen Jorstad leading the final 8.
My pleasure to introduce you to the final table of event number 7. On seat 1 with 2.3 million in chips from New Zealand, David Yan.
A regular on the Triton scene. 7 cashes, 1.25 million in Triton earnings. It's David Yan in seat 1.
On seat 2, with 900,000 in chips from Latvia, Alexis Ponakovs.
One of the greatest Latvians to ever played the game, coming in seat 2. Ponakovs, who burst onto the Triton scene back in Madrid of last year, widely known as a force to be reckoned with.
On seat 3, with 2.7 million in chips from Argentina, Nacho Barbero.
one of our favorite players in the world to commentate on. Not only does he have the gift of the gab, but knows how to back it up with his poker play style. Nacho Barbero, seat 3.
On seat 5, with 2.2 million in chips from Hong Kong, Danny Tang.
See, Danny Tang, 3 Triton trophies, looking for title number 4.
On seat 6, with 775,000 in chips from Spain, Juan Pardo.
Triton newcomer, Malacca style, widely regarded as one of the best Spanish players of all time, and he's showing up here proving just
On
that.
seat 7, with 2.2 million in chips from USA, Chris Brewer.
Year of the Brewer, 2 Triton trophies, 10.5 million in cashes already in 2023. Quite the run this young man is on.
On seat 8, with 1.4 million from Canada, Tim Adams.
Timothy Adams, number 3 on Canada's all-time money list, over 3 million in live earnings. One of the greatest who ever played the game.
And
in
our
seat
chip
7.
leader with 3.6 million in chips from Norway, Espen Jorstad.
2022 World Series of Poker main event champion, freshly crowned Triton champion just a few days ago. His 3rd final table in a row at this Triton Super High Roll Series, coming in as chip leader.
Button on seat 1, blinds
seat
are now
8.
30,000, 60,000. Best of luck. Please begin to deal.
Well, Maria, there we have it. Our final table of event number 7 has been set. All 8 guaranteed $600,000 for their efforts, and all eyes will of course be on the top prize of $4.3 million. Be going to the eventual champion. Just a little warm-up as to what we can expect from the Luxon Pay $250,000 Invitational. What a final table. What a star-studded lineup. Brewer. Getting involved, hand number 1. Jack 10 suited. It's like first blood. Going to be going his way. For those of you that weren't with us just before the break, had ourselves a double elimination. Seth Davies and Seth got there, both getting it all in the hand before the break. Both players losing, and thus chopping up 9th and 10th place money.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And let us know in the chat who you're rooting for, who you think's going to close this one out, as Maria and I are strapped in the commentary booth to call the action all the way down to a winner.
It's hard, Henry, not to think that Espen is the favorite, not only because he has the chip lead and would be the easy pick because of that, but he's had such an incredible series here in London. You know, all it takes is a bout of food poisoning for him to really show up and play his best.
Apparently so. That was the secret sauce needed.
Sauce and then some.
In order to get that monkey off of the back. Winning his first tournament since taking down the main. Always something in the back of the minds of main event champions.
Still
living his dream.
I think so, yeah. Why not?
Beating his idol growing up, Phil Ivey.
Take some time.
On the path to victory in event number 3, but still work to be done here. I'm sure that trophy
Invitational starts 1?
already in the back of his mind.
Invitation.
I don't know.
He's going to focus on the task ahead as Danny Tang defends the big against the Malacca style open. Juan Pardo's shortest stack. And things off with just 13 bigs and still the lead on the 7-5 trade. 2 hearts, 1 spade board.
20 or 30.
DT wants to play this one. Board texture that one could argue is
He plays well.
good for his range. Going to check over to the Spaniard. Awkward SPR, Maria.
Yeah, very awkward. And Pardo has the type of hand that obviously with the under the gun opening range can have all the overpairs, but actually has a straight draw on this texture, but checks back, allows Danny to connect with the queen on the turn.
I just toned it back on. I just toned it back on.
An incredibly unfortunate turn card for Juan. 650 back, 340 in the middle. Danny does probe. 215 into 340, and even with this ace high, Maria, that could be best, even this gut shot, feels like he's being asked for a third of his stack on request. Is this where Pardo makes a stand?
Yeah, it's hard to say because you'd imagine that if Tang had something like a 5x or 3x and perhaps some 7x's, he would just check on this particular turn over to Juan. So it feels a lot stronger than that. And Juan with ace high, wondering if there's some showdown in that.
Spaniard deep in the tank, throwing out a time extension chip and reaching for calling chips, Maria. 770 in the middle. Pardo the effective stack with 435 behind, looking for an ace or a 4. Doesn't find it. Does river. Decent amount of showdown in the form of third pair.
Now some semi-bluffs that Tang could have possibly had. You know, the 4x variety gets there, but hearts from the flop don't. Seeing as how Danny actually has top pair here.
180.
Going to continue to get a little bit of value.
At 20% bet on the river from the 3-time Triton champion.
Really hoping to get called by ace high. Not expecting Pardo to river a pair here very often. But you would imagine if Pardo had a hand like 8s plus, that those would all be betting the flop and not checking back.
More time banks being used by the Spaniards. Fifth on Spain's all-time money list. Has his work cut out here. Incredible uphill battle. Make life a lot easier if you can just find the fold button. Giving Danny a lot of credit for mulling this one over. Knows that DT is capable of having bluffs here. Hence the multiple time extensions being thrown into the middle.
Yeah, doesn't block any hearts. Clear Misdraw from the flop. Certainly playing very capable as well, and that can never be discounted when you're trying to bluff catch against an opponent. The fewer bluffs that they have, the less likely they are to bluff on the end, means that you can fold more often and be correct. But Tang obviously very capable of having bluffs as well as value. But in this particular situation, Juan makes the right decision.
Where's your rain? Cheering for you.
Pardo
No Chinese rain?
getting away with one on the river and down to just 7 bigs. Chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. The Spaniards with 4 6-figure cashes so far already in 2023. Career best cash of 1,127,000. A win here today would move him up to 4th on Spain's all-time money list behind Adrian Mateus, Sergio Aido, and Carlos Mortensen. As already mentioned, really does have his work cut out, but certainly one that is capable of pulling off such a feat. 12,000 viewers over on YouTube. Appreciate all of you keeping myself and Maria company, as well as the people watching on Twitch and the Triton Poker Plus app. I hope you're all getting comfortable. Hope you're all buckled in. Got a long night ahead of us. There's Danny Tang with the live read on the sunglasses down and then fold.
Gotta say that this is where I wish I wasn't still jet lagged, but caffeine is a powerful drug.
I thought you napped.
You think that an hour nap is gonna make up for 6 days of sleeping 2 to 3 hours?
I wish we had
You are sorely mistaken, sir.
a Maria cam in the booth there. Your face just immediately was just like absolute disgust. The audacity of this young kid. You think a nap is going to help heal insane jet lag? Oh, we do appreciate you powering through, of course. It's been a pleasure to call the action on the last 6 events alongside you.
Luckily, I have a feeling that this table will not be short in action and excitement. That ought to keep me up.
Oh, how about
This is
this?
some Ivy shit going on right here.
Starting the hand with 7 bigs.
Listen, it's
And
always
non all in.
it's always a compliment to be compared to Phil.
Compared to the GOAT. Juan going to take down the money in the middle. Still the shortest stack.
Pass this down raise. Then I fold small one. Very serious, very tense.
Very serious.
Very serious.
I'm not tense.
I think
You're not.
I wanna
think
try.
you're putting him on tilt.
You do this every
No,
other
but-
day, you know, that's why you're not tense.
No, yesterday
No, I just don't understand
Huh?
what you're saying.
No, I'm
So
kidding.
many potential storylines could emerge
There's my
here.
trail.
Cat is rooting for me too. Go, Cat.
A win here today would mean that Brewer crosses the 15 million in earnings for 2023. One of the heaters that could be compared to the likes of Bonomo, Holtz, Coleman.
That is absurd. 15 million on the year.
I wouldn't raise any more.
Closes this out.
Beginning of August.
Barbero, GPI Player of the Year last year, currently 2nd in 2023. A win here today would certainly
UK had
close the gap on
UK had like the best rail. UK and Brazil have
Bin
best
Wang.
rail. Like they sing, they, you know.
Oh, they got all the chants. It's like being in a football stadium.
Let's go or clap or vamos. That's it. You know?
I think the money is
That's what you're concerned about? Like,
what was it? What was
It's
it?
like, are they in the money?
That's very nice of him, you know. Caring
Is it?
about- Yeah, I think so. Like, because they're in the other event, you know. If you want to know if they're in the money, you know. That's nice.
How is 30 chips a legend? Masashi.
Few people, of course, looking for that elusive first Triton title. David Yan, one of them, but not this man. Chip leader. Jorstad's going to get to work from under the gun. Shades on. King, queen suited to boot.
Hey, you owe me something big.
Danny Tang trying to
I don't. Minimum, I expect like a hoodie or something.
stare down Espin, I guess. Like, I don't know, trying to get a read.
Minimum after that hand, you owe me something big.
I feel like Danny Tang's in a very
350K.
jovial
that
mood.
You got 350K from free from Nachito. You owe me something. Thanks.
Yeah, I very
Thanks.
rarely see Danny not in a jovial mood. And you know, making the final table now, he's decided he's gonna get rid of the AirPods. He's gonna pay attention.
I thought you lose that patch after.
Sorry, what?
I thought you lose that patch after Wyman won. No.
No.
That's not how it works, Danny.
There's people from previous years that have it as well.
It's like the worst board ever. Oh, you only won me 2 years ago.
You suck, you loser. Only 2 years. ago
Washed
you
up. What happened to that 10 million?
All gone.
I almost said something funny, but no. It's not like.
Please,
No, it's
spare
not.
us.
I think a couple of people wouldn't appreciate it if I said it.
I know what you were gonna say. You're so predictable.
What is it?
Don't worry.
What is it? Go on.
I know.
Go on then.
No, I'm not gonna say.
Why? It's okay. It's not a bad
I
comment.
don't want to say it.
You just don't know.
Okay, maybe I don't.
Yeah, you don't know.
Malacca style. Thought about it for a second, ultimately passing up on the 9-8 suited. Would have worked. Some verbal jousting at the table towards the chip leader.
Why not?
Yeah.
Do anything to try to maybe get into his head a little bit.
His chest just like bounced it just now. Yeah, look at that. Fucking hell. Come on.
Espin with intimidation right back, apparently, puffing up the chest.
You just go bow, bow. No way.
Big end.
Yeah, if anyone's interested in
Is that a live tell or?
That's when stops flexing. You look
watching handstand and pull-up content, you can follow Espin on Instagram, Ulin Poker.
Yeah, man. You guys are putting me in spots, man. Well, they are.
What's going on with you?
As well as behind-the-scenes poker content, of course. A lot of these players giving glimpses into what it looks like behind the scenes of a super high roller. You post a lot of behind-the-scenes content, or is yours more like family-orientated, hike-orientated, like chilling at the beach, or is there a lot of poker content as well?
You know, us content creators, we call it BTS.
Right.
Henry?
Of course.
No, I go through phases. I find social media to be very exhausting, but I do sometimes feel like I should post more. But I think I'm a little over it right now. I gotta say, today's story, first one I've posted since we started the broadcast out here in London. But
Same
I like
frequency.
living in the present, and I do try to post, but not usually on the spot. I'll maybe wait a day or two and later grams, I think. Hashtag later gram.
Yeah, they explained why.
Yeah, it was
I feel that.
They,
Clean that up. I mean, what can you do?
Completely new every time.
Yeah. Small marks on the Beetle are much more noticeable. There's so much light shining on. Yeah, nothing was
Talk about being in the moment. Nacho Barbera and Danny Tang. You wouldn't know they're playing for 4.3 million.
Well, at one point, they were more interested in what was happening in the bounty tournament.
Perhaps. Got some sweats.
Like little small marks that you would never notice, or just super
Event number 8, 30k bounty. Only led by Bruno Volkmann, Brazil.
I mean,
It's on the stone bubble over there. 16 left with 15 paid. You can sweat that one along on the Triton Poker Plus app, but I would not be surprised if you completely ignored me on that one and just stayed put. Maria and myself and these 8 elites battling it out for one of the biggest prize pools of the year.
I'll be very confused. I'll be very, very confused. I don't have a great hand, but I'll be like, huh?
your fault.
But I don't think you ever thought about jamming.
No four?
No, I think you didn't think about jamming. You were only thinking about calling or folding.
No, yeah.
Right? You never thought.
Yeah.
From what I can smell, you didn't look like you were gonna jam.
Yeah.
Just that
Maybe after you folded, you thought about jamming.
getting
But
busy
during the whole thing, you
on
didn't
the
think about
button,
jamming.
as chip leaders do. Knows that both players behind are under immense ICM pressure. Ponokov's not as handcuffed as Jan. Starting the hand 7th in chips.
285.
Oh,
okay.
Spicy little 3-bet off of 15 bigs, finding it with not even what people would call relevant blockers in this spot, right? Not even maybe perhaps a high card, just something that's connected, but also very aware that Espen's going to be opening extremely wide on the button with Juan Pardo out there on 8 bigs. Ponokov's found a spot to look so strong.
Love to see it. Ponokov's just refusing to back down there. Out of the big,
He's
showing awareness.
Top 3 of all players that like 3-bet like that when it's like sub 15 BB. Like frequency, I meant.
Giving away all your secrets to the whole world.
It used to be, well, not used to be, but like Ali used to do it a lot as well, I think. And I think Ponokov's was just over.
Good play.
Huh?
A good play.
Yeah, it's great play. Just
The sub 15 big blind 3-bet.
He always has aces.
Can you have that many hands?
He always has
like,
Definitely underutilized, but if your timing is impeccable, clearly very effective.
Brewdog, ace king. Fold round 2, Nacho.
I don't think I could get behind us making Brewdog a thing, Henry. I feel like it feels very Chainsaw-like to me. How
It's
Chainsaw just does
already a
not.
thing.
No, you know how
is.
Chainsaw doesn't fit Alan Kessler. Brewdog does not fit Chris Brewer. We need
The Brewdog, it's already a thing. I'm sorry, you're late to the party.
Oh, so you're saying because it's my first time broadcasting with Triton that I'm not allowed to have any input in the nicknames we give our players?
Twisting my words slightly, but okay. Feel free to put forward some suggestions. You know, it was Mullet Brewer in 2022. And since he got rid of the mullet, it's Brewdog. No? Like Mad Dog. On a heater, 10.5 million already cashed so far this year. Looking to add 4.3 million to that total with a win here today.
Feeling good?
Any suggestions?
I'm going to spend the rest of this final table thinking about it, so ask me at 3 a.m.
I think you're going to be lucky if we're out of here before 3 a.m. 11 p.m. local time. Just kick things off at this final table. Average stack 34 bigs as Chris Brewer takes down the pot with a C-bet. I'm not going to call him Brewdog until you come up with a nickname, and then we'll let the viewers decide which nickname stays and which one gets voted off. So I'll leave that with you as the chip leader looks down at Ace King. Won't be folding to a 3-bet this time round.
Raised to 120,000.
Shades on. Jan looks interested. He's been dealt Ace-Jack suited. 1 seat over. Slap bang middle of the pack. Here's David Jan. One of those players that's not really looking to play big pots against Espen. Would obviously be a disaster to bow out in 5th, given that Pardo sat on just 8 bigs. Danny Tang also in that club, 2nd in chips.
Especially when you have a suited variety, it would be very nice to see 3 in position. Certainly wouldn't want to get blown off the hand either by trying to be aggressive.
Battle of the Ace-X. 450 in the middle as the case ace has found its way to the flop. Saving grace for both Jan and Tang is that it is a monotone ball texture. Could have been fireworks.
Pretty comfortable for Espen to c-bet, even though it's multi-way. Has a very strong holding. The big blind defend range can be quite weak. He'll be able to get some insight to where Jan's at shortly.
Well, with the Jan overcall, or the Jan call rather, perhaps a world where Tang gets out of dodge for cheap, even though he's flop top pair.
Yeah, I can't think of too many good turn cards for Danny's hand, but he does find the overcall, even though it would appear to be hard to improve to a holding that you're going to love with ace-3 of diamonds with 3 spades out there.
Well, the 2 outer, and I say 2 outer because the jack of spades would have put 4 spades on board, and I think Jan would have been thrilled at the proposition of building a big pot, but turning top 2. 780 in the middle. Very fortunate turn of events for the Kiwi. First joined us back in Vietnam earlier on this year. 7 cashes to his name. Few final tables in Cyprus as he checks behind and see the deuce of diamonds roll off on the river, and now a chance for Jan to perhaps get Jorstad to value cut himself a bit here.
Yeah, Jan with the check back, clearly a little concerned with the overcall out of Tang. Certainly could have a lot of suited combos he defends the big blind with, but now I believe
$60,000.
and Tang perhaps feeling like he's chopping now with some other ace-X's that had a better kicker than him pre, but Now playing aces and deuces with the jack. A little bit of a block bet here against two opponents on a very coordinated board. Certainly this sizing not going to get through Jorstad. And I think for Jan now, it's going to be hard to find a raise for value just in case Tang perhaps trying to size it in a way with a flush that looks like he's going for
A bet 3-bet.
yeah, exactly.
Look at this. A cheap escape for Jorstad in such an intricate part of the game tree there. 3 ways on that board texture.
That was lame.
As Jan moves up to second in chips.
I'm glad I didn't hit.
Matching outfits in the booth.
Totally unplanned. Okay, so tomorrow, I'm expecting the same thing though. We've set a precedent, and now we have to see how good we really are.
Come on, what's this?
I believe Najad and Lou are going to be bringing out the Blazers. 250k Luxon Invitational. That draw, by the way, to the Luxon Invitational is currently happening.
Pick up a chip lead. Type player.
Giving you all more information on that later on today.
150. Important part. That was important.
We're getting busy from under the gun with the King 10 suited, and again chip leader Jorstad going to be getting involved with a couple of jacks, just 2 seats over. Opting to just call with players behind. Pardo going to get out there in the big, so Brewer and Jorstad are going to lock horns. 2 good friends, obviously no friends at the poker table.
No friends in the booth either.
Wow, that's just shade, unnecessary shade. As we head to the Jack 9-8 board, and Brewer has flopped the second nut flush, with Jorstad flopping top set. How about this for a dynamite flop?
And with Brewer coming in with the under the gun open and now checking this flop, certainly Brewer can have a lot of hands like ace king, ace queen, but no clubs that may find some check calls, but don't want to bet on this texture. And Brewer representing the weaker part of a pretty strong range from under the gun with the call.
Well, how
oh my
about
God, what is
quads on the
happening
turn?
here?
And note that Brewer is drawing live.
But just immediately looking over at Espen, and has to know that when Espen calls pre-flop, can certainly have 9s, 8s, and jacks sometimes as well, just flatting there. Pocket 10s, of course, also a possibility. But can't love the board pairing when you have a flush against a range that can have a lot of boats.
Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. 670 in the middle. Quads on the turn for the chip leader. Action on Brewer. Drawing to the queen or 7 of clubs as it's checked over to Jorstad, who comes out firing with the size of 480,000. Immediate discomfort for Chris. Knows that Jorstad can 9s, 8s, jacks, perhaps Jack-9 suited, as well as stronger flushes. Stronger flushes a concern as well, Maria. You know, maybe an ace-10, or sorry, an ace-5, an ace-queen of clubs in early position.
I think that ace-queen of clubs can just flat the under the gun open. And it feels so gross, but with the presence of that straight flush possibility, cannot fold here. But you can just tell he doesn't love it.
I think at this point, Jostad knows that he's up against the legit strong range. Overpair with the club, a flopped flush. 1.6 million in the middle. Brewer started the hand third in chips. Forget Pardo. He's currently on 8 bigs. Would be a disaster for Brewer to go home in 8th. Does Espen go for the jugular?
5 seconds.
Does he go for it all?
As you already mentioned, with Brewer calling that turn bet, Jostad is going to give him some very strong holdings here, but also knowing that he covers so much of the board. Oh,
crazy fucking hand. I flopped a fucking flush.
Not often you hear Brewer
Beat value, but I don't know if I can fold.
immediately throws out all of his time extension chips, Maria. Has 17 time extension chips in front of him.
I don't think I'm supposed to call it at the time. It's a really wild fucking hand.
5 seconds.
Just take the time banks. Don't have to tell me 5 seconds. I have infinite. Holy shit. I mean, this is a nuts fucking spot. Alright, let's think about this.
A rare treat for the viewers around the world as we get to hear some of Brewer's thought process.
You have some ace 10, ace queen of clubs. You don't have ace 10 of clubs. You have some ace queen of clubs. It's probably the only nut flush you have, because you probably 3-bet low ones. Okay. Probably 3-bet jacks. Don't flat jack 9 suited. Those 9s and 8s. 9s, 8s, ace 10, ace queen of clubs.
counting the combos of value hands that have him beat here, and just wondering how often does Espen have offsuit combos of ace X with the ace of clubs that he calls the open from under the gun with. I know it sounds crazy, but I don't think there's that many.
How are you doing?
Not too bad. I think it's
I don't think it's flat. 7-6 of clubs.
Well, I'm not going to say too
No,
Take a picture of the guy in the final table.
There you have it, giving Espen 9 value combos.
You're still supposed to fold. I need you to have like 7s with a club and just fucking run it. Alright. And if I fold this and I'm wrong, it's just like the worst decision ever, but
I think Brewer's coming to the right decision here, Maria.
Well, if you don't think your stat is going to flat your under the gun open with, say, ace 10 off.
2.5x, like I don't think you'll play any. It's just so hard to fucking have a bluff here.
Exactly, and we'll only really have like ace jack off or ace queen off because he'll 3-bet ace king off.
Call very, very unoften. I am gonna call sometimes.
It sounds like Brewer's resorting to randomization.
No, don't leave it up to chance. Just find the fold button, Brewer. You can do it. What's interesting?
Just don't beat value. It's the club queen.
Makes the fold, Maria.
Yes.
Lays down the king 10 of clubs and lives to fight another day. And he's going to look back on that one and give himself a real pat on the back. So he is still in this fight.
That's an insane fucking spot.
ICM is for poor people.
I would call it enough flush, but
Bravo, Brewer.
Well,
Bravo.
what I wanted to say is that actually,
still not enough bluffs like with the ICM.
last night
I mean, maybe
Brewer.
I just did something very dumb. I don't know. It's a wild fucking hand.
That is a
Espen,
world
put him
class
out of his
fold.
misery. Just tell him I can't handle just listening to the agonizing over it. Chris Brewer last night X'd. I don't know. I hate saying that. Tweeted that he butchered a hand to end the night last night.
The ace of clubs queen, but I don't know. It is, it is. I 3-bet it sometimes.
At the 10 of clubs.
I had king 10 of clubs.
But I get the final table warfare. Of course, Espen can't tell him right now.
Yeah, 4.3 million up top. But yeah, please do. The tweet from Brewer.
Yeah, he said, butchered a hand to end the night last night on 200K. Made me feel anxious and unable to sleep for the first time in a while. But finally got to bed around 4 a.m. and feeling better today. Hopefully can spin my stack back. And so you just wonder when you make a huge mistake.
King and a 10 of clubs all gone.
When you make a huge mistake.
Red sevens and runs it like he dissolves the goddamn pot.
He if he did that, he's a savage. I was thinking what hands he turns into a bluff, but I was like, Queen Jack maybe? He's never good there.
Pocket kings. Stuff you with kings.
I think honestly, I'm thinking like
There's a
maybe
club
Jack 10
one.
of
He had
hearts,
the
like,
king
he
of
knows
clubs,
that
so
he
he's not.
never
I mean,
I'm obviously like.
yeah,
maybe
I have.
you beat some. I mean, I think Jack 10 of hearts, he can just do the same because he's losing 100%. I don't know.
Just tell us.
I mean, if you have flips and win for value, they all. I mean, we'll play in a different game, I guess.
No, for value, nothing.
Hey, there's a lot of people that jam 10 jack for value there in the world.
Bluffing with, I mean, if he's bluffing with trips, he also dissolves the pot. I don't know. I think no matter if he has a bluff, he just dissolves to win.
He deserves it, yeah. I say to somebody that you were gonna call and lose. So I'm pretty sure. I think you made a good point.
I was gonna call 10% of the time.
There we go. Randomized it.
Or win.
Maria, with that fold instead of Brewdog, how about Brewgod? That's what the chat are calling for. With a godly fold.
Brewgod, I like that. I do like that better. I mean, anything was better than Brewdog, to be honest. But what I was saying is
Might be a terrible fold.
Chris made what he considered a big mistake yesterday in the same tournament and lost sleep over it, and then comes in, spins it up, makes the final table, and gets immediately put to such a tough decision. And I'm sure it was weighing on his mind of like, can I make 2 really big mistakes in the same tournament and still recover and still be able to win? And of course, no matter what kind of year you're having, you're gonna have self-doubt in your decisions. And I just wonder if that was playing in his mind at all, just coming in today maybe with a little bit less confidence after what happened to him yesterday.
Yeah, we've definitely all been there before, planted the seed of doubt.
No, just red pen.
I don't know, man.
10 of hearts.
He's got a book draw.
Like I said, if you show me 2 red cards,
He's got a book draw, you don't want to turn.
I'm out the door, you just hold
You
it.
just flip one at random and it's a red one.
Jan getting busy.
Put the
Yes.
queen of clubs on the river.
Post-mortem continues.
Or 7 of clubs.
What a savage. It's the year of the Espen. It was the year of the Nacho, he went to the year of the crease, and now it's the year of the Espen.
No, I mean, this is obviously not the year of Aspen.
Yeah.
He's had it last year.
Yeah, this year.
I can have back-to-back years. What do you mean?
No.
Espen, I'm gonna tell you one thing. The cream always rises. That's it.
The cream, like QREAM.
350.
Is that the cream?
C.
Oh yeah, CRE. Sorry, CREAM. That's how bad my English is. Oh my god. Yeah. CREAM, right? Cream.
I'm not that bad in English.
No, yeah, me. CREAM cream. Always
Jan
right.
with the solver hand,
Why?
facing a 3-bet.
Or they get swollen. No?
Does he want to hit him with the triangle? Seen a lot of players do it already so far this series.
1.2 behind.
Where are they?
So the
Yeah.
stack up
Yeah.
low.
Shitty eyes?
No.
Knows
Like, I
that
would've
Brewer's going to
snapped
have
with
3-bet folds off of
Chris, I
26.
promise you one thing. If that fall,
Doesn't run it this time.
that fall you just made was wrong, I'm gonna make a fucking video out of it to say nice to for poor people, and you're gonna be all over the fucking world. Let me tell you one thing. You're gonna be over there.
I don't think he folded because of ICM. It wasn't much. I don't think so. It was just his hand was beat.
He felt beat, but also, no, I don't know, if the solver tells him to fucking like bluff there with the 2 10s, with the 10 of hearts, I'm back in the flash, he's gonna do it. He's gonna fucking pull it. I don't know. GTO wizard, bro.
Yeah, that doesn't help. Like putting that on doesn't help. Putting this on.
That makes me a GTO.
Wow, I know.
But I wear this.
Wow,
right?
I know what you
and
have.
people just like.
I really know, exactly know what you have. I'm gonna call your hand. You had 9-8 suited. Oh my god,
No
what
way.
a fucking savage.
No.
Oh, I love it, I love it.
Heavy.
It's a very loose cue from early.
An aggressive call.
Very loose cue early. Very. You might have it. I think you have 90 suited. You can have 90 suited. You have 9.5. Like you would struggle to get rid of it versus under the gun. I think.
If I had 9-8 hard, then I get to that river, he would do the swim as me
Yeah.
for sure.
Oh, but nothing but great banter so far.
I think he had.
Feels like a bit of a home game vibe. Everyone's still trying to guess. Nobody giving him credit for the quads.
He turned into a bluff like the boss before.
Well, you heard when Brewer was talking out loud that he even discounted jacks. He
He
thought
did.
that those would 3-bet most of the time, but I think if he put jacks in the calling range, then I think it's an even easier fold.
Really is one of the wildest hands of all. Like,
But he still managed to find it without thinking that Espen could have quads. And quads are
Yeah.
difficult to make.
I think it's good though.
I don't know. I mean, it's supposed to mostly be good. He's supposed to mostly have value. It doesn't mean it's actually good. Like, if he's just playing good, most of the time he's going to have me beat. Doesn't mean I'm not supposed to call.
If he's playing bad, he doesn't have you beat.
No, I'm saying, like, the way, like, value betting works. Like, you value bet more than you bluff. You bet. I haven't been strapped on.
Yeah, and with enough showdown value to check back the turn. But the river bringing the 4 flush.
No, just yelling about the hand, the diamonds.
Maybe if the river was a
Because that too,
different
yeah.
card, your stat would have
Yeah, go on.
considered
Yeah.
going for value with
do
his
it.
second pair, but now may not love it all that much.
Spin continues to separate the gap at the top of the leaderboard.
With those Googles, bro, you should have it.
If we talk about the mental warfare, though, at a final table, if Jorstad made Brewer fold the best hand, I think Jorstad would have said something by now to get into his head even more before he actually sees it on the delay. So the fact that Jorstad is quiet, if I were Brewer, would make me think that I did make a good fold.
Yeah, I agree. I think everyone's figured it out based on the extensive post-mortems. Although Barbero saying Espen can have Jack 10 of hearts there.
Instead of like getting better and better, it gets worse and worse.
Well, Brewer had the 10 of clubs in his hand.
Certainly going to be one of the hands that makes the highlight reel. This final table. Give himself a pat on the back in 20 minutes time when he sees this.
Me saying that, let me read Brewer's X from last night was almost as bad as me having to say Brewdog at some point. Like, I did not like the way it sounded coming out of my mouth. To say X'd it instead of tweeted it, it's just so weird. Why? Why, Elon?
Why, Elon? Have you seen that they've removed the word retweet now as well?
No.
No, I saw it today. I saw it for the first time. So,
you know.
Times are changing. People are folding second nut flushes, you know.
Elon's a bored billionaire messing with something that was not broken, did not need to be fixed. That's my humble opinion.
Not going to be getting involved this time round as it falls round to Jan on the button.
No, not what you. I'm just saying, like, based on the way I was acting. Yeah. I felt like I was. I felt like I was going to.
Jan potentially going to lock horns with third in chips Barbero here.
There was definitely a chance of just fucking landing on a 10 and just going no. Do it again.
Almost playing the same
And then when you nail it
exact
again?
stack.
Well, if halfway at 1%, I'm calling. I'm not confident enough to say a push.
Just overhearing that Brewer did randomize that spot there and was even saying that had it landed on a 10 would have had to re-roll it because he wasn't sure.
Yeah. I really think you have to show me just like some like actual bet hand.
Yeah, I'm going to continue. Barbero with just 9 high.
Yeah. 2.5x.
Doesn't like giving up pots without a fight. But is going to bow out of this one.
My hand's barely close on opening. What? Yeah.
Yeah, so I have to pull some big out of line ones, like
Yeah,
10 of hearts or whatever.
I
right?
think possible it's like better for me to follow like ace of club jack.
Currently at 2.2k likes over on the Tri-Turner Poker YouTube channel. 14,000 of you watching. Maria Ho in the booth alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, for this one. And we're going to be playing down to a champion. Event number 7, a 200k 8 max. Would love to get up to 3,000 likes by the end of the stream. If you haven't already, do take a couple of seconds to just click that like button as we continue to up the ante here in London with world-class poker content and some of the best players in the world, including these 8, just putting on a show day in, day out. Massive shout out to the production team, as well as our co-commentators, Arlene Najard and Randy Liu.
All right, Henry, if we get to 3K likes, I will call Chris Brewdog for the rest of the day. How about that?
The day's ending in 35 minutes. I mean, I see what you did there.
For the rest of the final table, I will
get a cheap
up
one
it.
over on me. Okay.
Too quick.
Pardo down to 4 bigs, by the way.
Yeah, the shorter Pardo gets,
He's in the big blind.
the more ICM can be leveraged by the big stack.
Oh, Barcelona.
No, I'll stay with a friend.
I'm skipping.
No, of course, it's not suitable if you're staying at Intercontinental. You'd have to stay outside of the city and take,
And
like,
with a
the
couple
subway,
of
the metro,
queens in the
if it's
hijack.
possible.
Second in chips.
Yeah, pack lunch.
With Pardo putting in half of his stack in the big.
And buy, like, a double.
I do apologize. No, it is
That's fine,
Pardo in the
bigger
big
hand.
blind. He's got Jack 4 offsuit. Just brutal for the Spaniard. Facing a more than min open. It's always just so, I don't know, it's one of the toughest things as a poker professional. We know just how good Malacca style is. Juan Pardo, not one to shy away from getting involved. Just handcuffed here due to the card distribution. Jack 4 off. Can he do a Daniel Dvoris and fold his way down to sub 2? Doesn't like it.
Wants to take a chance on the next few hands that he has left.
Just 1% of the chips, 2 bigs. Would love to see him spin up a stack. Jan with another one.
Yeah, and trying to keep it close between him and Jorstad. Doesn't want Jorstad pulling away too much.
Barbero just letting go of the 6s. This is brutal.
This is so brutal. Pardo.
He's going to take the spot with the overlay and the big blind, and he's going to get shown the bad news. And we know it's 2 6s were dead in Nacho Barbero's hand.
Not even sure.
And this just feels very indicative of how the last couple hours have gone for Pardo to not even be live here.
Yeah, 5 cards away from elimination. Some chop outs presenting themselves on the turn. A 3 or a 4 needed. Doesn't find it as we have our first elimination of the final table. Spain's Juan Pardo going home in 8th, cashing for 600,000 for his efforts. The Spaniard with his second cash of the series, as well as his second final table. Always bittersweet with so much money up top and just being handcuffed throughout. Final table bubble. Really couldn't get much going. Had that tough spot at the start of the FT with ace-6 of spades, and ultimately to wait a few orbits to eventually bow out in 8th. But with that, our first ladder. Everyone now guaranteed 770,000 for their efforts so far.
You were losing, no worries.
Just receiving word from producer James Dempsey that if you head over to the Triton Poker Plus app, you can actually see the 250,000 Luxon Invitational seat drawing happening in real time through the app. So keep an eye on that one, as Adams, who's been relatively quiet since the start of play today, at least at this final table, getting the 3-bet jam through from the big and trading places with Ponokovs. Now finds himself 7 of 7.
Maybe I say him, maybe he calls.
Thank you. He would.
Okay.
Turn it into a turbo. Let's go.
Yeah, it's always like this.
Well, turbo perhaps. How about a turbo spin-up, courtesy of BetACR.eu. For quite some time, Arlene Najad and Randy Lou and myself were calling for a way to bet on our favorite poker players that come to Triton. That's exactly what BetACR.eu have done. Your exclusive hub to predict your favorite players' live action outcome in Triton events. You can receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. Join now and start engaging with the sporting world today. And anyone that has bet money on Espen Jorstad during this series is probably enjoying life right now, as Brewer on the button, a couple of 10s, 20 bigs. The blinds have gone up.
After that big fold, still maintaining a stack with decent playability. Looks like, oh.
Spin the wheel, Maria. Spin the wheel for 7 figures in equity.
So often, that's what these big tournament spots at the final table come down to. You still hate to see it every time.
These two, 5th and 6th.
That's going to get a really quick count. I'm probably calling. I'm not trying to slow roll anything.
Start of this hand, Brewer just wants an exact count.
Yeah, we're good. Big pot.
Big pot indeed. The winner of said pot will move up to 3rd in chips. Timo can't improve. He's going to be going home in 7th.
No. 200k.
If he does, Brewer will be down to just 2 bigs. All in brought to you by BetACR.eu as Ponokovs looks on with just 10 bigs to sweat the potential ladder, and it's looking very likely.
Wow.
9 of diamonds feels fair.
What a flop.
On the Queen, Jack, 7, 2 spades board. 2 cards to come.
Close. 9 of diamonds.
The 8
Still
of diamonds.
fail to me. I don't know.
Well, it's off on the turn, and all of a sudden Brewer drawing to 5 outs, says the 6 of diamonds.
It's 1.4, I believe. 1.5.
Completes the run out. And with that, down to 2 bigs. And Timothy Adams, the quietest player at the table, moving up to 3rd in chips.
Might be quiet, but always deadly.
Oh, yeah. In the hunt for his 2nd Triton title.
250. 350. Sorry, I don't know why I'm being so dumb with this. 4. 1.45. We agreed?
It's a very genuine
Yeah,
side
sure.
by you. Fair enough.
Nice.
I don't blame you. I understand the rules of poker.
Any outcome is better than before, fan.
I'm not an idiot, bro. Okay, I'm an idiot, but not that.
Like, well, you know, chopping.
We're playing 200k tournament, bro.
Not like I have ace king or something.
Tell me
Say
that,
to
like,
you.
flush beat straight also?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
That's it.
Just kidding, bro.
I know.
Always kidding, you know? It's a good excuse, you know? If you say out of line things, you just say, oh, I'm kidding, then it's okay, right?
I know such person.
I know a few people that fit the bill as well. Timothy Adams, career best cash of 3.6 million. 2nd career best cash of 3.54 million coming in. The Triton Poker Super High Roller Series in Jeju. Took down the main event in 2019.
So just another day in the office for Tim Adams.
Perhaps going to get involved with those newly found chips. Quieten down for a brief moment. A very chatty FT. The players have settled in. The departure of Juan Pardo. All 7 now guaranteed. $770,000 for their efforts, and we'll be back tomorrow to do it all again in the $250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational.
Ponokovs trying to do his best to hang around, especially incentivized to keep folding now that Brewer is down to 2 big blinds.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that. There's a $200,000 difference between 7th and 6th, and Brewer is sat on 2 bigs. Ponokovs is sat on 8. So like the likes of Barbera and Danny Tang, who find themselves in 4th and 5th, are really looking to avoid confrontations with the likes of Jan and Espen.
He would. No.
What?
Straight flush.
No way. It sounds how
Not the best thing I could have.
What was there?
What he had? You're looking at the stream.
He had quads. Yeah, he had quads. So sick.
Quadruplets.
Good fall. I sent a message to somebody.
So it sounds like, Maria, that delay
Chris Brewer.
Nice one, bro.
Nice
caught
fold,
up
man.
It makes you feel better.
Bravo.
with the stream.
I still don't know if I was right or not.
Who's it on?
All in.
This time.
Huh?
This time it was.
Yeah.
Most time it is.
Yeah, I have to be very creative there.
That was okay.
Or very out of line, so to say.
I wouldn't go
Not
all in.
out
It
of
was
line,
very
like I have to
bad.
pull unnatural bluffs. It's natural to just use clubs, but you can't just only use clubs there. You have to.
Maybe he
Comes
doesn't.
fearless.
I don't know. Actually, never mind. I don't know.
No.
Never mind.
What?
Some of the best in the world.
I want to see a fold.
Or two really big nets.
We got some electrolytes in the booth. We're keeping fresh.
I can't believe we even had this.
Dialed in for the long run.
Exactly. Got to
Love
stay
to see that.
hydrated. I still feel like I'm trying to replenish since, you know, what happened to us. Don't you?
I do, yeah.
I feel dehydrated every day.
Although I had an incredibly good recovery yesterday. Shout out Whoop
Okay,
if they
sick
want to
brag,
sponsor us.
sick brag. Yes, please.
160.
No, there are a lot of players that come to the Triton Series that rock Whoop bands, not only here in the booth. Yeah, shout out Whoop, free little plug.
Free this time, but if you want a second one, holler at your girl.
Looks like Brewer's going to run it against Danny Tang in the
Just me
big.
and Chris Brewer left. Right?
Yeah, Chip's behind her.
All in.
All in and outs from DT.
Hey, Sean went to would have folded.
Queen Deuce? What do you mean?
Sean went to would have folded.
He would have limped.
Yeah, actually, he would have limped. That's true.
Limp to have folded with almost.
Yeah. Limp to see the flop, and then you can get away.
It's the hand Jorstad won the main event
That's
with.
what he's doing.
I'm pretty sure he would have done that.
470 in the middle for Brewer to get back in this as it comes. King 7-7 rainbow, and it is incredibly tough.
King 7-7.
7-7 for the chop.
Dead on the turn. And we're going to lose Chris Brewer in 7th. Be going home with $770,000 for his efforts. And it's one of those ones, Maria, bittersweet. Has to be incredibly happy with his performance today, especially that massive fold, but ultimately coming down to a monster flip. Button v small blind against Timothy Adams.
I have a feeling Chris is going to sleep just fine tonight, though.
One would hope, as he crosses the $11 million in live earnings mark for 2023. With this six-figure cash here, second to only the main event champion. Be back tomorrow for more. 250k Lux on Invitational as final six are all guaranteed. 970,000 now. The last of the six-figure payouts is Espen Jorstad in pole position, and short stack duties now belong to Ponokovs on 10 bigs. And talk of the devil, a couple of black sevens for the Latvian superstar. Really would not surprise me if he just showed up in a Daft Punk music video at some point in the near future. Would just fit in. If anyone behind wants to spin the wheel, the answer is no. He's going to chip up nicely.
Winner. Winner comes winner.
Of this event. Our plan is still alive.
6 players still remain. Espen Jorstad still retaining the chip lead, playing about 54 big blinds. David Yan, second in chips with about 40. Ponakov's just got that shoved through with 7s. Now with 13 bigs and queen 10. Gonna pass this spot up. Tang on the button with king 10. Tough for Tang though, got 2 big stacks in the blinds. But still, king 10 enough of a hand to come with a raise, and this time gonna get through.
Coming up towards the end of the first frame of this final table, we've lost 2 players. Juan Pardo in 8th, Brewer in 7th. Chip leader coming into the FT, still in pole position. Newly crowned Triton champion, Espen Jorstad, has some very tough competition. And David Yan, Timothy Adams, Nacho Barbero, Danny Tang, and Alex Ponakovs. Tang looking for title number 4. Barbero looking to go back-to-back on the GPI rankings. He ranked #1 player in the world 2 years in a row would be quite the feat.
20%. 20%.
Oh, 20%. Oh, it's not mystery. Oh, sorry. So 6,000 per player you limit?
10,000. 20 plus 10.
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
I understood 20%.
Yeah, I heard that too. So.
Sorry, bro.
No problem. I'm not even sure, but I think.
Bluff with the ace queen, yes,
it's not that important.
Yeah, he's so interested.
Think, huh?
The hand was misreported. It made it look like he just had a pair of 7s or something.
Really?
Yeah. That he didn't have a straight ace. My friends were like, wow, not so really.
Did you tell them?
Oh, yeah.
Pretty hard to go with 1 pair on that dynamic.
They did the board of like king 9 7. Or whatever.
He was king 10 9 8. King 9 8 10.
Yeah. Raise. 200,000.
Tang going a little bit bigger with Ponakov's, the short stack in the big blind off of 13 bigs. Not going to allow him to defend quite as wide. Not going to allow him to realize his equity as easily, but 6-4 suited. Decent. Could be worse.
5 seconds.
DT trying to dissuade the Latvian, but shortest stack by considerable margin. It's not under as much ICM pressure as the remainder of the field. See if he wants to defend here. Getting laid a fantastic price. Lets it go. Really thought that one through. Maybe it took the cloud in his brain a bit of time to download that particular part of the defending big blind range. With ICM and all the incredibly complex calculations that these players have to make in just 30 seconds.
It's really nice to be playing in the tournaments where a shot clock is used so often, if not always, because certainly you have an advantage in tournaments where there are no shot clocks, or in ones where they're introduced now at later stages in some tournaments. You know, the WPT, for example, will implement a shot clock on later days, but some players have no experience playing under those time constraints, and all of these players do.
525,000.
ICM pressure being put on Adams here from the chip leader. Cut off the hijack. See how Adams proceeds here.
Adams has a hand that certainly would love to see a flop. But how much do you love it out of position against the chip leader? Not enough.
Does just let it go as Jorstad continues. Now, Maria, I'm taking a look at the Triton Poker Plus app as the tables of the 250k No Limit Hold'em Luxon Invitational are slowly populating. And I tell you what, I have found an absolute killer table already. Table 10. Those of you that don't have the Triton Poker Plus app, do download it to take a look. Tomorrow, Stephen Chidwick going to be sat next to Jason Kuhn, Seth Davies, Ike Haxton, Eric Seidel, and Kiat Lee. And table 11, Makita Baziakowski, Steve O'Dwyer, Adrian Mateos, Andrew Roble, and Espen Jorstad. Still waiting for the full seat draw, but I mean, absolutely insane. Table 12, Nick Schulman, Barbero, Linus Love, Daniel Dvoris, Timothy Adams, Volgusang, Danny Tang, and Nick Petrangelo. So again, can head over to the Triton Poker Plus app to see that seat draw happening in real time.
Raised to 660,000. Fold.
Yeah, it seems a little suspicious of Nacho's 3-bet here from the small blind, but not a whole lot of room to mess around. Ponikoff still on the short stack with 10 bigs.
All of these guys are so sus, Maria. Like, they're always staring each other down every spot. Never really given each other credit for legit hands. But it's kind of like the Dao Min Fu situation we're talking about. Like, sometimes, you know, he shows up with the goods.
I feel like Nacho gets a few more suspicious
That is
glances than some of the other players at the table.
Self-inflicted, by the way. Zero empathy from us in the booth. It's certainly his own bidding.
Raised to 160,000. Fold. 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 Fold.
So far, it seems like Jorstad just can't do no wrong right now.
GTO Wizard put a post out, gratitude post after winning his first Triton trophy. Just humbled by the experience to play alongside one of his idols, Phil Ivey, to beat him heads up for his first Triton trophy. And just how much of a pipe dream playing these Triton events was just over a year ago before taking down the main event. Now gets to rub shoulder to shoulder against the likes of Badziakuski, Ivy, Jason Kuhn. As Jan
190
to get busy from under the gun. Had a rare treat back in Cyprus where David Yan had the opportunity to jump into the booth alongside Greenwood and Bonomo for the 200K Invitational. We'll hopefully get some more players in the booth for this 250K Invitational as well, as it's always a treat to have some of these high rollers just come in, and it's a little glimpse into their thought processes.
It's tough to get players to want to do much else other than play, but we benefit from having their insight.
180. Raised to 180,000.
Danny Tang, currently 5th in chips with 31 bigs. Has to be cautious, of course. Ponakov's on 10.
Yan with Barbaro covered can afford to take a flop with this type of holding.
Shades on, Maria. If anyone ever outs me for playing poker with shades again, I'm just going to refer them to any Triton stream pretty much, as Yan flops an inside straight draw.
Barbaro with the range advantage.
150,000.
Does continue for 150, but feels like there's a potential path to victory for Yan here, whether it be an aggressive line here. For the rare double-handed chip shuffle and the check raise, Maria. Just getting it done.
It's always nice when, before you could even put the chips out there for the check raise, your opponent's hand's already hitting the muck.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. There are so many feelings that, you know, if you try to explain to non-poker players, it's just really difficult for them to understand. You know, for example, watching someone head to the cash desk to re-enter after you've busted them from a tournament or a cash game.
Mm-hmm.
For the sickos out there. Telling someone nice hand after they unsuccessfully bluffed you.
170,000. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Barbaro v Yan, round 2. Yan with the goods pre-flop this time.
It's a lot to take in, right? But it's good, right? I mean, you play the biggest final table ever, so one of them.
Fine.
It's kind of different, but it's...
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Danny Tang and Espen sharing a moment, taking it all in.
All in?
Play all in.
Talk of taking it all in.
Fold.
Jan moving all in from the small and chipping away at Nacho. Separating himself from the rest of the pack, closing in on the chip leader, Espen. It's created a nice little buffer between himself and Adams. Epic start it's been to this Triton Super High Roller Series in London. Return of Phil Ivey, 2 final tables. Jason Kuhn taking down his 8th Triton trophy last night. Fedor Holtz earning his 3rd. And we're just getting warmed up. Tomorrow we'll bring you day 1 coverage of the 250k Luxon Invitational.
All in.
Play all in. 6-3.
Doug Polk, Schulman, Roble, just to name a few of
No way.
the big names that have shown up to join us in London.
Thank you. Huh?
Coming up
Aren't
to
we
the
all?
first break.
Aren't we all?
It's FT, 6-handed.
Maybe not now.
2 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, if we all come back, maybe.
You guys want to do 15 or less?
Like 7, man.
Yeah.
Everyone guaranteed 970,000
I'm indifferent. I'll take it.
for their efforts so far.
Oh, really?
Oh, we're going to be seeing fireworks before the break yet again. Ponokov's announcing himself on the button.
It's not like a 2 full sessions.
Not 2 full sessions. But
You cut it.
So far, hadn't found any customers when he shipped it pre, but this time, just 8 big blinds from the button.
Oh my word, Barbero does take the spot from the small blind with the ace-8 off, and all of a sudden, we have ourselves an all-in confrontation, the last of the 6-figure payouts. Potentially going to Ponokov's unless he can improve here. Practically flipping Ponokov's for his tournament life. Five key cards to come as we head to the Queen 10 tray board and note the equity shift. Ponokov's with just king high, but slight equity favorite with the open ender. As he turns the jack of spades, now needs to fade. King and a king only. Does precisely that.
he was going to change it either. He said, no, don't change.
Ponokov's
835.
with the double just before break. Trading places with Barbero. Barbero blaming Danny Tang for that run out. His short stack duties will belong to him. Chip counts brought to you by PokerStake. Again, another congratulations to the PokerStake investors. Espen Jorstad leading the final 6 as we head into our first break of the FT. $170,000 guaranteed for these final 6. Had ourselves a bit of a cagey start, Maria, due to Juan Pardo being so short. Then saw that world-class fold from Chris Brewer with the flopped flush against the turn quads of Espen, but to ultimately bow out in 7th regardless after losing a huge flip against Timothy Adams. Anything standing out so far, or just plain sailing for the chip leader from what we've seen?
Definitely the latter. It feels like everything going so smoothly for Espen and getting some raises through without anybody really wanting to get involved. And then also making some hands, some very timely big hands. And so I feel like this is starting to be Espen's tournament to lose.
Perhaps. Well, whilst we do go on break, I highly recommend the viewers at home checking out the Triton Poker Plus app, where event number 9, the 250k Luxon Invitational tables have officially been populated. Obviously, tomorrow we'll be kicking things off with day 1 coverage of that from us here in the booth. A quick break, and when we return, we'll be playing down to a champion. Don't go too far.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high. Jump, 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 jump! No
One of my favorite ways to understand GTO strategies is to look at the expected value of different plays. Whenever you see a spot to GTO Wizard, you can hit this dropdown and select Strategy plus EV. For example, opening Ace-10 offsuit from under the gun is worth about 9 big blinds per 100, but opening Ace-9 offsuit loses about 5 big blinds per 100. Ace-8 loses about 14, and this is why it's important to understand the bottom of your range and think about which plays actually make money and which plays are pretty close to break even. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Immediate discomfort for Chris. Knows that your stat can 9s, 8s, jacks, perhaps Jack 9 suited, as well as stronger flushes. Stronger flushes a concern as well, Maria. You know, maybe an Ace-10, oh sorry, an Ace-5, an Ace-Queen of clubs.
Yeah,
early position.
I think that Ace-Queen of clubs can just flat the under the gun open. And it feels so gross, but with the presence of that straight flush possibility, cannot fold here. But you can just tell he doesn't love it.
I think at this point, Jostad knows that he's up against the legit strong range. Overpair with the club, a flopped flush. 1.6 million in the middle. Brewer started the hand third in chips. Forget Pardo. It's currently on 8 bigs. Would be a disaster for Brewer to go home in 8th. Does Espen go for the jugular?
5 seconds.
Does he go for it all?
As you already mentioned, with Brewer calling that turn bet, Jostad is going to give him some very strong holdings here, but also knowing that he covers so much of the board. Oh,
This is a crazy fucking hand. I flopped a fucking flush.
Not often you hear Brewer
Beat value, but I don't know if I can fold.
immediately throws out all of his time extension chips, Maria. Has 17 time extension chips in front of him.
I don't think I'm supposed to call it every time. It's a really wild fucking hand.
5 seconds.
Just take the time banks. Don't have to tell me 5 seconds. I have infinite. Holy shit. I mean, this is a nuts fucking spot. Alright. Let's think about this.
A rare treat for the viewers around the world as we get to hear some of Brewer's thought process.
You have some ace 10, ace queen clubs. No, you don't have ace 10 clubs. You have some ace queen clubs. It's probably the only nut flush you have, because you probably 3-bet low ones. Okay. Probably 3-bet jacks. You don't flat jack 9 suited. Those 9s and 8s. 9s, 8s, ace 10, ace queen of clubs.
counting the combos of value hands that have him beat here, and just wondering how often does Espen have offsuit combos of ace X with the ace of clubs that he
Right.
calls the open from under the gun with. I know it sounds crazy, but I don't think there's that many.
How are you doing?
Not too bad. Not too
You
bad.
have- you have-
I don't think
Oh,
it's flat
yeah.
with 7-6 of clubs.
Well, I'm not gonna say too
No,
much. Take a picture of the guy in the final table.
There you have it, giving Espen 9 value combos.
You're still supposed to fold. I need you to have like 7s with a club and just fucking run it. Alright. If I fold this and I'm wrong, it's just like the worst decision ever, but
I think Brewer's coming to the right decision here, Maria.
Well, if you don't think your stat is going to flat your under the gun open with, say, ace 10
like 2.5x.
off.
Like, I don't think you're letting. It's just so hard to fucking have a bluff here.
Exactly, and we'll only really have like ace jack off or ace queen off because he'll 3-bet ace king off.
Call very, very unoften. But I am gonna call sometimes.
It sounds like Brewer's resorting to a randomization.
No, don't leave it up to chance. Just find the fold button, Brewer. You can do it. What's interesting?
Just don't beat value. It's the club queen.
Makes the fold, Maria.
Yes.
Lays down the king 10 of clubs and lives to fight another day. And he's going to look back on that one and give himself a real pat on the back. So he is still in this fight.
That's an insane fucking spot.
Jan with another one.
Yeah, and trying to keep it close between him and Jorstad. Doesn't want Jorstad pulling away too much.
Barbero just letting go of the sixes. This is brutal.
This is so brutal. Pardo.
He's going to take the spot with the overlay and the big blind, and he's going to get shown the bad news. And we know it's 2 sixes were dead in Nacho Barbero's hand.
Not even sure.
And this just feels very indicative of how the last couple hours have gone for Pardo to not even be live here.
Yeah, 5 cards away from elimination. Some chop outs presenting themselves on the turn. A 3 or a 4 needed. Doesn't find it as we have our first elimination of the final table. Spain's Juan Pardo going home in 8th, cashing for 600,000 for his efforts. The Spaniard with his second cash of the series, as well as his second final table. Always bittersweet with so much money up top and just being... We got some electrolytes in the booth. We're keeping fresh.
I can't believe we even had this
Dialed in for the long run.
Exactly. Got to
Love
stay
to see that.
hydrated. I still feel like I'm trying to replenish since, you know, what happened to us. Don't you?
I do, yeah.
I feel dehydrated every day.
Although I had an incredibly good recovery yesterday. Shout out Whoop
Okay,
if they
sick
want to
brag,
sponsor
sick
us.
brag. Yes, please.
160.
No, there are a lot of players that come to the Triton Series that rock Whoop bands, not only here in the booth. Yeah, shout out Whoop, free little plug.
Free this time, but if you want a second one, holler at your girl.
Looks like Brewer's going to run it against Danny Tang in the
Just me
big.
and Chris Brewer left, right?
Yeah, Chip's behind her.
All in.
All in and outs from DT.
Hey, Sean went over the water.
Queen Deuce. A very warm welcome back to the JW Marriott Grosvenor House. Is the Triton Super High Roller Series 200K. Maria Ho alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. And Maria, tonight we're going to be awarding $4.3 million to the eventual champion with 6 remaining. All eyes on Espen Jorstad potentially going to walk away with a second Triton title here. And let's not sleep on the competition that he's up against. However, I mean, looking at this final 6, would you expect anything less from a $200,000 buy-in in terms of the caliber of player?
This is about what I would expect, especially with the longer structure. And I feel like my secret pick would be not so secret, but Tim Adams, because
Right.
even though Espen, chip leader, playing really well, Tim Adams is always a threat.
He really is. We saw him just winning that flip against Brewer before the break and finds himself third. Coming back, 27 bigs with the blind levels going up now at that kind of stack depth where it wouldn't take much for chips to find their way in the middle due to the 24 big blind rejam stack of Danny Tang. We've got Ponokovs with 18. We just saw prior to the break a button jam from Ponokovs and Barbero happy to run it with the ace-8. So perhaps a frame where we go from 6 to 3, 6 to 4 in pretty quick fashion.
Yeah, I think that can definitely happen. And we talked a little bit about, again, these players seemingly to respect one another's game and skill. They might be interested in making a deal when they're heads up or three-handed. So that's yet to be seen. Or we're just in for the long haul.
Just going to gamble it out for 4.3 million. Well, let's take a quick look at the payouts. As Maria mentioning that deal, it does make sense. Look, a $1.3 million heads-up match, 970,000 guaranteed for the final 6 as the players return from their scheduled break. Going to throw it down to the floor once more. It's Espen Jorstad, the 2022 main event champion, leading the final 6 in the hunt for the 4.3 million up top as we find ourselves awarding the biggest prize of the series. Just to give context to the viewers that perhaps haven't been with us for the series so far, Jason Kuhn, who took down event number 6 last night, his first place prize would be a 4th place prize here in this one. 970 guaranteed. 4.3 up top. Barbero looking for his 2nd title. Ponokov's looking for his 1st. Danny Tang looking for his 4th. Tim Adams looking for title number 2. Jan looking for his 1st. And Espen Jorstad, his 3rd final table in a row, looking for his 2nd of the series. So the blinds have gone up to 50,000, 100,000. Let's go, Maria. I like how they've trusted the A team in the booth to close this one out. You got the electrolytes going pre-break.
I do.
You've been stretching in the booth. You've been pacing
Always.
back and forth.
I have 2.3.
We play the stand-up game a lot in here.
I'd definitely lose that battle 9 times out of 10. Tim Adams with a welcome sight. Returning from break.
I
A walk that he'll...
my daily move goal. Keep it up. Yes, sir.
I'm happy I'm improving. I finished 16, 9, 7, down to 6. I'm getting close. Not bad. Not bad. I take it.
Once again,
Every day.
if you haven't already checked out the Triton Poker Plus app, that $250,000 buy in Luxon Invitational seat draw has complete. And speaking with producer James Dempsey on break about one of the standout tables, including both the bosses, Richard Young and Paul Poit, Chris Moneymaker, joint with
250.
DMP, Dao Min Fu.
That sounds like a fun one.
It's definitely going to be one of the ones. Keep an eye on. The prize pool already standing at 25 million before the start of play. That is without re-entries or late reg. And so there's always the opportunity for people to sign up late. As Adams looks down at Ace Queen, a hand that helped him double up against Brewer. Just going to jam. Marin, is this just a byproduct of not wanting to extend the invitation to Ponokov to see a flop, even if Adams did 3-bet?
Yeah, even taking down this pot is super valuable. So no need to mess around there for Adams with a 3-bet non-all-in sizing.
I like this play on Espen's surname. In poker, we all have a stat. I know my stat. Do you know your stat? All right, okay, we see you.
That's a good one.
We'll
you
take
know?
it.
So good that Henry took a screenshot of it. Probably going to send it to Espen.
I'll give you Dram out as well. Just tipped him my last.
Wait, I have 10. You want to tip £10? Yeah. You are so rich.
Jesus Christ, Danny Tang, you're playing for 4.3 million.
I do have to admit, I don't quite understand tipping culture in England. It's like, when do I tip, when do I not tip? In US, we tip all the time, basically. But I'm told that I'm not supposed to tip for everything here.
I think in this part of London in particular, surcharge or whatever you call it is typically added to the bill, 10 to 15%. I know out in LA you're used to tipping like at least 35%.
Minimum.
Otherwise you get the old stare down with the cashier. The old side eye as David Yan stares down this open from Adams. Button, V big blind, two of the bigger stacks. Blocking horns. As Yan remains ahead on the ace-8-6, but 3 overs and
What is that?
the ace-high board texture.
$1 million at the start of the day?
Gonna be tough.
Oh, wow.
I got scammed just from here. I never said I could make it to the final two.
Adams with the 2 overs to the 8 and the 6. That 9 of hearts also wrapped around the 8-6. Happy to knuckle this one back. Second v third in chips. Average stack now 27 bigs. Every pot worth 6 figures in equity, even a single raised pot such as this.
Adams deciding with that board pairing on the turn, does he want to take his king high showdown value? It looked like he did.
Looks like this one is going to get checked down unless Adams has other plans. Doesn't, and Yan closing the gap on Jorstad. Now just 2 bigs behind the chip leader. Both have done an incredible job at separating themselves from the rest of the pack.
Nice. I'm just kidding. I said I took it down with 3-2 suited. Nice.
Danny Tang rocking the Jonas Wood Triton collaboration piece. It's won a couple of titles in it. Why not rock it for a final table such as this?
Well, we do know he's superstitious, so he probably hasn't washed it either.
Just putting people on blast about their smelly hoodies.
Yan interested in getting Ponikovs to somehow put in the rest of it, but not with 8-7.
I have value.
I trust you.
And you had trash. Not too trash. A little bit trash.
Yeah, not too trash. That's a good explanation of my combo.
Jack 10 suited.
I felt it. You had Jack 10 seated?
No, you.
Ah.
Some fun stats for the viewers
I don't
in terms of beating career best caches. Nacho needs third or better. His best live cache is 1.55 million. Espen Jorstad unable to beat his career best cache in this one, but would very happily take down the 4.3 million. Danny Tang needs third or better as well to beat his career best cache of 1.8. Ponokov's also needs third or better, career best cache of 1.9. Timothy Adams needs to close this one out to beat his previous career best cache of 3.6 million. They've all been here before, playing for sums such as this. As Jan just opts to pile into the blinds. And how about that? Power of the jam.
Is that called?
I can't even beat that, so I can't show.
Gets the king jack to fold.
Just open. I was ready.
What's it better than?
Believe Jan is now the chip leader after getting that one through. Patrick Antonius, who was on our screens throughout several occasions today, ended up bowing out 15th, just 2 off the money. The proud owner of the first land of poker. The new functions of Flop aims to transform the live poker experience. It looks to connect players globally, locating venues with games running and to reserve seats at said games. And also, from the operational side, Flop PM benefits the poker room's operations for managers, increasing player traffic and profitability through AI solutions. You can check out more on the firstlandofpoker.com. Currently at 2.7k likes, just 300 away from our target for the day, Maria, of 3,000, with just shy of 11,000 people watching on YouTube, 4,500 people watching on Twitch. If you haven't already, click that like button. How often do you get this level of poker production, this caliber of player with these types of prize pools free of charge to all around the world? All Maria is asking for is an additional 300 likes.
Tomorrow, right?
Yes, and Henry would love it if I had to call Chris Brewer Brewdog. Oh, but wait, he's no longer at the table,
just
so I
savage.
don't think the opportunity will come up very often.
Savage,
but hey,
Maria.
still 300 likes
I was
away.
thinking I would have 2 days off because I wasn't really planning to play this. I wasn't sure if I'm going to play or not.
Talk about kicking a man whilst he's down.
Like stuff to take care of.
Half of the study tonight today. Oh, wait, what is study today? Half.
Sounds like Espen wasn't planning on playing this 200k. Perhaps the win in event number 3 and the final table in the 60k are the reasons why decided to max late reg and spin this one up.
Can you maybe do something with this?
2 p.m. local time. Tomorrow, live from the JW Marriott, Grosvenor House. Maria Ho, Ali Najad are going to be kicking off the show. The $250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational, one of the most highly anticipated events of the year, with 50 pairings announced so far.
And you mentioned about late reg, perhaps a couple of people showing up for that. There are a few pros out there still looking for an invitation.
There are indeed. You got 250k to put me in the VIP side, and I'll invite some of them.
5075. Obviously, you can check the cameras. You can check the cameras.
Shout out to
It is probably, but you can check the
Bargain
cameras.
Hunters Thrift with the $5 donation saying, let's go, Nacho.
Yeah, so you're $25.
Sending the ACR family to appreciate the support.
Anyone want to check cameras?
Okay,
And the $5.
I don't know. I'm not
What will
even
that get
saying-
us,
I'm just saying
Maria?
I'm just saying it makes the most sense. I'm not even
Coffee?
saying-
Perhaps?
Sure.
$5 for a coffee?
And what if it's wrong? Like, I don't know. Like,
Starbucks?
I think it's
No? I actually almost went to Starbucks today. I feel very guilty about admitting that.
That you almost went. But you didn't go.
I didn't, but I thought about it.
Why
The
on
closest
earth,
one was just too far
why on earth would you feel guilty about almost going to Starbucks?
because why would I want to go to Starbucks over pretty much any other coffee shop when I'm here in the UK? I could go to Starbucks anytime, anywhere. What about frequenting some of these mom and pop shops about, around the corner, that cute place we walked by?
There are some great
today?
places, fantastic venue. A lot of the players have been singing the praises, the choice of location when it comes to food, and heard Nacho was tilted at Grafton for apparently finding a fantastic place for dinner that he was unable to join on.
And Timothy.
Nacho, shortest stack by a considerable margin now. In the hijack with the suited queen. He's going to put in around half of his stack, signaling to the rest of the table he's ready to run it.
Nacho hit a one-outer on me this summer at the WSOP, but I'm not bitter about it or anything.
Wow, it kind of sounds like you are.
Ooh, black chips, I made it.
Boris,
you know when you made it on live?
Christoph, me,
Mentioning it in the
Angelo,
booth, no
Nick
less.
Stillman.
where are you seeing this? Is it just somebody sent it to you? or-
It's in app.
Yeah.
It's an app. Wow.
I think you can check there.
What am I?
I'm gonna focus on
Linus,
this one.
not
direct.
yeah, it's there.
Me?
Yeah.
See the players checking out that seat draw for tomorrow.
Gonna be annoying. What is it? Where are we? I don't
Sounds like Danny Tang, Espen Jorstad, and Timothy Adams are all going to be seated next to one another. Perhaps one of them will be $4 million richer.
Can I just put an early request in to have the one that Ivy's at be the feature table tomorrow?
It has to be.
There we go.
Actually, no.
Do we know anybody in high places that can make that happen, Henry?
Don't think anyone's going to begrudge you that request.
What? With the 25 pictures. I mean, I know you're not doing anything, but whatever.
Well, there's two, right? Bosses on the VIP side. Certainly, but Ivy going to be grinding.
We're needling 25k, that's yours.
Ivy. Paul and Ivy have teamed up. Ivy joined with Dan Smith, Brewer, Pedro Garagnani, Yuri Tivalevsky, Oli Shemian, and Bryn Kenny. So how about that for a feature table to feast our eyes upon? Your stat looks amused at something.
You can leave it there because I'll drink it.
I fold.
Last of the six-figure payouts guaranteed for these final six. $970,000. 4.3 million will be going
Very marked.
Very marked.
to the champion.
Supermarket.
Let me ask you later. I can't ask the question right now.
Yeah, and just mashing again into the short stacks.
Was it good?
Ace of spades.
Really?
Yeah, so far it's been extremely effective. Blinds haven't woken up with any big hands, and it keeps Yan out in front ahead of Espen on the chip counts.
This one like was a big nail mark.
Was it king of spades as well?
Yeah.
Nice,
It's not subtle.
Sorry, can I see what it looks like?
You know what we could
Can you show how it's marked? Because I
the
never
TV
saw.
crew obviously knows
Uh-oh.
like who recently had the ace of spades.
Marked card gate
Just
2.0.
Yeah. Look at that. Right?
Yeah.
Ace of spades. With a little nail mark floor coming over, just saying, hey guys, look, the RFID cards are a lot thicker than the cards we use out on the floor due to having RFID chips. And sometimes, you know, Maria, you've played on TV tables, can be difficult to peel. Sure, an honest mistake, but something that the floor will stay on top of, as will the production. As we have a quick deck change. Payouts brought to you by our title sponsor, GG Poker. Total prize pool of 16.2 million in this one.
Yeah, it's kind of hard.
No, but it's just, even let's say, for, like everyone here is like fine, but it's just good to take note.
For sure.
No?
So you folded an ace when I have 7 bigs?
Oh,
Very
the
tight.
needles.
Very tight. Tight is right, my friend. Tight is right, world champion. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, Barbero with the kings off of 8 big blinds in the small blind. I love it so far, finding this limp. Danny, though, suited, connected. How often does he think Barbero will have limp folds versus traps? Suited makes it so nice just to see the flop.
Well, fortunately for Danny, doesn't connect on the Queen Jack 4 rainbow. Barbero wants to proceed here with the Cowboys. Overpair to the board.
Bet of 100,000.
And value to be had. Maria, Danny being the 3-time champion that he is he seeing some of the backdoors that I'm seeing? Perhaps? No. Fine, lets it go after some deliberation. Saw Jason Kuhn yesterday on his path to victory. Some very creative floats.
I was right. This reaction, I'm so right. Thank you.
Barbero and Ponikov's really trying to stay just one step ahead of the other in chips. 10 bigs and 11 bigs, respectively.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Hmm? Yeah.
Fold.
Feels like I'm just watching now. Getting so many trash hands. Oh.
Another
Espen.
walk for Adams.
Espen musing about what it feels like to be card dead, you know? Something that he probably hasn't experienced
Since
much these last...
2017.
Well, I was going to be a little less...
Dramatic.
Yeah, exactly.
It's that life experience we were talking about the other day. Not dramatizing and exaggerating things as much.
Yeah, those days are pretty much over for me.
I'm just putting it there so it's not here, so you don't think it's something.
I mean, you were disappointed in yourself for thinking about getting Starbucks earlier on. Seems a bit.
I'm really square these days.
Well, given just how card dead Espen has been, his words, not mine. He's dropped down to second. As Jan has created a bit of a buffer at the top. $1 million gap between Jan and Jorstad.
Robert Flink plays Omaha, plays short deck.
Who? Sorry?
Robert Flink.
See them discussing the seat draw for tomorrow.
87 online.
What?
Vice Corvan 87.
Used to play heads up a lot.
Dash Corp.
Like a.
No idea.
He's VIP?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
Pip sausage.
Who is he playing with?
I'll be surprised.
Hmm?
Fold. 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 Fold.
Blind v blind, second v first in chips.
5 seconds. Fold.
Eat the skin or not?
Yeah.
What a maiden title it would be for David Yan.
You must.
I'm not a big skin eater.
First joined us back in Vietnam earlier on this year.
Sometimes I do.
2 caches there. 2 caches in
It's like
Cyprus.
crispy and nice.
Yeah.
3 caches here already, this one being his 4th and his biggest by considerable margin. 1.3 in Triton earnings, 7 caches. He's been knocking at the door of a victory as he jams into Ponokovs, and surely ace deuce going to be enough for the Latvian superstar to spin the wheel, Maria, and we have ourselves a little 60-40 for Ponokovs' tournament life. So everyone looks on.
Against the world.
Yeah, I got the table on my
Against
side.
the world.
Potentially $280,000 ladder. If Jan can connect here, and connect he does with the King of Spades in the window. No club in sight. 2 cards to come. Ponokov drawing to 3 outs once. Doesn't find the Barry on the river, and with that we have our first elimination of this frame. Alex Ponokov's
He was not shaking your hand, he was shaking my hand.
going home in 6th. Handshakes all around, of course.
We did not.
Love the sportsmanship on display, as always, from these elite poker players. Ponokov's always bittersweet to come 6th in a tournament like this. A record Triton cash for him. Do apologize. 2nd best Triton cash for him. $970,000 in the last of the 6-figure payouts. And that means everyone is now guaranteed a 7-figure payday, Maria. 1.24 million guaranteed for the final 5.
This is where the rubber meets the road, and Barbero now officially the short stack by a decent margin. Gonna try to hang on for some ladders, but so far hasn't really found many hands to try to chip up with.
Oh, this one is very good. This one is very good. Oh, this one is
Uh-oh.
very good.
Here we go. Spin the wheel again. We could go from 6 to 4. If Jan can connect once more. All in brought to you by betacr.eu.
That's too greedy.
$500,000 ladder.
One spade.
Between
Just
4th
an
and 5th. So it comes king, king, 4. Barbero asking for a queen so that it's over.
Usually greed is punished, Henry, but I don't know. I'm not feeling it on this one.
4.
4 would chop it. 9 or an 8. Yeah, and complaining about winning a 6-figure inequity pot, of course, is just joking as the needles.
Good call.
This guy is just relentless, Maria. Hitting Jan with the well played, going all in with 9 high.
It's all fun and games for Nacho as long as he still has chips in front of him.
He's doubled up. Now overtaking Danny Tang. Now taking on the role of
I'm very superstitious. I don't know.
short stack duties.
You know already, by the way, so it's not a mess. Are you sure this is 5? Thank you. It is 5. Oh,
Nacho
white.
really is
White magic. Like
one of
Phil
the
Hellmuth.
most entertaining players of the modern game. Timo. Jack 10-0 under the gun. Hits the muck. Really does change the dynamics at this table now. Danny Tang, the short stack with 18 bigs, Barbero with 20, Adams with 27, Jorstad with 42, and Jan with 55. So again, some caginess for the likes of Adams and Jorstad with Jan in the mix.
And Danny, how much you have?
1.7.
Blind v blind, Maria. Ace v ace.
You have more?
I can definitely see this going in, depending on how Nacho wants to proceed.
He's made it 3.5x pre, and with the 550 in the middle, the invitation also inviting for Danny to just try and take this one down pre. Steps in it. Snapped from the Argentinian, who has him in rough shape on his hunt for title number 4. It's going to need an 8.
That's not good.
Some clubs.
I said nice hand to you because you actually have the best hand.
Or some spades, as
You know what I mean?
that flop leaves Danny Tang drawing very thin.
I'm okay to chop. I'm not asking to win. I'm okay to chop. I'm okay to chop. How about that? I mean, we can't chop, but
It's impossible to chop this one, Danny. Looking for an 8 and an 8 only. Doesn't find it as the 10 of clubs completes the run out, and Barbero improves to the nut straight, taking down a 3.5 million chip pot, and with that, the 3-time champion, Danny Tang. Just an absolute setup, Maria. You called it before he even announced himself. Blind v blind, just an unavoidable spot. As DT goes home with 7 figures, 1,247,000 to be precise. Another monster cash on his Triton track record. His total to 20 cashes now, closing in on the 10 million in Triton earnings. So with that, everyone now guaranteed an additional $303,000 for their efforts. And this one really shaping up to be a fun one with the double of Barbero. The average stack now hovering around the 40 big blind mark. And the short stack duties belonging to Adams with 27. And at this stack depth, Maria, it really feels like it is anyone's game, not to state the obvious.
It feels like it's going to take some coolers for these players to relinquish their chip position, because I feel like they'll be trading some smaller pots, a little back and forth. All of these players highly experienced.
When you come up against this caliber of competition, it really does make you question the edges to be gained and how does one go about gaining them. The information out there, all of these players, as well studied as they come. But yeah, showing up time and time again to step into the arena.
I think the edge to be had is really just to minimize the mistakes you make, to not allow yourself to be exploited, because you're not really going to be able to exploit these players.
Why the break is in 1 hour 16 minutes?
GTO Wizards.
No, there's only one GTO Wizard at the table. The rest of them, questionable. You don't have the patch,
If you need a
you
break,
don't get the title.
No, but I just rather have like every three levels. Like what were we doing? No, every 4 levels now. Oh, if the whole tournament was every 3 levels.
Barbero, just focus on the 4.3 million, okay? Adams doing precisely that with a couple of queens.
At least 5 minutes.
The shortest stack. Your stats. King 9 suited, Maria. Options for the WSOP main event champion?
Definitely can decide to call or leverage the fact that he has Adams covered with a 3-bet.
An ill-timed 3-bet from Espen, as we can see. Adams has the goods, and not to make a major assumption here, but with ICM, we don't want to be giving hands such as this the opportunity to outflop us. Correct me if I'm wrong, Maria.
Yeah, I feel like he's just going to go for the shove here.
Does exactly that. He announces himself and chips away at the leg of Espen, 1/6 of his stack, going to Adams, and really is a tight cluster there now.
It's gonna show weakness.
Adams playing 35 bigs, as is Espen. Barbero playing 38, and then the chip leader, David Yan, playing 58 bigs. 20 big blind safety buffer for the Kiwi.
I was alive.
Yeah, of course, alive. Always live.
Very live. Very live.
Very live.
Right.
Very live.
Who have you got, ladies and gentlemen? Is the title going to Yan? Is it going back to Argentina with Nacho Barbero? How about Espen Jorstad, fresh off his first title? Is this going to be title number 2, or is it going to be Timothy Adams' second Triton title? He's had a couple of crossbars since winning main event in Jeju 4 years ago. Would be his largest cash to date. If you can close this one out, looking very comfortable. As Timothy Adams really hasn't put a foot wrong so far this FT. Very plain sailing for the Canadian. So he defends here against Yan. Flops best on the Jack 7-5 and Maria. Not only has he flopped best, but Yan with a hand, ace 7 with nut middle pair, perhaps got to lose some chips here.
Yeah, Yan certainly has a big enough piece of that flop to go ahead with the continuation bet. And Adams can certainly choose to raise here or just call. Obviously, there's a couple of draws possible, so nice to balance your check raising range here with the value plus some of those draws. Perhaps if you're lucky enough that Yan has a piece, 25. Then you'll get that action.
Well, you called him, Maria, right on cue. Adams deciding that the visibility across future streets would be pretty difficult. The presence of the two-tone texture. Ton of gut shots. Open-enders.
Yeah, not blocking any of those draws, and with a pretty strong hand, having the best kicker with middle pair feels mandatory to come along for the check raise and see what develops.
A sizable pot brewing, just shy of 1.9 in the middle. As the Knight of Hearts rolls off on the turn, two straights do get there. 2.4 behind.
Adams has quite a bit of hands he would like to protect from. That could be out there in a pretty wide button open range, but also wants to make sure that he's able to get value from worse.
Such a scary proposition, though, when you do check raise. But how about that?
Just immediate equity denial when you go 2.4 into 1.7.
World-class poker on display from Timothy Adams. As
It's pretty insane how much it's for 1 and 2 compared to 3 and 4 in this one.
I think we should definitely look at the numbers on both of them.
oh, sounds like
Crickets from Yan?
crickets from Adams.
Yeah, but
Espen and Barbero. Uh-oh. Guess the show goes on as Jostad and Barbero pointing out how top-heavy this one is. Would be happy to look at numbers, but crickets from Adams as he's found some momentum, 43 bigs, and I must say, seems incredibly comfortable out there, Maria. Has the experience, one of the high roller veterans of the modern game. Maybe feels like those edges we were talking about earlier on, something that he has working in his favor.
Max Payne.
What if you just win it? It's pleasure.
usually the hardest person to convince is the chip leader. And if Yan feels like with this structure, he still has a big enough edge and they're deep enough, then he's not going to be obliging just yet. Maybe wants to wait until there's 3 players or heads up.
I don't mind making, but
Seems like everyone's okay with looking, bar Adams. Average stack is 32 bigs. Chip leader has 37. Shortest has 28. So perhaps a couple more levels to be played. Let the average stack drop a little bit before opting to look at numbers. Adams feels comfortable here. He's played for this amount before on several occasions. Multiple 7-figure cashes on the Canadian's resume. Five, to be precise. Don't get to number 3 on Canada's all-time money list without the confidence to close out tournaments with big money up top.
Timothy with some showdown value in the ace high, but also turning a backdoor flush draw. With some worse flush draws, would probably semi-bluff here, but with the ace high flush draw, can still win at showdown. And Espen, despite having 7 high, still unwilling to stab. Adams probably pretty happy to have ace high in this spot when it's been checked on the flop and checked through on the turn.
Bjorstad with just 7 high. As Adams has extended him some rope on the river to take a stab here. See if he takes the bait. Waves the white flag, happy to check this one down. And, you know, it's one of the things that we've spoken about, Maria, on many occasions as to, you know, the ability, the discipline to just know when to give up in a spot, being okay with waving the white flag and not always resorting to the, you know, oh, I'm at bottom of a range, need to fire out here. Just happy to knuckle that one behind.
Yeah, especially when there's not that much in the middle worth winning.
There's about 10.8 million left in the prize pool. The invitation to look at numbers was extended by everyone, bar Adams. The show goes on. How does it make you feel, Ria, when you're four-handed? One guy doesn't want to make a deal due to, one would assume, believing that they have an edge, and then that leveling game in your mind is to think, you know, who does he think he has an edge against? Is it me? Am I the fish? Am I the reason this guy doesn't want to look at numbers?
It's funny because when you play lower stakes, I remember when I first started, people wanting to do what, like
10-way chops,
10-way,
right.
more than that, like
Yeah.
final 2 table chops, and then you always feel bad being the person to say no.
Yeah.
And then when you say no, everybody is just rooting for you to bust so that they can chop once you're eliminated. And that happened to me one time, and the death stares I got for having the audacity to not want to chop like 37 hand like ways is just so funny to me.
It reminds me of a few tournaments from back in the day as well. The £50 nightly.
But I wish I could say that I held out most of the time early on, you know, when I was just playing for fun.
Yeah.
I just said yes because I'm a bit of a people pleaser. I can't deal with the pressure. I can't deal with people disliking me.
Caved into chopping. Barbero hitting Adams with the high card, low card 3-bet, and it's going to get a better hand to fold. And just to give you all an idea of how tightly packed it is with that 3-bet getting through, Adams drops down to third and Barbero takes the chip lead. Really is anyone's game at the moment. A lot of this is going to come down to card distribution.
That's never what highly skilled poker players want, but still, the structure not quite as fast as some of the earlier tournaments.
They could chop it 4 ways, go home with 2.7 million apiece. Got a funny feeling that's not how this one's going to play out.
Thank you. 325.
Here in the background, some laughter from event number 8. 30k. Going down to the final 5 in that one. Two Brazilians leading the pack. As Barbero leans in to Adams. He's going to defend. Aspen and Yang get to just watch on and sweat this one with us. Jack, Jack 4.
Not a bad flop for Queen High, but Adams could get sticky against this continue. Can find the float with some backdoor straight possibilities. Also could have quite a few Jack X's himself when he calls the raise from Barbero in the small blind. Can have a lot of middling cards.
I'll tell you what, Tim Adams is dialed in. Maria really seems like he's just trusting his abilities to close this one out, refusing the deal, and now floating here with that 10-8 wrapped around those two jacks. Happy to float in position.
Yeah, I don't think there's such a thing as an easy pot to be won off of Timothy. He's going to make you earn it. And now for Timothy, it's just about if he decides to take this line of checking back, can he have some value hands that he could bet on the river? Perhaps You know, 4x might just check back the turn, and on some brickier rivers can go for value. Does he check as a trap with trips on the turn?
Perhaps now a path to victory for Barbero with that 7 of hearts being a key card here. Coming with third pot. Maria, when you float with 10 high, turn goes check, check. I mean, surely Adams, the man with a plan.
I think he was hoping for some better rivers so that he could keep some of the thinner value hands in his check back range on the turn and then bet the river. But yeah, this one just not it for him.
Oh, with that, Nacho Barbero moves up into pole position as Adams drops down below average along with Espen Jorstad. All 4 players guaranteed a very healthy payday of 1.55 million. There is the opportunity to lock up more. So yet to hear anything more about the deal that was proposed. Who have the viewers got? If you could bet money on this one, those of you watching on Twitch, YouTube, let us know. Four-handed, 4 of the best in the world. Who do you think is going to close this one out and navigate their way to a $4.3 million payday? Event number 7, 200K 8 max. Barbero, who was proclaiming to the world this the year of the Nacho at the start of 2023 with the just lightning kickoff in the Bahamas in January. Wrapped up 2022 as the GPI #1 ranked player in the world. David Yan, who first joined us in Vietnam earlier on this year, already cashing 7 times at Triton, 1.25 million in Triton earnings. Timothy Adams, over 30 million in lifetime earnings, 1 Triton title, 9 cashes. Or is it going to be the 2022 main event champion, Espen Jorstad, who beat Phil Ivey heads up just a few days ago to claim his first Triton trophy. See a lot of Year of the Nachos in the chat. Got Jackson Valero saying Yan $100. Any takers? No, saying Espen will clutch because of the power of the Norwegian spirit. Okay.
Well, who's going to escrow this $100? We're a lot of strangers. Don't know each other personally. Can't just be free rolling people. Gotta post. But, you know, if I did have time to find somebody to escrow the $100, I would put my money on Timothy.
There we go. Maria calling it from the booth. Jorstad has other plans with a couple of 9s as the blinds have gone up to 50K, 125K. This is going to fold round to Barbero in the big. Note how since the deal was declined, Maria, that the atmosphere and the energy, I don't know if you read too much into those things, but it's gotten very tense compared to the very chatty, jovial final table that it had been up until this point, and perhaps players kind of recognizing just how serious this situation is, especially knowing that there's someone not willing to look at numbers.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of ego in the mix in terms of feeling like, oh, what, you don't think I'm good enough? You don't think I'm as good as you?
Tell him, Maria. Perhaps I haven't read Ryan Holiday's book, Ego is the Enemy, you know? Of course, when you compete at this level, a lot of self-confidence to close tournaments out, even when you are competing against some of the best in the world, and that being displayed here. Some people calling for the Adams-Espin heads-up match. Could happen.
So far, as we predicted, though, Henry, just trading chips.
Right.
You know, now Nacho in the chip lead, but at one time, Jorstad was the chip leader. Jan was the chip leader.
I think all of them now.
Yeah, Adams as well. And it'll take some big coolers at this stack depth.
Are we going to have a repeat of event number 3? With the Johannes Strauver, Ivy, Chidwick, Espin back and forth.
If that's the case, then someone's going to need to wake up Ollie and Randy. My Whoop tells me it was my bedtime 2 hours ago.
Well, I feel like it's been telling you that the entire trip and you haven't really been paying attention to it. So that one's really not going to get you out of the booth. Come on. We can ask the hotel to give you a wake-up call, though, as Blind v Blind both have flopped a piece on the Ace-King 6. What time did Ali say lunch was tomorrow?
I have no intention of making it, so doesn't matter to me. But if you're thinking about going,
Adams firing out a big blind. Jorstad won't be going anywhere just yet. An undercard to the flop. Adams blocking some of those Queen Jack, Jack 10 gut shots that he'd be ahead of, although the Jack kicker certainly something to consider, as he could have Espin outkicked.
yeah, probably most afraid of the King X's. Definitely with the best Ace-X holdings and the best King X holdings. I think he would have heard from Espin pre-flop. But there are a lot of middling King littles, both suited and offsuit, that might just elect to see the flop cheaply. And that river is going to make it a little bit hard for Adams to potentially fold.
Yeah, perhaps the worst river in the deck for Adams, not to state the obvious.
I think
go on, Maria, I do apologize.
it's okay. I think he expects that top pair is going to be betting at quite a high frequency on the turn. So really, when he sees Jorstad bet here, it's really just trips or some missed straight draws. But as you mentioned, Timothy does block a lot of those, but also just some other floats that potentially Espin has, some type of floats that have backdoor flush potential.
625.
Oh, it's a pot-sized bet on the river. An incredibly uncomfortable spot for Adams. It's a limped pot. Adams fight out a bet of one big on the ace-king-6 rainbow board. Turn went check. As the diamonds rolled off and Espen gets paid on the King of Hearts river and scoops a 1.9 million chip pot. And with that, Adams now down to sub 20. Didn't take him long to call that one, Maria. Just giving Espen credit for bluffs and floats.
Whose year? It's both year. Let's put it that way. Your main event is still this year? No, it was last year, right? You have a prolonged last year, prolonged year.
Snap call.
I just think it's a very unfortunate run out,
right?
Especially with Espen checking back on the turn, which makes it so that he very rarely has ace-X's, and ace-X's wouldn't go that size on the river either when the king pairs.
These Euros, Maria. Always bluffing, eh? Not that time. Adams looks to get to work straight away. Let's try and bounce back.
Or like, whatever, close enough. Thank you.
Yang gonna defend just this single raise pot. Adams the shortest stack, SPR 3 going to the 10-10-6 board. It's all four fighting every spot they can. Every pot worth 6 figures in equity. It's just absolutely insane. These payouts, 4.3 million for first, all guaranteed 1.5 and change.
Yeah, none of these players I don't think has taken a day off. And they also have the 250K tomorrow. So certainly not a lot of rest in between these long days and nights.
Good fold. Maybe Tim had it too. You never know. You never know.
Just getting some updates from that Turbo Bounty, event number 8. The Brazilians out in front, Bruno Volkmann and Pedro Caragnani, both looking to become the first Brazilian to win a Triton Super High Roller Series event. 495,000 up top in that one.
Very professional, right?
Of course, if you haven't already
Miss or
seen the seat draw of event number 9, the 250K Luxon Invitational, which will be kicking off tomorrow,
Not much story.
2 p.m. local time.
Little kid, and I was like, oh, I was a little kid, and I was like, make a female name. It's nothing to do with Matrix, nothing to do with the Oracle sailing team or anything. Just Actually, I learned the word from Pokemon. But
What's this? David Yan's online screen name?
I think so.
Barbaro with an absolute monster. Blind v blind. Comes with the 3x. Timothy now the shortest stack by sizable margin.
What's interesting is that earlier Barbaro, when he had ace king in the small blind against, I believe, Danny Tang in the big blind when Danny had the ace 8, Barbaro went 3.5x that time, and this time same. But you wonder if Barbaro's going to be balanced here. I mean, it's a very small sample size, but does he ever limp as well into about a 20 big blind stack? Is he going to be balanced here?
I really thought about that one, even using up a time extension chip there before opting to make the fold as Barbaro extends his chip lead. Top of the chip counts up to 5.3 million now has a million chip buffer between himself and Yan.
fold.
275.
Actually, I'm not going to slow down. Opening things up on the button, and Espen Jorstad in the big blind with numero uno. Waking up with aces, four-handed with 4.3 million up top.
How about a flat for funsies?
Behave. What's that? Using up a time extension. A lot of options on the table.
925.
Let's make it 925, and it's met with a snap fold. There was a moment there. I thought the flat for funsies was potentially going to be a thing. The GG Poker ambassador. Talking of GG Poker, Maria can qualify for Triton events only at GG. Satellites on GG Poker. There are no qualifiers from any other sites. The GG Millions, the Premier High Rollers Tournament, are taking GG Millions to even greater heights in 2023 with all new features, and of course the WSOP Online, the most prestigious online poker series at the world's biggest poker room. Chance to win WSOP bracelets, and you can become
Earlier today, I don't have any cash on me.
the next WSOP Online champion for as little as $1.
2 days without tips.
Oh.
I came without money 2 days in a row. I spent it all in a massage, and I every time I leave the room, I forget to have zero cash on me.
Fold.
Adams picking up 9s on the button. Right at 20 bigs. Would be happy to go with this one if he faces any resistance, but doesn't look like it is to be. These four players really battling.
That's brilliant.
Timothy even amused himself there. Suited jack for your stat. Oh, Barbero. Now with Ace King in the big blind. Not really the type of hand that you can flat for funsies.
Right.
But
certainly value to be had. Out of the big. Does the precise same as they trade button opens and big blind 3-bets. Not enough hand.
One for you, one for me.
yeah, a couple pips higher of the
I also really
suited
had it.
variety, and
No, I believe you,
I
but
think he would have
I had top two.
entertained it.
Well, both of them had it.
Shazia wanted to waste my time banks.
One apiece. So we remain four-handed at a bit of a four-handed stalemate, Maria. Neither.
Good.
Should really open this hand and like, it's not.
Good.
Nobody wanting to give anything away. As things stand, 43 bigs, plays 32, plays 31, plays 23. Timothy Adams on short stack duties for now.
5 seconds.
B25.
Raised to 325,000. Fold.
And Nacho chipping up nicely in pole position, leaning into the short stack of Adams.
Look at numbers at this point.
It's now Jan's turn. To put the question.
I mean, we can look if you want.
Okay.
I would have to.
Should we stop the clock now before this hand or not?
We can play this hand, I guess, since it's.
So it sounds like
Yeah, no, I got you.
we're going to play this hand. But all of a sudden, interest to at least look at numbers. But we did hear Adam say, you know, hey guys, I'll look.
Yeah,
but
but
just FYI, I'm likely to, you know, perhaps ask for a little bit of juice.
Yeah, a bit non-committal to necessarily say one way or the other what he would want to do after looking at the numbers, and understandable. Everybody open and has the right to decide what's best for themselves in this situation. What's going to serve their interests the best. It's not every day that you make a final table and find yourself four-handed with over 4 million up top.
Yes, let's look. Yeah.
So it seems like
Can you guys
we
look at
have ourselves a scheduled break, and it's going to be during that break that perhaps numbers are going to be at least peaked at.
I mean, we have to look and then we can talk for sure.
As the ICM numbers are going to be at least looked at, then Adams is going to be willing to discuss. So we see the chip counts. So those are the chip counts going into said negotiations as the players step away from the main feature table. It is Nacho Barbero chip leading the final four. It's Timothy Adams at the bottom of the chip counts with 20 bigs, and just a fun little spanner being thrown into the works there with the denial of the original request about an hour and a half ago when they were tightly packed at the top. Everyone was hovering around that 40 big blind mark, and with the increase of the blind levels, the average stack now being 32, perhaps a little bit too much to just gamble for, Maria, given the near 3 million difference between fourth and first.
Yeah, Timothy was the holdout, and at this point, he is willing to entertain it, but I think it remains to be seen whether or not everybody will agree to whatever it is that Timothy might be wanting to ask for.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when you look at the caliber of players at Triton Series, take someone like Timothy, you look at his Hendon Mob, you know, this guy's been competing at the highest stakes for a decade or so now, has multiple seven-figure titles, and clearly has the confidence to say, look, guys, I'm not interested in looking at numbers just yet. I feel like I have an edge. I want to test this out for the next level and a half, and then perhaps entertain numbers later on. So, look, we're going into a scheduled break. We'll obviously have more information when we return about the numbers, so don't go too far, because when we return, I'm going to be battling it out for potentially 4.3 million if numbers aren't agreed upon. We'll see you very shortly.
Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker
now
site.
larger than all other GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
One of my favorite ways to understand GTO strategies is to look at the expected value of different plays. Whenever you see a spot to GTO Wizard, you can hit this dropdown and select Strategy plus EV. For example, opening Ace-10 offsuit from under the gun is worth about 9 big blinds per 100, but opening Ace-9 offsuit loses about 5 big blinds per 100. Ace-8 loses about 14, and this is why it's important to understand the bottom of your range and think about which plays actually make money and which plays are pretty close to break even. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton Series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Chris knows that Jorstad can 9s, 8s, jacks, perhaps Jack 9 suited, as well as stronger flushes. Stronger flushes a concern as well, Maria. You know, maybe an ace 10, oh sorry, an ace 5, an ace queen of clubs in early position.
I think that ace queen of clubs can just flat the under the gun open. And it feels so gross, but with the presence of that straight flush possibility, cannot fold here. But you can just tell he doesn't love it.
I think at this point, Jorstad knows that he's up against the legit strong range. Overpair with the club, a flopped flush. 1.6 million in the middle. Brewer started the hand third in chips. Forget Pardo. He's currently on 8 bigs. Would be a disaster for Brewer to go home in 8th. Does Espen go for the jugular?
5 seconds.
Does he go for it all?
As you already mentioned, with Brewer calling that turn bet, Jorstad is going to give him some very strong holdings here, but also knowing that he covers so much of the board. Oh,
Crazy fucking hand. I flopped a fucking flush.
Not often you hear Brewer
Beat value, but I don't know if I can fold.
immediately throws out all of his time extension chips, Maria. Has 17 time extension chips in front of him.
I don't think I'm supposed to call it at the time. It's a really wild fucking hand.
5 seconds.
Just take the time banks. Don't have to tell me 5 seconds. I have infinite. Holy shit. I mean, this is a nuts fucking spot. Alright. Let's think about this.
A rare treat for the viewers around the world as we get to hear some of Brewer's thought process.
You have some ace 10, ace queen of clubs. You don't have ace 10 of clubs. You have some ace queen of clubs. It's probably the only nut flush you have, because you probably 3-bet low ones. Okay. Probably 3-bet jacks. Don't flat jack 9 suited. Those 9s and 8s. 9s, 8s, ace 10, ace queen of clubs.
counting the combos of value hands that have him beat here, and just wondering how often does Espen have offsuit combos of ace X with the ace of clubs that he calls the open from under the gun with. I know it sounds crazy, but I don't think there's that many.
How are you doing?
Not too bad. I think it's
I
fine.
don't think it's flat. 7-6 of clubs.
Well, I'm not going to say too
No, I'm just.
Take a picture of the guy in the final table.
There you have it, giving Espen 9 value combos.
You're still supposed to fold. I need you to have like 7s with a club and just fucking run it. Alright. And if I fold this and I'm wrong, it's just like the worst decision ever, but
I think Brewer's coming to the